the semicircular canal. Okay.
Sir, and then hear you here.
Sir?
I can't hear you.
You can't hear you, sir?
Yeah.
Sir?
Louder.
Yes. Please come, sir. Sir, you can hear me now?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay. So the role of the semicircular canal in the first place. Now, what do you think when I say semicircular canal? What is the function of the semicircular, according to you? Say something.
Balance.
Balance. Okay.
Angular acceleration. Angular acceleration.
Angular acceleration. Okay. So we went from balance, then okay, this is the general term. From there, we went a little more specific to go to angular acceleration. So the next thing is this angular acceleration, it detects towards what end? What is the final thing that cupola? Yeah, the cupola. So cupola detects the angular acceleration, correct? What is the final purpose? Why does the semicircular canal exist in the first place?
For the orientation in the space.
Okay, so overall function is orientation. That is the function that comes through its interactions with the brain, with other things and all those things. The primary function of the semicircular canal is to move the eyes. Why should the semicircular canal move the eyes? To stabilize gaze. To stabilize gaze. Okay, so semicircular canal function is stabilization of gaze. What do you mean by stabilization of gaze? When I move the head to the right like this, the eye has to remain focused on you, which means in real time, when the head is moving in one direction, the eye has to move in the other direction so that the gaze stabilization is achieved. For this to happen, semicircular canal needs one power. Semicircular canal needs a power to detect head rotations, number one, and nothing but head rotations, and nothing else, only head rotations, that's all. This angular acceleration is the only thing, or the head rotation, the only thing that the head semicircular canal will detect, and nothing other than that, not the head tilt, not the gravity, nothing else. A normal semicircular canal should not detect anything else. You have a wiper. Thanks. Okay, so let us get into that in a little detail. How is this achieved? So semicircular canal sensation is a sensation. So when you talk about the sensation of touch, when you touch, that particular receptor converts the touch pressure, whatever point, into electrical signal. When you talk about the eye, the photons fall onto the rods and cones. The photon is falling into that. Okay, there is a chemical reaction and that gets converted into an electrical signal. Finally, here we have to convert head rotation into an electrical signal. Head rotation into an electrical signal. This is what it should happen. And nothing other than head rotation should be converted into electrical signal. How does nature achieve this? Is the question. So, nature uses a cell which is called as a mechano-electrical transducer, which is a hair cell. What is this hair cell? This hair cell has a kinocilium. It has multiple structures called stereocilia. And here from the kinocilium to this stereocilia to the next, there are structures called as tip links. Okay? What do these tip links do? I will expand this and show. When you expand this and show, the tip links are something like this. They are attached to a channel. Okay, they are attached to a channel. When the kinocilium gets pulled in one direction, this particular tip link gets stretched, and that stretching will lead to opening up of this channel. When the kinocilium moves in the opposite direction, this gets relaxed, and that leads to closing of the channel. When this channel opens and closes, it leads to entry of potassium ions into the cell. That leads to basolateral currents here. That leads to release of neurotransmitter here. and from here an action potential is generated. Okay, so far clear? We are all together? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So what is happening is the kinocilium movement getting converted to electrical signal. This much we are clear. Now what we need to figure out is how head rotation only becomes kinocilium movement and nothing other than head rotation becomes kinocilium movement. That is the next thing we are supposed to solve. Shall we go ahead with that? Yeah. So for this particular thing to happen, let us see how what nature has chosen here. Nature has chosen the head rotational detectors as circular canals or semicircular or almost a complete circle, little bit left over. That kind of circle. Let us see what happens in a circle. Okay, this is a circle. Little water to this.
Yeah, I got pen from Bala.
Hold it down.
Yes. For a pen
Extra. अभी तो पानी दे दो फिर extra pen होगा.
So if you take a circular structure, okay, I will draw a circle. Just give me 2 minutes. It's all matter. Even a drop of water will start the works. Just take drop.
ढक्कन में निकाल दो.
Doctor is a bad word also.
North India is okay.
In South, it is something problematic.
Maybe
Not like a problematic way, but we understand it
maybe he's like
problematically. Like we use that word to scold somebody.
yeah, the Dakkan is a Dakkan only.
ढक्कन is ढक्कन, literally term. थोड़ा सा करना पड़ेगा.
Okay, it starts writing.
Sir, which green होगा chalk can be used. Chalk will be better than. Shall we some help?
Wait, don't worry. All of us understand one another.
Sir, just tell them how to become passionate about vertigo. That will be better. Like how you develop the passion. Dr. Bansal, आगे आ जाओ. हाँ, नीचे बैठे. ये राहुल के पापा के लिए भी फोटो ज़्यादा चाहिए. Miss Uncle, नमस्ते sir. हाँ sir, आप आइए ना आगे. Please come
Sir,
forward.
please come back, sir.
The chair is for you. आपको जरूरत नहीं है, पर आइए. How can you sit on the corner?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Why you also have very keen on meeting? Maybe they will know. There's a green also. Chalk also.
नमस्ते सर. ठीक है. आपसे मेरा परिचय. आप लोगों ने कितना को गाइड किया होगा. सर वो भी जरूरी है. करते रहना भी जरूरी है. आप प्रैक्टिस करने
Great.
बच्चों को वही इंस्पायर करता है हम लोग नहीं
Let us see the kind of flows. Let us see the kind of flows that happen in circular structures. Now we saw one thing about a hair cell. You saw one thing about a hair cell, and hair cell, any movement of the hair cell will cause an electrical signal. So what we will do, we will place this hair cell somewhere in a circular canal, and whenever there is a fluid movement, the kinocilium will move, and that will lead to electrical signal. That means, so whenever there is fluid movement, the electrical signal will come. Now what is our job? To ensure that, not our job, nature's job, to ensure that this fluid movement happens only for rotations and nothing other than rotations. So let us see what will happen. Now if there is fluid within this particular tube, okay, there is fluid within this tube, and you place hair cell anywhere, it doesn't matter. Let us see whether the fluid moves for different kinds of movement. You take this particular tube and move this tube like this, linearly, okay? When you move this tube linearly, what will happen? There is inertia. If you try to hold something, pull back, that will go to the other side, correct? If you stay where it is, basically it will go to the other side. Now what will happen? The molecule here will try to go. The molecule here will try to go like this. The molecule here will try to go like this, correct? There is force. The molecule here will try to go like this. The molecule here will try to go like this. Whatever. There is a wall. It tries to go like this, but there is a wall, so it goes like this. Basically, what happens? If there is a movement in this particular direction, if you imagine one line passing like this, all the molecules on this side would tend to want to go like this. All the molecules on this side would tend to want to go like this. Correct? Now, what will happen is the forces coming from this side, they cancel against one another. There is not going to be a net movement at all. This is the beauty of the construction of a tubular construction of the canal, which means for any linear movement, right, left, up, down, whatever, in the tube, there is not going to be fluid flow. Clear? Now let us see what will happen instead of a linear movement. Instead of a linear flow, if there is a circular flow, okay? Instead of a linear flow, what happens if there is a circular flow? Let us see what is going to happen. So now I am going to place something like this. Now, that's okay. Doesn't matter, it takes 2 minutes. That's all. This is the feel of the classroom. Otherwise, you don't enjoy it. Okay, so now if there is a circular movement, if there is a circular flow, even if there is a chalk piece, it is enough because other side is green as madam. Okay, now in the circular tube, if the movement of the tube happens like this, the inertial flow will ensure that the molecule here will go like this, the molecule here will go like this, like this, like this, in the opposite direction. So there is no cancellation. There is no cancellation. Here in this tube, anywhere you place a hair cell, that hair cell, kinocilium, will be deflected. If that is deflected, what will happen? There is going to be electrical signal, and this is what is going to happen. So instead of directly placing a hair cell, what nature has chosen is, it has placed hair cells on a layer and then coupled it with a cupola, and it is this cupola which gets deflected when the fluid moves. Okay, so now see what is the property of the semicircular canal because of this arrangement. It responds to rotations of the head and nothing but rotations of the head. This is the beauty. So it does not respond to tilts, it does not respond to linear acceleration forces. This is the beauty of the construction, this kind of a construction of the semicircular canal. It is meant to be like this. Now, this is physiology. What is the point of physiology if it does not have clinical application? Correct? So now the next thing is, what will happen in one of the commonest conditions that we encounter in clinical practice, which is one of the commonest vestibular conditions we encounter in clinical practice? BPPV. Correct. What happens in BPPV is, in BPPV, nothing much changes other than a debris coming and sitting in one part of the canal. Okay, debris coming and sitting in one part of the canal, in this part of the canal. Okay, so just any one part of the canal, some calcium carbonate crystal which is heavy will come and sit there. Clear? Okay, fine. Now let us see what is going to happen if this particular canal is subjected to a linear acceleration force. What are linear acceleration forces? You go like this, you go like this, you go forward, you go back. But there is one linear acceleration force which is always trying to pull us down. What is that? Gravity. That is always existent, ever existent linear acceleration force. Fine. So one is always there. Now, same thing. Same canal, same, everything same. But only thing is, one crystal has come and occupied this particular place. Perfect. Now, what is the difference if a linear acceleration force is given to this particular canal? I apply a linear acceleration force like this to this particular canal. Same along a line. Along a line. The molecules here would want to go this direction, molecules here this direction, molecules here this direction, this direction, this direction, up to here. Correct? The molecules here would want to go in this direction, this, all these things put together. They come and there is the net line along at which there is a fight between the forces on this side of the line and forces of that side of the line. Correct? Perfect? What is different from before and now? This force, let us call it F1. This force, let us call F2. Just imagine 9th class, 10th class now. Okay. We just call. Force is mass into acceleration. Correct? Okay. Force is mass into acceleration. What is different from before is, when this debris was not there, from here to here, this fluid column had a certain mass. And this fluid column had a certain mass which was equal. Acceleration was same. So this F1 was equal to F2. There's net cancellation was happening. The moment you put something heavy, calcium carbonate, definitely calcium carbonate has a bigger mass for the same amount of volume. Then, now what is going to happen? F1 is going to be lesser than F2. This mass is much more. So this column is going to exert more force than this column in the ensuing. Okay, you are super fast, sir. Thank you. Excellent. Of both, everything. We have everything now. Okay, excellent. Okay, white, black, blue, color. We'll change everything. It will be nice. Okay. So this is what is going to happen. Now, the moment you introduce a calcium carbonate crystal into the canal, it will start becoming responsive to linear acceleration forces. What are the linear acceleration forces? It can be simple tilts. Okay, head tilts. Now, when does this linear acceleration force become neutral? When this canal will not respond to linear acceleration, though the mass is there. There is one time when it will stop responding to linear acceleration forces. When is that? When this comes and occupies this place. After that, it equally contributes to this side and this side, there is no movement. Got it? So, if you have a canal, if you have a semicircular canal, yes. Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, I'll take a chalk. It's good. Close the duct and keep it. I'll take a chop. Okay.
We all are done in Vertigo.
So let us draw this. Okay. Fine. So now let us take that. You know one point at which there is not going to be any response to linear acceleration. All this. So let us see. This is the posterior semicircular canal. Whatever. Okay, with the common crest and all those things. When if the mass is here, that calcium carbonate. Now the linear acceleration forces of gravity will be in this direction, whatever. So it is exactly at that particular point where it is ineffectual. Whereas the moment the person makes a head tilt in one particular direction, then the mass, this mass goes to here, it will start moving till the force on this column cannot stop the force on this column. This will come, settle down in this particular place under the action of gravity. Till that time, there is going to be a flow of fluid. Naturally, from the time we spent our time in our mother's wombs, the natural flow of fluid within the semicircular canal was happening for only one thing. What was that? For head rotations. It was happening only for head rotations. When the head rotated, the fluid column moved. It was not happening in response to linear accelerations, including in response to tilt with respect to gravity. The moment you introduce this one, each and every time you make a head movement, till it reaches the new neutral position, it keeps causing a flow. The key word that now you have to remember is semicircular canal detects head rotations, but we will increase it a little more. Detects and causes eye movement for ongoing head rotation. Clear? Ongoing head rotation. What is this concept of ongoing head rotation? If I start from here, now there is an ongoing head rotation. The semicircular canal will move my eye. When I start from here, ongoing head rotation. When I stop, there is no more ongoing head rotation. Semicircular canal, normal semicircular canal will not cause eye movement when the head rotation has stopped. Except a canal which is affected by this calcium carbonate crystal, in which, in the absence of ongoing head rotation, head has started in this neutral position with the nose like this. The debris is here. When the nose goes up like this, okay, then the semicircular canal comes like this. The debris starts moving from here to this new neutral position or the most dependent position. When I started from here, when I went here, the head rotation has stopped. There was a head rotation which took. Now there is no head rotation. But now this is moving. In the absence of an ongoing head rotation, there is fluid movement. Since the time we spent our time in our mother's womb, the only natural way in which we were supposed to, the semicircular canal fluid moves was ongoing head rotation. When there is no ongoing head rotation, still there is a fluid movement. The brain is still going to perceive it as ongoing head rotation. Brain is going to perceive. This is law of specific nerve energies. If you stimulate the optic nerve, the perception is of vision. If you stimulate the cutaneous nerve, even with electrical signal, the perception is of touch. If you stimulate now the semicircular canal, not by ongoing head rotation, but by a simple tilt, but still the perception is going to be of rotation. Brain doesn't know that it is a tilt. Movement is happening in the semicircular canal means it is hardwired there. The brain perceives this as rotation. Is there a rotation? Ongoing? No ongoing rotation, but still perception of rotation. So no movement, perception of movement. What is that word? Vertigo. Definition of vertigo is that perception of rotation or movement when there is no real movement. So that is what is vertigo. The other purpose, we began this discussion with the purpose of the semicircular canal. What was the purpose? To move the eyes for gaze stabilization. In a normal person, when my head is moving, when I move the eyes in the opposite direction, They do the function of gaze stabilization. Whereas, if that eye movement happens when there is no real movement, is it going to stabilize gaze? We are not going to stabilize gaze. It is going to cause a destabilization of gaze. And if you observe, you will see eye movement, which is read as dehiscence. This is all it is. So we started off from hair cell, the mechano-electrical transducer, how the kinociliary movement converts it into a movement of, converts it into an electrical signal, how the semicircular canal has been constructed to be an exclusive detector of rotations. When that semicircular canal becomes inertially loaded on one arm, how that will become a disease, and that disease is benign paroxysmal positional vertigo. What you attempted to do in BPPV treatment? Remove that inertial load by putting it back into the utricle through our maneuvers. This is all. With that, 50% of conditions which we come across is taken care. And we are not even
Otoconia enters through the ampullary end.
ampullary end from here, otoconia from this side entering and going to this side is not possible. That's a beautiful question. It cannot happen. The reason is the cupula is a complete diaphragm. Cupula is a complete diaphragm, and therefore it cannot enter. Our design of the repositioning maneuvers also should be such that they do not cross over from this side.
And secondly,
They cannot.
sometimes the otoconia gets stuck in the cupula also.
That is called cupulolithiasis. Cupulolithiasis. For that, we need a little more aggressive maneuvering to dislodge it and place it in the others. Okay. This much is clear. Now let us do a little more being a clinician. Are you a clinician now thinking physiologically? Are we? Get up, please. Get up. Also. It's early in the morning and already. No, please, I mean it.
So you need more interaction.
Please, sit down. Thank you. Fine. So that was one condition. Let us do one more condition. So basically, what is disease in the semicircular canal? When the semicircular canal fires in the absence of ongoing head rotation. Correct? In the absence of ongoing head rotation, if the semicircular canal fires, that is disease. Let us see some other conditions where the semicircular canal can fire in the absence of ongoing head rotations. Shall we? I'm sure today evening, when the surgical management sir will be covering this particular disease. Normally, the superior semicircular canal is a highly schematic diagram. On the top, there is a layer of bone, and on top of that is the dura mater. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. So, when you do a Valsalva, when you hold breath or do something like that, the amount of blood going back into the chest reduces. Is that correct? When the amount of blood going back into the chest reduces, but the same amount of blood is coming out of the heart, what will happen in the head and neck? There is going to be engorgement. Is that correct? That kind of engorgement also happens within the cranial cavity. Cranial cavity is a closed cavity. When the same amount, same volume is there, and you try to push in more into that volume, what will happen? The pressure increases. Is that correct? Yes or no? Yes. So the cranial cavity is a fixed volume space for all practical purposes. And in that, when you do a Valsalva, the cranial volume increases. In a normal person, when the bone on top of the superior semicircular canal is intact, that has no impact within the inner ear. Perfect? But if a person's bone is deficient on the top, if the person's bone is deficient on the top, then what will happen? You can almost assume that the dura comes to lie on the semicircular canal membrane, on the endoscope. Now, if this kind of Valsalva somebody does and the intracranial pressure increases, that pressure is going to be transmitted into the superior canal. Is that correct? When that pressure is transmitted, you know the forces go like this and like this. And this force goes and deflects the cupula downwards. When the cupola deflects downwards, you know the cupola is there. And then what else is there? There are the kinocilia. Correct? They move. There is going to be an alteration in the number of action potentials that is going to come from here. And therefore, if there is a change in the number of action potentials coming from here, brain is going to read it as ongoing head rotation. Is there an ongoing head rotation when you are simply doing the valsalva? No. How is the brain is going to read it as rotation? No rotation, brain thinks there is rotation. What is it? What is it? Vertigo. This. We do this. Take this seat comfortably. I think last night you were on duty. Fine. So this is what is going to. Okay. So this is leading to. This is the way in which person becomes symptomatic in superior canal dehiscence. Fine. Perfect. Okay. Now let us see. So these conditions are called conditions of aberrant stimulation or inhibition. Means a signal that is not supposed to cause a vestibular signal. A stimulus which is not supposed to cause a vestibular signal is actually causing signaling in the vestibular system. So you saw two nice conditions. Okay, fine. Now, one more. Okay, before I go on to the next talk, how to start how think physiology. There are so many things that we can talk about, but then do one more concept. The next concept that I want to cover is a concept of bilateral vestibular failure. Okay. Bilateral vestibular failure. So all of us now know what is the function of the semicircular canal, correct? Now you tell me what is the function of the semicircular canal? Gaze stabilization. Excellent. All of you say in one chorus? Gaze stabilization. Now I am going to tell you one more thing. Okay, so gaze stabilization is the function of the semicircular canal. Now what is the next one? The semicircle. The otolith organ, utricle and saccule. What is the function of them? They are loaded with crystal. And that crystal, you want me to explain how that crystal loading also helps in tilt detection? Explain. Then we will go to bilateral. Now, when you look at the utricle, there is something. First, let me start with cochlea. When you see the cochlea here, correct? Whatever. Okay. Sorry for the wrong representation, but what is the feature of the cochlear? The anatomy? There is something called as a tonotopic mapping. Is that correct? Means every different region responds to a different tone. Is that correct? Now, when it comes to utricle and saccule, there is another mapping, spatial mapping. There is no specific term that we have so far invented for it, but there is tilt angle mapping to the location. Okay. You want to call it a tiltotopic or a tilt angle topic, whatever it is, to the particular location. How does this happen? Let us take a diagram of an utricle. Okay, fine. So what happens? What we have been taught about the structure of the utricle and saccule is there is this. What is this thing called? This line. What is this line? Striolum. Okay. Okay. So across this particular line, there is the reversal of orientation of the kinocilium. Is that correct? What do you mean by reversal of orientation of the kinocilium? I will explain it later. When you see the hair cell, there is one kinocilium. There are multiple stereocilia. Is that correct? If you take a cross section of this one like this and then map it, it is not one layer. It is actually multiple of them. So it looks like there is a kinocilium here. There are multiple stereocilia. There are multiple stereocilia. There are multiple stereocilia. There are multiple stereocilia. Okay? Like this. So there is a particular thing called as morphological polarization, which means kinocilium is towards one side. So this morphological polarization reverses across this particular line. Reverses across this particular line. So there is this kinocilium here. Stereo, 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 stereo. Okay, I'm putting the rangoli. Okay. Kinocilium here. Stereo, 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 like this. Morphological polarization reverses across this particular line for us. So far clear? Now, before even we go this one, and this is curved. So what is polarized like this here? 90 degrees. When you come here, 90 degrees to it. The kinocilium is here, the stereocilia like this, like this, like this. Okay. Now let us come to one more concept of when it comes to the kinocilium. You know this diagram? With the kinocilium. You know this diagram? Now, we also know another diagram. That diagram is the kinocilium is in one place. Stereo, 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 like this. Correct? Perfect. We are all together? Thumbs up. Good. Thank you. Now, we knew that when the kinocilium moves in this particular direction, the tip links get stretched. Correct? Okay. The kinocilium from the stereocilia, tip links go like this. Okay. When the kinocilium moves like this, here I will represent it as moving like this. Okay. All the tip links get stretched, potassium ion enters, there is going to be an increase in the number of action potentials that is generated. So much clear. What will happen if instead of like this, you move the kinocilium side to side like this way or this way? That is not going to lead to the opening of the channels because there is not going to be pull on the tip links. That's only going to be pull on the side links. Side links are not connected to electrical channels. Only the tip links are connected to the electrical channels. So, side to side movement is not going to cause any alteration of polarization. Very important point. Let us. Now, how does that lead to tilt-o-topic organization? Tilt-angle-topic organization. So, this is here. This is here. Fine. There is inertially loading on top of this with lot of calcium carbonate crystals. Is that correct? Lot of calcium carbonate crystals are there. So now it is time to take this particular board in my hand. Okay, you know why PowerPoint doesn't work and the boards still continue to work? You will immediately. Okay, so this is the one kinocilium here, one kinocilium here. I am drawing. One more I will draw here. Okay. Just for your two, I am going to draw. Now I am going to take this into my hand. Can we do this with PowerPoint? We cannot. Correct. Now, just imagine this kinocilium is here. Okay. I am going to tilt my head like this. The crystals here, the crystals here, the crystals here, the crystal here, all of them will go downwards. Correct? Yes? Yes. Everything will start going downwards. With the weight of the otoconia. Excellent. Okay. With the weight of this otoconia, all the things will start going downwards because of this particular thing. Whereas here, it will cause change in the electrical action potential because the tip links are being moved. Whereas here, the side links are being moved, no change. Perfect. Now, instead of doing this tilt, let me do this tilt. Then what will happen? This one will start moving the tip links. This one will start moving the side links. So, for this tilt, you will see electrical alteration coming from this location. For this tilt, you will see electrical alteration coming from this location. Mechanical movement is happening everywhere. The crystals are sagging everywhere. When I tilt this here also, but for this tilt, these crystals are moving, but only this crystal movement is leading to a change in the electrical. For this one, only this one is changing the action potential generated. This is not changing the action potentials generated. Perfect. Is there a map of angle, tilt angle? So now the brain has mapped. If there is electrical alteration here, oh, the person is tilting like this. If the brain electrical activity is altered here, the person is tilting like this. Like this, there is a map. Okay? So that is how it responds to tilt. So now why do we need this tilt? Where we started from? We started from the semicircular canal, and semicircular canal was needed for stabilization of gaze. Now where we are? Now where are we? In the utricle and the tilt. So tilt, detection of tilt is needed for stabilization of posture. Correct? Perfect. Semicircular canal is needed for stabilization of gaze, and otolith organs are needed for stabilization of posture. Now we all started this discussion from wanting to discuss a condition called bilateral vestibular failure. If both sides here has failed, bilaterally the inner ear has failed, then what is going to happen? If both sides the inner ear has failed, which means the semicircular canal function which we studied right now will not exist. Correct? The otolith function that we saw just now will not exist. Is that correct? Semicircular canal function will not be there. Otolith function will not be there. These two things will not be there. Semicircular canal function is not there means there is not going to be gaze stabilization. When do you need gaze stabilization? When you are moving. So when you are walking around, there is going to be deterioration of your acuity of vision. Some people, 50% of people also tell that they see the bobbing, only 50%, not everyone. Remaining people simply tell while I walk, I cannot. You see, go back to the village, the elderly lady will come to you, will hold on to you like this, and then look. Who are you? Is that right? They will not keep walking and telling hi. Okay. When did you come, my grandchild? They will not tell. They will first hold like this, they will hold like this. Then you see, then recognize you. Correct? No. Because with movement, they are not able to. There is a doctor who had bilateral vestibular failure because of streptomycin therapy long ago. And he wrote his own experiences where he had a Facebook experience or an Instagram experience at that time. He had the fear because he could not recognize faces when he was going on the walk. Okay, in the evening walks or morning walks when he used to go, he could not recognize faces. If you don't recognize faces, known people, if you don't say hi, they will think this fellow has developed an attitude. They will not think that he has developed a vestibulopathy. Correct. So he started wishing everybody, like how you start wishing likes for everybody on social media. So he started doing it like that. Okay. So that is how he started. That is the amount of difficulty when it comes to gaze stability. They will tell while walking. Otolith function is also lost, bilateral vestibular. Then what will happen? Posterior stabilization also will not happen. So while they are walking, they have instabilities. They think they have a fear of walking. What is the clinical test that you can do? Because this entire lecture's idea is to be a clinician and think physiological. Physiology is over. Now we have to, tomorrow when that patient comes and tells, within 5 minutes we should reach a diagnosis. Is that correct? But 2 tests you need to do to reach this particular diagnosis. Just 2 tests. I will show you that test right now. One test is to demonstrate that the semicircular canal is not working well. The other test is to demonstrate that the otolith is not working well. Just 1 minute, I will show you.
Gadget.
Nothing gadget, it's a simple thing. All of us should have it in our clinic.
You get patients where that they give a very clear history that, like what you said, when you are walking,
Yes, sir.
they are more uncomfortable when they are at the railway station playing a game, or when they are crossing the railway bridge, so they can see the lower ground. That is
that is the secondary manifestation of this one. Whenever somebody has a primary vestibular insult, they start giving too much importance to visual inputs and visual information.
Wide gate, sir.
Sir,
Wide gate. They become wide gate.
they become wide. That's a cautious subject. They want to avoid falling. So for that, please come. So gate becomes wide.
Some of the gates is relaxing thick.
Sir, tilt, that is only we have ocular counter rolling. Okay. When a person tilts, there is an ocular counter rolling. And the role for ocular counter rolling in frontal-eyed animals is not that huge. It becomes very significant in lateral-eyed animals. They have to maintain a horizon orientation. So they have to counter roll very much. But in frontal-eyed animals, the importance is not that huge. Okay, sir. So next thing is, I will show you two tests. How to, within 5 minutes, make a diagnosis of bilateral vestibular. Test number 1 is a test called clinical head impulses. One volunteer, please step forward. No, he's handling the organization. The organizer is always
Cannot sit.
is always busy. Come forward. So what you do here is just hold the head like this. The instruction you give to the subject is keep looking at the tip of the nose or in between my brows, just like that. Hold the head like this. Hold the head like this. I think it's Bluetooth transmitter, so let them see. Hold the head like this. And then with this type, the instruction is very and then do this. Okay. So his gaze has to be fixed. If he doesn't have a VOR, what will happen is gaze will go like this and come back. It would have escaped like this, and then it will come back. If that happens both to the right and to the left, that will tell right side and left side semicircular canal function is gone. That will establish in the ear two things: semicircular canal, otolic. Semicircular canals are non-functional. Bilateral vestibular. Second thing you are supposed to do, please remove your shoes. Socks, go ahead.
Modified thrombus.
Yeah, this is the modified thrombus. What you do is you ask the person to stand here on firm ground with eyes open. This is a test called escalating sensory denial. At this stage, even if one of the 3 senses is good enough, the person will not shake. At this stage, if the person is shaky, 3 possibilities. There is a central gait disorder. There is gross motor weakness. Okay, gross motor weakness. Somebody who just comes out of a class. You make him stand, he will be shaky. Or there may be a central gait disorder. Okay, cerebral. Okay, even basal ganglia or cerebellar, whatever it is. Okay, that possibility. Third possibility is very or is a conversion disorder. Okay, 3 possibilities. In this stage, if they are too shaky. If they pass this stage, then ask the person to close their eyes. If they have passed the first stage, which means they have not been shaky, and now if the person starts becoming shaky, the diagnosis is loss of proprioception. The loss of proprioception. He doesn't have proprioception. His eye is not there. He may have a vestibular system. Vestibular sensation is a dynamic sensor. To activate the vestibular system, some movement is required. Okay, he will start doing that movement. Sometimes, in spite of that, they may fall. Okay, they become shaky in this particular thing. Fine. Next thing, if they pass this stage, not much of shakiness. Okay. Then what you are doing? That means proprioception is perfect. Proprioception is perfect. Then what you are supposed to do? Open your eyes. Stand up. They have to go on a foam. All of you, I want all of you to touch this foam and feel how the foam should be made, how the foam should be designed. It will eliminate all, okay, to great extent, the ankle proprioceptive input. At this stage, you ask the person to close his eyes. Close the eyes. Now he should not fall if he has a good enough. He will do some amount of up-down movement, a little bit of movement to activate his vestibular sense, but he is not going to fall. A person with bilateral vestibular failure, he will fall within 10 seconds. If you don't hold in this step. So, How do you diagnose bilateral vestibular failure? Only two steps: head impulse test, clinical head impulse test, and then foam test, escalating sensory denial. It will be manifest on the foam. Perfect. Sir?
Time duration, sir?
Within 10 seconds, bilateral, complete the bilateral vestibular failure within 10 seconds. Okay. But if you want, you can do the test for 30 seconds, but then make sure that the person, you don't allow him to fall. Okay. That is the. So first he steps on, finds his balance with the eyes open, then you make the eyes to. Madam, already tested.
It's only dependent on the vestibular sensation.
Okay. Yes, sir. Now it is only dependent on the vestibular because eyes have been removed, proprioception has been removed, and what you are left with is only the.
So what happened to the process partial, not complete?
Not complete, they will shake more than not, sir. Another will shake. He has not fallen.
So only one side vestibular failure then?
That I will come to next.
It's a head first pain.
In this test, sir.
Sir, in this test, if there is
Only
one
one
side
side
failure, when bilateral vestibular failure, there is no directionality. They will sway in all directions. Whereas when it comes to unilateral vestibular failure, they will start jerking towards the weaker side.
But the proprioceptive receptor, only the legs are being used now.
And that's not being used now. That is unreliable.
Yeah. But the rest of the body,
Rest of the body becomes not that because ankle is the most
unless
important.
it is touching something.
Yes.
What about we do underburger test and this one is the difference?
On the floor, sir?
No, on the floor underburger.
Underburgers on the floor is sensitive for unilateral vestibular dysfunction.
Okay.
Okay, sir. May not be very sensitive for bilateral because there is no push to one side.
Then it makes sense.
Yes. Sir. Thank you.
I will get question this head first movement one more. What is the
Demonstrate the reactions. That will come again one more. So now, when I do this, just hold this. See what is wrong, I will show you first. What is wrong is this is wrong. Okay, some people hold it like both PRs. This needs to be very fast. The other wrong thing is you do this. No, not like that. Just
30,
not even that. 20.
20.
That is it. That's it.
So you have to see it when it comes to midline or lateral, both the movement.
Only one moment.
Only
You do this and stop.
lateral.
That's all.
Okay.
You do this and stop.
So if there is secondary means
See what is happening. What is the function of vestibular reflex? The function of vestibular reflex is when the head is moving like this, the eye has to be. When the head is going like this, the eye has to remain fixed. Gaze has to be remain fixed. How the gaze will remain fixed? But because the eye is moving within the orbits. When the head is moving in space, eye is moving in the orbit. Therefore, this is. So when you are doing the test, if it has happened in real time during the head movement, because the vestibular ocular reflex is functioning well, when this has happened, the eye has remained fixed. So you will not see a refixation saccade. You will see a refixation saccade because the eye has gone there. Then it comes back. Refixation saccade is converged. Bilaterally refixation saccade, both to right or left, goes in favor of bilateral vestibular. So which are all the conditions we have covered? We finished BPPV, full understanding, complete understanding of BPPV. We have complete understanding of superior canal dehiscence syndrome. Next only we have to do a CT scan and do the surgery. That's all. Fine. We have a complete understanding of bilateral vestibular failure. Now the next understanding that we need to get is of a unilateral vestibular failure. Unilateral vestibular. That is all. And that will give us a solid foundation about the thinking physiologically being a clinician. You have time? Energy is there? One more round of standing up and sitting down, please. Please.
foam made of mattress or something different.
It's a we take 3 layers. On either side, we have put memory foam. Memory foam. In the center, we have another type of rubber foam, which is hard rubber foam. I can give you the specifications. No, I will give it. I will give you the material photograph of where to get it from. It is called foams. The center foam is made by foam. Go for hard density hard. Okay, that one. Then get any sofa maker will stitch it for you. Now, concept. Now, what have we covered? We covered the condition where individual organs within the inner ear are apparently stimulated, either because of a BPPV or because of a superior canal dehiscence. These things. We also saw a particular condition where the inner ears are completely non-functional. Now we have to deal with another condition which is not that easy to immediately grasp, but then with another effort of 10 minutes we'll be able to grasp. And that condition is unilateral vestibular. Before even we go to unilateral vestibular failure, we need to understand one concept called as pacemaker-like activity. Okay, what is a pacemaker-like activity? In the heart, we have a pacemaker, correct? Is that correct? In the heart, we have a pacemaker. What does the pacemaker do? In the absence of any external stimulation, also, it is constantly producing an action potential on its own. The feature of inner ears, right from the hair cell onwards, all the way up to the vestibular nucleus cells, has this feature of pacemaker activity, which means you remove all external inputs to it, still it will start firing. Still it will continue to fire at a certain rate. Okay, there are membrane behaviors, membrane properties which give them this particular thing. Will not get into the depth of that. But at least the hair cell, how this achieves, I will explain. How hair cell it achieves this is, when you looked at the kinocilium diagram, we keep coming back to this diagram again and again. You saw this diagram, correct? And we saw there were the tipplings, correct? Okay. When I expanded the diagram of this particular tippling, only one part, I will expand only this area. It looked like this. There was a channel, there was a stereocilium, and there was a tippling going on. Correct? There are three states in which this can be. When the kinocilium is straight like this, when the kinocilium is shifted in this direction and pulling hard, and when the kinocilium is shifted in the opposite direction, in which case it will be like this. What is happening here is, in the neutral position, there is a certain amount of opening. Okay, there is a certain amount of opening of this channel. When the kinocilium goes in this direction and pulls on the tippling, it will open up even wider further compared to neutral position. When it goes to the opposite side, it becomes loose and this will collapse to closure. It will collapse to closure. So, which means in the neutral position also, these channels are open. They open more or they open less, all the way to shut, close. Up to this can happen. Which means even when the head is absolutely immobile, some potassium is still entering, some action potentials are still getting generated. This is the concept of pacemaker activity. Now, what was the need for this kind of an arrangement? Why nature chose this? Is the next question, correct? They will not be there without any reason. You are all there? How many of you are come from nerve muscle experiment days in medical college with frog and all those things? We all learned frog. Last lot of the other people, Maneka Gandhi came and then.
That's too big.
So, but one thing, those people, when they go to heaven or hell, they will not be bitten by frogs. We all will be. Okay. Giant frogs will come and will bit us. Okay, be ready for that. Okay.
He celebrated the problem.
Yeah. So it is waiting. You can write a story. Then there will be two gates, ma'am. Our gate will be frog gate. Fine. So coming to that, there is a concept called the Pronaxi, Rio base. You all remember all this. There used to be something called as a strength, duration curve, all these things. Okay. And that concept of that curve was like the stimulus and response curve. If you increase the stimulus, increase the stimulus in this direction, start measuring the response in this particular direction. The response in the beginning, increase the stimulus, there is no increase in the response. Then after some time, as you increase the stimulus, there is going to be increase in the response. Afterwards, how much you increase, there is no further increase in the response. This kind of a thing was called as a sigmoid curve. You all remember this? I will explain this more kindly rather than this. Okay. The more kind explanation is, just imagine this is a rock. I started pushing. Can you estimate how much I am pushing? No. Okay, I'm pushing. I increase, you cannot. Once I start moving, okay, once it starts moving, now when I'm increasing, you know, when I'm decreasing. Correct? When it is moving, it is easier to estimate, measure the increase and decrease. When it is already moving. But if an immobile thing till that stage, before it starts moving, till the time how little less effort, more effort, you don't know by measuring the response. This is that part. How much ever you increase, there is no change in the observed response. From here to here, more effort, more change in the observed response. After that, again you cannot do. This is the concept of sigmoid. Having a channel open from 0 onwards for each head movement would have led to some effort being wasted in opening up where there is no change in the response. Got the concept? But because it's already partially open, you are keeping this responsiveness of the semicircular canals of the inner ear in the linear part of the sigmoid. Got it? That is the underlying reason why we have this one. Okay? This particular pacemaker-like acting, where the hair cell is partially open. Closeness, boldness. Perfect. So far clear? Now let us see the arrangement. But this kind of an arrangement will need its own new way of dealing with resting state. The new way of dealing with the state of immobility is this. Because this is already action potential, it has to be dealt with. How it does is, there is the inner ear on this side, there is the vestibular nucleus on this side, there is the inner ear on this side, there is the vestibular nucleus on this side. Now what is going to happen is, from here the signals are entering, going all the way to the vestibular nucleus. From here the signals are going to the vestibular nucleus. From each action potential, an arbitrary name, but not a completely arbitrary. Okay, it is okay. A very good arbitration. 60 action potentials are reaching and exciting this vestibular nucleus. From here, 60 action potentials are reaching and exciting this vestibular nucleus. Perfect. Which means similar amount of output should go from each of these vestibular nucleus to the opposite side. Say just only the lateral canal we will see, to the opposite side abducens, from here to the opposite side abducens. It is supposed to go. But in addition to 60 going here, that same axon will end up in another interneuron, which is called as an inhibitory interneuron. We have two types of endings: excitatory, inhibitory. Excitatory means it will lead to excitatory postsynaptic potential, inhibitory means it leads to hyperpolarization. Is what is going to happen. So from here, this excites the inhibitory interneuron. An excited inhibitory interneuron will go and release a inhibitory neurotransmitter. So 60 times this is exciting this, 60 times this is suppressing the opposite. Okay. From here, 60 times it is exciting us, and 60 times it is suppressing this particular thing. Which means net to net, is there an output? No net output. This is how nature has chosen to work to have a responsiveness in this part of the sigmoid curve that came with its own problems. That problem is dealt with by cross. Perfect. Now, what will happen if the person starts rotating the head to one particular side, say to the right side? What will happen? The kinocilium on the right side will get deflected towards its excitatory side. The kinocilium on the left side will get deflected towards its inhibitory side on the channel closing side. So what is going to happen if there is a rightward head rotation? The number of action potentials reaching from here is going to increase. So from 60, this is going to say become 100. Okay. On the other side, there is inhibition. The channels close off. Okay, you know that there is a push-pull arrangement. If this side the pinocilium is arranged like this, opposite side they will be arranged like this, which means for the same movement, if this is getting for the same this kind of deflection, if this is getting excited, that is getting inhibited. So that is what is going to happen. So now what you are going to do? 100. This will go to 20. Correct now. That is get inhibited. It will reach 20. So what is going to now happen? 100 excitations. 100 inhibitions to the other side. 20 excitations, only 20 inhibitions. Too much of inhibition, very little excitation, net output 0. Only 20 excitations, 80 inhibitions, 100 inhibitions are coming. So negative, there is nothing called negative for outputs. So it becomes numb. This vestibular nucleus does not output anything. Whereas this vestibular nucleus will start outputting only 20 minus 100. So it will start outputting 80. This 80 will go to the opposite side of this abducens nucleus. The I will go to that side, and this stimulus will be towards the same side that is being excited. So if I rotate like this, I get a right beating. Eyes go to the left. How? Opposite side of abducens. It pulls the eye to the left. Right beating. Correct? So far clear? This is what is going to happen in case of. This is what is going to happen in case of one side head rotation, physiological. Physiological head rotation is going to be encoded in the brainstem between the vestibular nucleus as a difference in output between the right and left vestibular nucleus. Correct? Where else this kind of a difference in output can come? Let us go back to 60. The person is at rest. Okay? The person is at rest. There are 60. There used to be 60. Net to net, there was nothing. Now what will happen? Let us see. The person has developed a left vestibular neuritis or the left vestibular neurectomy. Isn't that the unilateral vestibular failure? When that happens, net excitation 0. From here, this is 0. The resting state or the neutral state 60 are still reaching here. No counteraction. 60 times inhibition, 0 times excitation, this becomes numb. No output from there. Whereas from here, there is a net output of 60. Abducens. I goes to the left, beats to the stronger side. Correct? This is what happens in unilateral vestibular failure, where though there is no head movement in the brainstem, the map now looks like there is an ongoing head movement because this is not being contracted by the opposite side. This is how unilateral vestibular failure. 3 conditions we saw. So what do you expect here? You expect a dizziness. Which side it will be? Towards the stronger side. Perfect. So 3 conditions we saw. We saw 2 examples of upper end stimulation. One example because of BPPV, one example because of superior canal, dehiscence. You saw one more example of a bilateral loss of function, where both it is not doing the work it is supposed to do. You saw one more way of example of unilateral vestibular failure. This unilateral vestibular failure can be long lasting in case of neuritis, vestibular, neurectomy, these things. It can be just for a few hours in case of Meniere disease, where the failure is metabolic. Clear? Full confident about vestibular now? Perfect. So is there a break now? Please come. Yeah. So I think in that case we can take a break.
No break.
No break. This is over. This presentation is over. I can start with the next presentation. Are you thinking physiologically? No? Okay. Physiological clinicians, but thinking physiology.
No, when I was a student, and when I was in PG, the only topic which used to give me Vertigo, that is the Vertigo. And the same way, when the patient of Vertigo comes, doctor also gets Vertigo. If we find the cause of the Vertigo, and we treat the Vertigo. And that is why, especially after Corona, we are getting a lot of Vertigo cases, a lot of teenagers. So we have prompted us to develop some center to diagnose the Vertigo. And luckily, this gives me chance to meet my old friend, Dr. Agarwal. He's one of the famous and very old neurologist of India. He has got his own setup. He's dedicated the whole thing in the neurology. He's written a book on clinical neurology. He had been a past president of neurology society of India. And we are lucky to have such a, one thing I will tell you, his English is very good. Because I always appreciate, he was the editor of our journal, Autonomical Journal. So he was kind enough with us. My son was very eager to meet Dr. Agarwal. So whenever he was kind enough to travel long the way from Calcutta. The same way, Dr. Biswas, Biswas is coming from a air-conditioned town of India. I always say, Bangalore is the air-conditioned town. I know that you must be feeling very uncomfortable in this area, in this solid shirt. If you want me to supply some salt.
Okay, sir. Your warmth is more than enough, sir.
So we are really very thankful. And despite, just a minute, please, take a minute. So, from my core of heart, I welcome Agarwal and Dr. Biswas, and he's so told to teach you all this. And we are getting all the delegates, Dr. Sachdeva here from Georgia, and Dr. Darwin has come.
Yes, sir.
Most of the people are my students. So I'm happy that all have come. And I hope that you will enjoy and you will get benefited by this. With this word, I welcome all dignitaries, all doctors, and everybody from our state. And I hope you will enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Would request Dr. Nalve sir for giving the presentation to Dr. Agarwal Biswas.
Coming to Gwalior is basically for me, I'm saying it from the core of my heart. It is like a pilgrimage to me. I've come to Dr. Agarwal, has been asking every time when we travel, whenever we talk, I always ask a question. These have been the idols which we have followed. The point is, you are all youngsters, much younger than me. We used to, in our times, our teachings, we do not have so much exposure to Indian and all these things. It was basically the Guru Shiksha Parampara by which we have grown up. And we had to follow gurus like Dr. Agarwal, Dr. Meniere, Dr. S.K. Thakkar, Dr. Kirtane, Dr. Ramalingam. There are so many people like that whom we actually thought of as gods. And This is basically for me like a pilgrimage where I had not come. So thank you very much.
Next, I would like to invite Agarwal Vishwas for step-by-step approach on balance disorder.
When my team gets ready, I also have this. We are from Calcutta and we are going to have many cups of tea throughout the day. So. See, I knew that Srinivas is coming over here, and Srinivas will also be talking a lot about the physiology and these parts. I did not know that the audience will mainly PGs and juniors. So my talks, whatever will be there, will be on the clinical aspects only, nothing other than the clinical aspects, and also on what we as practitioners, the difficulties that we face, and where we can all try and follow one line of clinical practice, because that is extremely important now. In what Sir says, that the only topic that used to give us vertigo, practicing for 30+ years, then 35 years of vertigo. When I see vertigo patients only, but each patient when they come, I have the same feeling. Each patient still gives us vertigo. It's the most complex of all subjects, medical subjects possible, and you have to widen your horizons to get to understand or have a feel of anything related to vertigo, because somehow vertigo, whatever I say may not be very conventional. It may not be very much to what you are used to hearing. I may be talking of things which are unconventional.
I will just make sure that everything is seen.
And what is contrary to your normal belief. After practicing for 35 years, nearly 35 years, only in vertigo, I have found my own ideas, own conceptions, own understanding, which will be there very soon published in a book, which will be a handbook for practitioners in neurology, for serious neurologists. It is nearly a 1600 page book with lots of videos, lots of things in it. And the idea is to make it a free Wikipedia on vertigo. So that is what we have a lot of international collaborators also on that, in which we are working, and that is why I am there. Now see, I'll start with this topic on the approach to a vertigo. This topic is a very simple Indian topic to orient physicians, ENT, and any other practitioner on vertigo. And when a patient of vertigo comes to your clinic, how should you deal with it and what should be your line of thinking? So that is what I intend to do. Okay. So this is it. Okay. So this is it. When a patient of vertigo comes to you, this is what a step-by-step approach to vertigo is in a physician's clinic. When you are a doctor treating vertigo, don't even think about whether you are a ENT doctor or a physician or a neurologist or anything, or a psychiatrist, because when you are treating a vertigo patient, you are everything together. You are 90% physician, 2% ENT, 2% neurology, 2% psychiatrist, 2% rehabilitation specialist, and so that is basically what you are. So that is why specifically written in a physician's clinic, because you have to have an overall view. You cannot think it from the ENT aspect, and vertigo is not something which you can deal with if you take ENT mindset. Do not think that there is anything for the spot diagnosis in vertigo. You do not see any open nodules, you do not see any polyp, you do not see anything. You get very little to see, and everything you have to understand in your brain what can be happening inside. And again, let me tell you that very little of the vertigo takes place in the ENT domain. It takes place in the levels above the ENT domain. Everything starts from the vestibular nucleus onwards to the cortex. There is what the actual play takes happens, and that is what gives us the perception of vertigo. Anyway, so let's get into the topic proper. So this is what, when the patient comes to you, first take elicit a proper history, clinically examine the patient, investigate only if necessary. That is the most important thing. You don't need to investigate if you have done the history taking and the clinical examination properly. Investigations are not needed in every patient. Treat not sensibly, treat very sensibly. Treat very sensibly. And last is restore normalcy. That is what we intend to do. Okay? Now, as a physician's job, as I told you, you are a physician when you see a vertigo patient. First job is identify sinister causes of vertigo. Some patients of vertigo will be coming to you with a very sinister cause. They will be having a stroke in the brain or a tumor in the cerebellum or something like that. So first think about the sinister causes first. Then is ruling out the non-vestibular causes. Though we keep on saying, and I do not think it's decent of me to say in an ENT meet that vertigo is less of ENT and more of the other things. It actually is so. And most of the patients that you see in your clinic will have non-vestibular causes of vertigo. Vestibular causes are only about 1/3 of the patients of balance disorder that come to you. So that we have to keep in mind. So ruling out the non-vestibular causes that mimic vertigo, like panic attacks, orthopedic hypotension, etc. Okay. See, in this little time that we have, I do not know how much we can cover, but yet then we'll have to try and see. And again, these small glitches will be there, which will be causing, will be delaying the. Wait. It will take some time. And now we can have the lights on also. What is it? We can interact, we can see. And so, it's not necessary to have things, whatever. It's good for everybody.
Right, which is yours.
Once it goes up, it will take some time. Okay. So the first thing I said was identify sinister causes of vertigo. First, the patient comes to you, rule out that it's nothing dangerous. Second is rule out the non-vestibular causes that mimic vertigo. A lot of the patients will be having orthostatic hypotension, hypoglycemia, metabolic disorders, panic disorders. So a lot of patients will be having that. So rule them out. Next. Then is diagnose the site of lesion and the nature of the pathology. It can be in the ear, it can be in the brain, it can be a proprioceptive disorder, it can be so many things. Then treating the causative pathology with exact disease-specific therapy. You have to treat with disease-specific therapy. Vertigo is just the symptom of an underlying disorder, and until you find out what the underlying disorder is, you are basically treating any fever with crocin. So all these advertisement and all these nonsensical things that go on about promoting this anti-vertigo drugs, this is the biggest disaster that can happen in the academic spheres for vertigo. First thing you have to know is that our job is not to camouflage the patient's symptom. Our job is to find out what is causing that symptom and treating that symptom. So treating the causative pathology with exact disease-specific therapy, and if you have this setup, you have the know-how, you will be able to diagnose each and every patient's underlying cause, and that for each and every underlying cause, there is a specific therapy available, and you can treat it. Then providing symptomatic relief without camouflaging the symptom of vertigo. The patient has come to you with acute vertigo. The patient will need some amount of symptomatic relief. It is not that we will not use any anti-vertigo drug. We will use them, but rationally and conservatively. Then treating the comorbidities. Vertigo will induce a lot of comorbidities like psychological disorders, cognitive impairment, then a lot of other disorders come with this vertigo patient, so that has also got to be treated. Then lastly is restoring normal balance function. So step-by-step approach means that when you are treating a patient with vertigo, all these things have to be looked into. Then approach to the patient. When the patient comes to you, the first thing of course will be ruling out sinister causes, and then find out that does this patient really have a disorder in the vestibular system, or is it a case of say orthostatic hypotension, neurocardiogenic syncope, an acute extrapyramidal disorder, or a panic attack. Many of the patients will be having that only. So the first thing is orthostatic hypotension. What is that orthostatic hypotension? It means abrupt fall of blood pressure with sudden standing. The patient will present a sinking sensation, blurring of vision, and blackouts, but no loss of consciousness. Point is that the patient will come and tell hamara chakkar aata hai. That is the language that the patient will use. It is for you to find out that it is not vertigo. So do not unnecessarily make these patients get into the chakkar of vertigo, sugar on stability and calamities. That is what happens for each and every patient of vertigo. When the patient by mistake uses the term chakkar in your clinic, so that is what the patient gets. So that is where you have to elicit what is the cause. Ask the patient, आपको कैसे महसूस होता है? आपको क्या लगता है कि अंधकार हो जाता है? आपको क्या लगता है कि हमारा हाथ पैर में जोर चला जाता है? हम सिंक कर जाऊंगा, अभी हम बेहोश हो जाऊंगा, ऐसा लगता है ना? क्या लगता है? This is you will have to ask the patient, not to say so. So abrupt fall in blood pressure or sudden standing and how, and if you suspect so, what do? You do the test for orthostatic hypotension. That is, make the patient, we do not do it in our clinic, we ask the patient to do it at home. If the thing suggests so, we tell the patient that you call a compounder at home after lying down in bed for 30 minutes. You cannot do that in your clinic. For 30 minutes, the patient has to lie down in bed, then the blood pressure has to be checked, then on immediate standing, then 3 minutes, 6 minutes, and 10 minutes after standing. We see the systolic falls by 20 or more, or the diastolic falls by 10 or more. In this 5, so until you have tested this same 5 times, that we don't have the infrastructure in our clinic, nor the time in our clinic to do so. So I will patient to do it. It will once today in the morning, another day in the afternoon, another day at evening, so 3 times in the day, do it and then come back to me after a week. If the patient complies with these things, then the next is, does the patient have a neurocardiogenic syncope? What is a neurocardiogenic syncope? Inadequate blood supply to the brain, it will cause loss of consciousness and falls when standing or getting up from the sitting position. So that is neurocardiogenic syncope. So that also the history will tell you. The problem is that all these patients will come and tell you the same thing, chakkar aata hai. So this is a problem that we have. Just because the patient has used the word chakkar, you cannot take advantage of the situation and give him a list of investigations and draw money from the patient. That is unethical practice. So you first find out that the patient has used the word chakkar by mistake, but should I take advantage of it to draw money from the patient or make it to the MRI, CT scan and all this things? Take a history, do the clinical test, find out what is there, then take the next call. So this is the loss of consciousness and also standing up, getting up, or sitting, or getting up on the sitting posture. Third is acute extrapyramidal disorders. We get a lot of patients. Involuntary movement from repetitive or sustained muscle contraction, which is manifested as muscle twitching or tremor, spasm of some muscles in the limbs and trunk, abnormal fixed posture, dystonia, involuntary movements, contractions causing repetitive or twisting movements. You will be getting a lot of patients with this also. Provided you ask the patient, provided you look for it. Then the last will be panic attacks. You get a lot of patients who actually do not have vertigo, they come to you using the word chakkar, but what they have is the panic attacks. You have to ask specific questions for that. Panic attacks means there will be acute anxiety attacks with the fear and the feeling that something awfully catastrophic is about to happen. There is a thought of impending death, the body will respond to it by a fight or flight response. So that is it. And the symptoms will be shortness of breath or a choking, tightening sensation in the throat, chest pain, nausea or stomach discomfort, dizziness, feeling of losing control over the body, impending faint, as if I be losing consciousness, palpitations, pounding in the chest, all these will be there. So this patient is not going to volunteer. You will have to ask, kya hota hai, aapko महसूस ही तो क्या होता है? We come to that. So what is it feeling like? आपको चीज घूमता है क्या? नहीं, वो तो सब नहीं होता है. क्या होता है? अंदर से घूमता है? नहीं, वैसे नहीं. हम जब खड़ा रहता है, जब चेयर से उठने जाता है, तो हम ये जाते हैं. क्या लगता है? तब अब गिरते हो? नहीं. तब क्या होता है? लगता है जब धुंधला हो गया. हम पकड़ के रहते हैं, कुछ उसके बाद ठीक लगता है. So this is a orthostatic hypotension. So as when you had it, what did you have? When you having a thumping in the chest, आपको लगता है कि पल्स भी बढ़ गया, दम बंद हो जाएगा, आपको लगता है अभी हम मर जाएंगे. How these things none of them are related to the vestibular system at all. So these are the things which you have to ask directly. In case you want to find them. So these are the things. Next thing is identifying the sinister causes. You have to find out sinister causes. Many patients are worried. I will show you this video to you repeatedly so that this gets stuck in your mind. That whenever a patient with vertigo comes to you, the patient may be having a very serious condition which you cannot afford to miss. The patient will come and tell you the same line, chakkar. But it can be just the first sign of a cerebellar stroke. It can be a CVA. So, what are the symptoms? You have to ask the symptoms. CNS symptoms like headache, diplopia, motor or sensory disturbance, loss of consciousness, drowsiness, was it there? Was there some oral symptoms like deafness, tinnitus, or fullness? Was there instability instead of vertigo? Was the vertigo there continuously for 4 weeks or more? Is the vertigo gradually deteriorating? See, if it is a peripheral cause of vertigo, in most cases it is a self-limiting disorder. If the patient has not been caught by a doctor, if the patient has been caught by a doctor, then the patient will be given the vertigo chemical combo, which will have their own adverse effects. Because palpitation and a lot of nonsense will keep on happening due to the drug, not because of the disease. Whatever the drugs that is used are much more dangerous than what the disease is causing. Be very careful with the drugs that you are using. So the point is, we'll have to see these things and specifically ask for them. What are the dangerous signs? Vertical nystagmus or any abnormal eye movement which is not horizontal nystagmus. Anything horizontal nystagmus you can easily find out. When you're used to seeing it, anything you're finding that the eyes are moving which I am not understanding. Or is a vertical nystagmus, or the ocular bubbling. So many types of eye movements are there which you have not encountered or you cannot identify yourself with it. No, it's a dangerous thing. Because peripheral lesion will only cause a horizontal nystagmus which you can easily recognize. If there is any repetitive eye movement that is taking place, which is not a horizontal nystagmus, take it as a dangerous sign. Then skew deviation of the eyes. Skew deviation of the eyes, they will ask you to do all those cover tests and all. Of course, you must be doing that. But skew deviation of the eyes have to be found out by yourself. You see that when you are looking at the eye, one eye is at a slightly higher level than the other. That means when you are looking at the patient's eye, this sclera beneath the cornea on one side is a little more, one side is a little less. That is skew deviation. Skew deviation is a sinister sign. So in normal people, both eyes will be at the same level. One eye is higher than the other. The high possibility of being a skew deviation. Then you do the cover test and find out if anything is there or not. But in the cover test and all, these are all good to write in books and do it in by BNG and all, but you will not be able to pick it up in each and every patient. These are very subtle changes in the eye movement that take place, and it's not easy to understand as a clinician. So what you need to do to understand skew deviation is that if you can train yourself, it takes a little bit of training to use an ophthalmoscope. You can use an ophthalmoscope. You have to practice in neurology. You have to be conversant using the ophthalmoscope also. You might have an ophthalmoscope, but I'm not conversant with it. So there is a site where you can do this by ophthalmoscopy, and then you send it in the site, and you get a result on that is analyzed and from the cloud there, and they ask for $5 only. They'll tell you whether the given interpretation of this. So that all these things are available now. So I do not use it, but at the same time I try to see inside. That much I try it. Then, but since I do not have the proper training, I am not used to it. But you youngsters can have a proper training in ophthalmoscopy also. So motor sensory loss. If there is any motor sensory loss, or if there is any motor or sensory loss or any abnormal CNS signs like plantar extensor, hyper deep tendon reflexes, etc. Any unsteadiness which is out of proportion with the vertigo. Any patient having vertigo will have limited unsteadiness, however severe that vertigo can be. When it is a very severe vestibular neuritis, the patient will be only slightly unsteady. Patient will not be unable to walk without support. If you are finding that a patient is saying that I am having vertigo from the morning and he cannot even stand erect and he has to enter your clinic holding on to two people, that means the patient's unsteadiness is out of proportion with the vertigo, and that is always a sinister sign. So, unsteadiness out of proportion with vertigo, and the hint sign is positive. If we have time, we'll go into the hint sign. I believe Dr. Srinivas has just touched upon the headache pulse, headache pulse a little more in there. So this can be the fate of a patient presenting only with simple head spinning. Remember this. So there's some red flags to be aware of in patients presenting with vertigo. Is headache, is 40% chance of a stroke in the posterior circulation. If the patient is saying it can be due to migraine also, but it can be due to a stroke in the posterior circulation. The patient has never had an attack like this, and the patient has come and told you that सवेरे से बहुत जो चक्कर आता है, सिर दर्द में बहुत ज़्यादा है. You know that it is a sinister thing. If the patient has not had a history of headache, and the patient has developed the headache with the vertigo, it's dangerous. You have to think about ask for an MRI. The MRI may not be yielding anything if the MRI is done within the first 24 hours. So you can do a CT scan. CT scan will only tell you if there is any hemorrhage inside. CT scan will not pick up any infarction. So these are the problems. So imaging also will not help. You will have to do the hinge test over there. If you have time, you will see that. So headache is a dangerous sign. Then gait ataxia. Maybe the only sign if the patient is very unstable. If the patient cannot even walk properly, it is not a peripheral disorder. There has to be a central sign to it. Then very sudden onset. It means that there is possibly a vascular lesion. Only a vascular lesion can cause something of very sudden onset. And vertigo with hearing loss, it can be labyrinth, that is definitely. But it can also be a stroke in the eye gap. So just because the patient has come and told you कि कल रात से हमारा बहुत जोर चक्कर आता है और हम दाने कान में सुन नहीं सकता है, it does not mean that it is labyrinthitis. You have to think about a stroke in the area of the eye gap. So these patients will require, if 8-10 hours have passed, then advise an MRI. In the initial few hours, you may not get an MRI. Do the hinge test in all of them. So this is important. So commonest emergency room presentation with vertigo when a physician is called in, or when the patient has come to you with acute vertigo, the commonest call is with acute vertigo. That means I am saying you have ruled out the other causes. That means it's not a panic attack, it's not a orthostatic hypotension, it's not a metabolism disorder, it's not a hypoglycemia, all these things have been ruled out. Only I am saying about that. And if the patient is coming to you with acute vertigo, the 30% chance of it being a BPPV, non-vestibular cortices, that is syncope, orthostatic hypotension, panic attacks, hypogenic vertigo, it will be 25% in patients who are coming to with acute vertigo. It is not much lesser than BPPV. Then migraine vertigo can be 20%. Vestibular neuritis, 15%. Labyrinthitis about 5%. Meniere is 3%, and stroke is 2%. So this is the more or less what we find in our clinic, and this also tallies with most international clinics also. So that is how you will be getting in a patient in a patient of acute vertigo. Next, how to approach simple and sinister issues first. When the patient has come to you, first do the simple things first and rule out this sinister life-threatening causes. One is that postural blood pressure and blood sugar has to be tested. See the arterial saturation and pulse. ECG with a carotid massage has to be done. Do the cerebellar test and do the basic neurological examination. So these are things that are very, very important.
So what is ECG with carotid massage?
Yes.
So ECG with carotid massage.
ECG with carotid massage is that if you have a carotid sinus syndrome, then you will not be able to pick it up. And ECG with carotid massage, never do it in your own clinic. Never ever do it in your own clinic. Send it to a proper clinic, because in my clinic I have tried. I do it in most patients, but many a times practice. See, I have practiced for a very long time. I have had many experiences where I have made the patient do it in the sitting position, try to stimulate the patient has fallen down unconscious. Nothing ultimately happens. The patient lie down, put the legs up. It will ultimately the patient will come over it, but it can lead to a cardiac arrest. And then it's a problem. So ever if you think like this, ask the patient to go to a proper cardiology center and ECG with a carotid massage. That means dual ECG. And another thing, the ECG is done with massaging this place. If there is a carotid sinus syndrome, then it will be picked up by that only, by nothing else. So in your prescription, it is very important that if you think that it can be something like a cardiac cause, or it can be something, see, if you take the history properly, it will become very clear to you that I get palpitation, I get this thing, you see the pulse, you see this thing. Even I had once heard of Srinivas saying in one of his lectures that he had been to a patient, to a hospital where the patient was saying, oh, whatever, going around all this. Just swabbing pulse and found that there is a severe arrhythmia of the pulse. You also say in one of these lectures, we do that. These things have to be done in an every patient. So ECG with carotid massage, do not try to do it yourself in your clinic. Send it to a place where facilities for the resuscitation measures are there. So this is something which can cause problem. Cerebellar test you can do, the basic neurological test you must do. Now, so blood pressure and blood sugar, arterial saturation, ECG carotid massage, cerebellar test, and basic neurological intervention. Keep in mind the possibilities of in every patient with acute vertigo. Keep in mind it can be a pre-syncope or hypoglycemia. It can be a dehydration or hypovolemia. It can be a pulmonary embolism. It can be a cardiac dystonia. It can be a cerebellar stroke. It can be a lateral ventricular syndrome. See, I have been an old dog in this line. Two experiences I will tell you. One was a daughter of one of my classmates. The daughter was having my classmate brought her daughter to me in my clinic, saying that she's having severe vertigo from the morning. At the vertigo, what I asked that what is that going on? No, I am feeling very weak. I am saying, yes, sir, yes, things are also moving. So when I was seeing the patient, apparently there is something else which I am not picking up. So that uncanny feeling has to be there, and that will only come to give attention to the patient. So it's for the pulse. Pulse was very rapid. But other than that, I'm not understood. What did I understand? So I saw the pulse was very rapid. So the patient is out of fear, is having this thing. And the routine I see the anemia and this and that and sickness. Then I feel very pain. Then I asked her that, do you have anemia? No, I don't have anemia. Then it occurred to me because I had seen a patient similarly before also, that 23, 24 year old girl. They asked me, when did you have your last menstrual period? Having severe menstrual periods now is severe bleeding. Because that can cause this type of thing. No, I've had it about say 6, 8 weeks back. I'm not having it. I said, I'm pregnant. No, I'm not sure. I've just missed my period. Then I told the mother to have a abdominal care done. Somewhere dual pregnancy was bleeding. So had we not picked it up from that thing, and said the girl would have died. So these are very, very important. Why am I telling you this story? I'm telling you this story because these things we have all learned the hard way. And that is the, I think, the take home that you have when you're talking to a senior, because this is where experience counts. I will never be able to match my knowledge with yours because you have all the exposure, you are reading, you are exposed to a lot of new information which I am not. So you can only learn from my experience. Theory part and all these things I will be learning from you because you are more adept to that. I am not. So you have to keep these things in mind whenever you are seeing a patient. Next is when these things have been ruled out, then you have entered the zone of vertigo. So we will not go into the hints, they take a lot of time. I will show this thing later on if we have a session on clinical examination. I believe you just skip this part as of now. We just skip this part as of now. So the diagnosing the patient is basically now you have come to the vestibular system. Diagnosing is history taking, clinical tests, and investigations. All these have to be done. Differentiating between the different presenting symptoms. The step 1 is it vertigo, is it dizziness, is it unsteadiness, or is it sinking? These are all different avenues for you to follow. This is just you just reached here. Now you have to know which line to follow. So you talk to the patient. What does the patient say? The patient says, my room is spinning. Make the patient talk in your language, what you understand. चक्कर आता है, चीज घूमता है, नाक अंदर से घूमता है, both are चक्कर of course. Both are vestibular signs. Things outside may be appearing to spinning, and also I can feel the sensation of spinning inside. Now, why don't you ask me now? You should have asked me that, sir, बाहर नहीं घूमता तो चक्कर कैसे होगा? can definitely ask that if the things are not moving outside, then how is it chapter? But a patient can have chapter without the things moving, because somehow we have been made to swallow one information. That means chapter means nystagmus, and nystagmus means the eyes will move. The eyes will things like it is moving, but it is not always that the eyes will move, because the vestibular system is vestibular nucleus. From there, the impulses go to two pathways. One is the vestibular ocular pathway, by which causes the eye movement. Another pathway is the thalamocortical, is from the vestibular thalamic pathway, and from that is the thalamocortical pathway. And in that, you get the perception. There may not be nystagmus always. So nystagmus nahi hai, so you are bloody telling lies to me. Don't go by that. It can be just the perception of whatever that is bad enough. It can be that the vestibular thalamic pathway, from that thalamocortical pathway, this is what we are not taught. And this is where we have been blinded. You have to think about outside. So all this is regarding the oculomotor system, how the eyes move, you know everything. You are younger than me, so this is a taught to you nowadays, and this is you know inside out. But think about what you do not know. That can also cause vertigo. So these are the feelings that you have to keep in mind. So ask the patient, is the room spinning? My head is whirling? Yes. So it is vertigo. Then it is vertigo. Careful neurological and otological examination is required in that, and it is possibly a vestibular disease if it is pure chakra. Then the patient may say, I might fall, I am feeling imbalanced, I can't stand without support. Patient can also say that, चक्कर नहीं यार, तो चक्कर क्यों बोल रहे हैं? नहीं सर, हमको लगता है भी पड़ूंगा, I cannot walk 10 steps. आपको भी लगता है ना? सबको जो आपको देखता है वो पूछता है आपको जो आपने डाउट किया कि नहीं सर, कोई समझता नहीं, हम समझता है. So you know that what can it be? It can be an unsteadiness, a physical unsteadiness, or it can be a perception of unsteadiness, which is still worse and difficult to treat. It can be a BPPV, it can be a BPPV, it can be a phobic postural vertigo. So until you have your mind open for these things, and someone try to bring the patient into nystagmus eye movements and that, then you are blocking away 70% of the patients. So you have to keep an open mind. That is what is important. So the point is, this is an important finding. This means there is disequilibrium or unsteadiness. A careful neurological and a complete physical examination, looking for anemia, looking for other things, looking for the pulse rate, looking for oxygen saturation, everything is very important in this case. Then it is a non-vestibular neurological disease. Then I am attached, I am my own clinic also, but I am also attached to a neurology hospital, where I am the director of the neuro-otology department. They have got neurocognition, they have got neuro rehabilitation, then movement disorder. They have got about 9 to 10 neurology departments. It's a fully 210 bedded neurology hospital where I work. I am there in charge of the neurology session. We are always interacting with these people, and every morning we have a clinical meetings to verify that how much of it is actually neurology. So the thing is that this is there. Then so these are non-vestibular neurological disease. The patient can say, I am always dizzy, I feel falling, I feel lightheaded, I feel heaviness in the head. Patient can say something like that. It means lightheadedness or unsteadiness and a fear of fall. It means something in that domain. So it excludes an organic disease. It can be a non-organic disease. It can be like a phobic postural vertigo. It can be a psychogenic disorder. Keep these things in mind. If the patient is saying always I am getting a head spinning, either the patient is lying or the patient is a psychological disorder. So these things you have to know. Just because the patient is not in my domain or not within the 3 semicircular canals and the 2 otological organs, I would somehow have to catch the patient by the neck and bring it into the 3 semicircular canals and to otolithal organs is a very incorrect attitude. You have to hear the patient out properly and understand that vertigo takes place from anything from the soles of the feet to the ears, to the eyes, to the cerebral cortex. The entire pathway is important. So do not limit your thoughts only to the three semicircular canals and the two otolithal organs. So that is what is most important. There can be the symptom of I might faint, I feel I am sinking, I get blackouts. So this is also another point. This means a pre-syncope or syncopal attack. There is cardiac examination, test for orthostatic hypotension, and a test for orthostatic hypotension is what I explained just now. And the head-up table test. This is a head-up table test with GTN provocation. Advise this test and ask the patient to have this thing done. It is a cardiovascular disorder. So you see, all these patients, when they come, they use this term chakra only, nothing else. Important questions in this. That is how often you get the attacks of vertigo. Did you have similar episodes previously also, or is this the first time? Now, if it is a single attack, no previous history, it can be a stroke, it can be labyrinthitis, it can be a vestibular neuritis, it can be a transient ischemic attack, or it can be a trauma or a labyrinthitis conversion. It can be any of these things. If it is multiple attack, that means it is happening over and over again. It can be Meniere's disease, it can be vestibular migraine, it can be a chronic recurrent vestibulopathy, it can be BPPV, it can be a superior semicircular canal dehiscence, it can be a vascular insufficiency, which some people believe it's nothing like that exists. It can be something like multiple sclerosis, so it can be so many things. How long does each attack of vertigo persist? It's very important. It can be for a few moments, for a few seconds, it can be for a few minutes, it can be from minutes to hours, for a few days, it can be for a few weeks, it can be for months to years. So, for each duration, from each duration you can pick up what is the cause of the vertigo. So, if it's for a few minutes, it can be a transient ischemic attack, it can be vestibular migraine, it can be a pelvic fistula, it can be a superior canal dehiscence. Minutes to hours, it can be Meniere's disease, it can be vestibular migraine, it can be labyrinthitis, it can be a posterior fistula. This is for each and everything you have questions by which you can actually pick up. If you just give some time to the patient, it is easy to understand. What are the accompanying features during the attack? If it is accompanied by deafness, it can be Meniere's disease, it can be an acoustic neuroma, it can be labyrinthitis. If it's headaches, it can be vestibular migraine. There is increased anxiety and stress. You have to ask the patient, do you get these attacks? Basically, do you feel it when you are under stress? Yes, sir. I get it only at that time. No, this is a psychological body. It can be panic attack. Fear of fall, postural dizziness, it can be a functional. So, from each and every accompanying symptom to give you a clue to what can happen. Is there anything you know that makes you feel dizzy? So it can be an alternate position, then it's BPPV. If it's neck extension, it can be a vertical insufficiency. Sudden standing up or prolonged standing causing dizziness, it can be orthostatic hypotension. There can be so many things. Headache, it can be vertiginous migraine. So see, you have more or less putting in these questions. You can come to a point. Important question to ask is what medicines are you currently taking? Because many of these medicines will actually cause dizziness. This is a common adverse effect of many medicines. Any metabolic disorders, like if the patient has diabetes, severe diabetes, uncontrolled diabetes, it can be a hypoglycemia also. If there are any psychological disorders, then it can be something like this has to be seen. Any family history of it can be epileptic ataxia, it can be spinocerebellar ataxia, and a lot of these things. So you see, you have to ask these questions, and there is no shortcut. Like in our clinic, we have a detailed questionnaire before the patient is entering my room. The patient has spent at least half an hour answering my receptionist's queries on we make the patient fill up that HADS or hospital anxiety depression scale. Then we will have the PHI. There are other forms also. It appears that there can be a psychological, there are questionnaires to do the millimeter score. So these things have to be done. So when the patient is entering my room, I know the psychological background of the patient. The blood pressure has been measured, at least I know that whether it is having hypertension or not. That would open my mind that it could be an orthostatic hypertension or something. These things are there. So when the patient is entering my room, I have a lot of information already. And then we ask this question, and then we have a detailed questionnaire. So these things are clear. It is not possible to ask each and every question. So combining this, the nature of the symptom, the duration of the episode, single or multiple attacks, the precipitating factors, and the accompanying symptoms. To combine all these things together, then what you get is a proper diagnosis. Then combine these things to come to a diagnosis. Now, after you have done this, the next step is the clinical examination. Proper clinical examination will take a long time. Of course, you run a Vertigo clinic, you have to have time. But most of you doing ENT along the Vertigo clinic, so you have to have a trained assistant who can do most of these things. Then it is possible. There is nothing over here which your assistant cannot do. There are questionnaires available. Then there are this downloadable HADS internal. You need to make it fill it up. The patient also does not get bored waiting for his turn outside. These things you can do this. So basically that have to be done, must be done, and you cannot miss the undergoing taking place, the heading bus test, the test for the nystagmus or any abdominal eye movement, the position and place, that is the test for BPPV, test for skew deviation, Lomborg's test. So these things are the basic tests that you must do. So the other test that need to be done is a very thorough oculomotor test, basic neurological test, and the cerebellar test. Each and every patient of Vertigo must have each and everything done. So these procedures are there. We are not going into the details. You must go to my website for all these things that are not there. So these are the clinical examinations. I don't think we need to go into the details of how to do each of these things. Over here, the next part is investigations. As I said, investigations only if necessary. Not more than 5% of your patients of Vertigo will actually need investigation. If you have taken the history properly, if you have done the clinical examination properly, you will be able to arrive to a diagnosis in most cases. And what I say, and what we find is that you have to spend more time on the history and the clinical examination and depend less on investigations. Because what is happening now, investigations, any problem can have investigations now, and you will not have the time to do it yourself. It's not possible. You are a practicing doctor. How can you afford the time to do this examination? This will be done by third parties, interpreted by a fourth, fifth, or a seventh party. He sends it over here, it is put up in the cloud, somebody else sees it, that person who has never even seen the patient, that person analyzes it. So this type of nonsensical thing is going on. All of you are aware of it, more than aware of it. अपने हमारे से मशीन खरीद लीजिए, आपको फिनिश कर देगा, आपको ड्राइवर कर देगा, सुई दबा देगा, आ जाएगा, क्लाउड में चला जाएगा, उधर में हमारा डॉक्टर है, वो आपको इंटरप्रेट करके आपको पास भेज देगा. This is how the thing operates. It's not so simple. It does not happen like that. And whatever, and somehow doctors have a strange infinity complex, what I do not know how to name it. They would depend much more on those nonsensical papers which are generated from the machines rather than on their clinical acumen. Your clinical acumen, what you have learned over these years, is 10,000 times more dependable than what the machines are going to tell you. We'll come to the machines like if I get the opportunity of another lecture, I'll tell you what these machines actually do and what the machines actually tell you, and how broad our system of examination is. Like, I'll just give a small example. Like what is the best test of Vertigo? VNG, most commonly best test. When you are doing the VNG test, what are you actually doing? You have hooked up the patient in a particular position like this, most uncomfortable position, made the patient lie down like this in a particular place, and then no balance simulation is taking place at that time. Everything is silent, and a patient is in a very impractical position. Patient is lying down in a position like that. And there you are stimulating of all the different sensors. There are hundreds of sensors. Even from the splanchnic areas, you get inputs to the vestibular nuclei. Forget that. There are 5 sensors in the ear itself. There are the proprioceptors. There are the visual input systems. Many things are there which actually influence it. And there, in that particular peculiar position, in a dark room, which has got nothing to do with the patient's day-to-day life, there you are stimulating the patient's ear with water. How is it practically related? And when you are, what am I interested to know about a balance system? Never will my lateral semicircular canal only be stimulated. And my lateral semicircular canal will only be stimulated when I am moving my head in this particular direction. It's not by water or not by air. So that is the only way my lateral semicircular canal will be stimulated. But hell to it, how is my balance system concerned with that? My balance system works on one thing. That means it takes in input from all the different sensors together, and then the higher centers will analyze it and give me a perception. What are you testing then? You make the patient lie down in a particular position, like hooked up the patient in a your car. You hooked up your car in that jack, hydraulic jack up there, and there are 4 attendants. They move the wheel and they tell you, "Haan, gaadi to chalta hai," and you put it on the road. In the car is going to run. So what nonsense are you trying to do by this? The point is that you have to depend more on yourself. What you have learned in all the 6 years of undergraduate, you have seen patients, you are experienced, and you people are the most intelligent people born. Otherwise, you have not been admitted into their medical stream. And you are the most intelligent people, and your intelligence is overridden by 2 things. One is this, what comes out from the printer of one machine attached to some instrument, and what these rascals of pharmaceutical companies representatives, the lies they are coming and telling you. It cannot work like that. Why can't you depend on what you know, what your feeling is, what your brain is analyzing? Your brain is much more effective than any of these machines. So why can't you depend on your own senses rather than on these machines? So this point is, see, the machines are there. You have thought about something, you have checked from the machine. Of course, the machines are important. I am never denouncing the use of machines, but relying only on the machines and overriding it, you think that a machine को डाल दिया, इसलिए हिस्ट्री लेने की जरूरत नहीं, उसको clinical test करने की जरूरत नहीं. That is nonsense. So this is what we need to do. If the symptoms of hearing loss and tinnitus is there, then we do the audiological test. If the symptoms of head spinning are there, then we do the vestibular function test. If unsteadiness, imbalance, and texture are there, then we go in for imaging studies, nerve conduction studies, MRI, angiography, and these are the different types of things that we do. Now, the vestibular science has advanced so very much that for each and every part of the balance organs, we have got very excellent sensitive tests provided that the tests are done properly and authentically by a knowledgeable person who has got the sense of understanding, who has got an understanding of how the vestibular apparatus works. That is very, very important. You see, even if you are doing a VNG test, it is very important that your eyes have to be at a very particular measured distance from the screen where the images are projected. Others will never get the proper recording. So these things, who knows? And when you are doing a caloric test, it is imperative that you give a time gap between the caloric test. And most of these things, how do you put the caloric test? Some people, of course, use that caloric indicators, air caloric indicators, which are available. But air caloric indicators, who is putting the air caloric indicator inside? The air caloric indicators, we have this air caloric indicators since the last 20 years. I am using the air caloric indicators, not the undergrad, but the actual air caloric indicator. I think I am the first person who had the air caloric indicator in our country. When you are using the air caloric indicator, then it is very important that the jet of air does not touch anywhere in the external auditory meatus. It has to fall directly on the tympanic membrane. That is why all air quality irrigators come with an otoscope. And then you have to see, adjust the otoscope, see that it is directed and only the eardrum is being seen, and then you have to put the air in for two reasons. One is that when you are putting the hot and the cold air inside, it is much more hotter and much more colder than the water. You are giving at 50 degrees centigrade and at 24 degrees centigrade, but it is using an air calorimeter, air caloric irrigator, not 7 plus and 7 minus. That is doing in water. In air, you are using much higher thing. So when you are using that air caloric irrigator, if it is slightly bent, what will happen? That air jet will go and not fall on the eardrum. It will fall on the external auditory meatus. It falls on the external auditory meatus. The external auditory meatus is supplied by the vagus nerve, and it will be causing a cardiac stimulation, and it can get a cardiac arrest also. So it is very, very important for your own safety. Don't use it. Good enough. If you are not using it, or have a junior ENT past doctor who can see the otoscope properly, make him use it. And if it is touching on the eardrum and then going into the tympanic membrane, then the temperature has changed tremendously. So you'll be getting unequal stimulation on both sides. So if you cannot take care of these things, then none of you will have the time. You are all very, 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 very busy practitioners, and the amount of money that you charge from your patients for doing a VNG, it is impossible for you to afford that amount of time. Don't do it. Other than getting a wrong result, don't do it. That is, I believe, a much better thing than giving the patient a wrong result. But if you can do it properly, these tests are super excellent. That is also there. But all these things can be tested very well for the utricular, circular, and everything can be very precisely tested. Today I can tell you that your right sacule is 92.6% defective. Your left utricle is 37.6% defective. That is the precision that we have. Like VEM test, if in the doing the VEM test, if there is some amount of conductive deficiency in 1 year, you get a wrong result. So before doing the VEM test, have you done the audiometry test before that? None of you will do it. Then you are actually, and problem is that if the VEM test tells you something, then even whatever you have found clinically from history and clinical examination, you will go more by that. You will not go by that. You will be going by what the VEM test is telling you. But there is a high percentage of VEM test being done erroneously. See, these are extremely important in clinical practice. So then, see, for each and every part of the vestibular labyrinth, we have got different tests, and these are the different tests that are there, and they can test the system in different frequencies also. Okay, so now we come to the treatment part. Treatment is today's perspective. What should be the objective of treatment? Provide symptomatic relief in cases of acute head spinning, taking care of the inherent effects of the antibiotic drug. If we have the opportunity of talking about drugs, then we will tell you how bad these drugs are and how nonsensical these drugs are. Then diagnose the cause of the vertigo and treat the cause of the vertigo rather than merely suppress and camouflage the symptom of vertigo. When a patient of fever comes to you, you give paracetamol for 2 days. For the third day, you blood test done. And do the necessary injection to find out what is the cause of the fever. Why can't you apply the same mind when treating the patient of vertigo? You go on giving the patient of vertigo combo for months together, years together. Why? Treat the comorbidities, specifically psychological and cognitive impact of balance disorder patients. All balance disorders, chronic balance disorders, cause cognitive impairment and psychic impairment. So these things have to be taken care of. So if we have time, I'll tell you few examples of that. Then lastly is the restore the delayed balance function, which is possible only and wholly and solely by physical therapy, not by any medicines whatever the pharma companies are coming and telling you they are dying. It cannot, no medicine can generate your vestibular compensatory mechanism. So the current consensus of treatment is never to continue the vestibular suppressants of antibiotic drug for more than 3 to 5 days at a stretch. It is medically, morally, ethically, and scientifically irrational to continue prescribing the antibiotic drugs for an indefinite period, even though this is the common trend in clinical practice. This is what we have to be careful about. So this is a 1997 law. There also it was written that there is consensus that drugs exerting a sedative effect on the vestibular system should be used only for the first 24 hours, not even 3 days. Because the greater part of the vestibular compensation takes place in the first few hours. 75% of the compensation after a vestibular diuresis or anything will take place in the first few hours only. Like in my new book that is coming out, the chapter on vestibular physiotherapy has been written jointly by me and Dr. Mechano-electrical. Mechano-electrical is one of the top persons. It's a nearly 100-page chapter on vestibular physiotherapy and how the systems work, and all experiments on monkeys and on other animals to show at which part how much works is there in that book. And there he has shown that the biggest part of the vestibular compensation takes place in the first few hours. And so that time, if you are camouflaging the vertigo, you are actually having the patient. So if the patient needs that vertigo, of course, I do not want the patient to have the vertigo and the vomiting. So you have to be rational in what you are doing. You cannot be dogmatic on this. Then these are the patients of about 18,000 patients in our clinic. This is the breakup that we have. And specific disorders, specific therapies exist for all of them, and none of them require a long continuous non-specific therapy with antibiotic drugs. So there is specific therapy for each and every disease. For vestibular seizures, you treat it with antiepileptic drugs. For vestibular paroxysma, you treat it with carbamazepine. For labyrinthitis, you treat it with antibiotics, antivirals, and steroids. For Meniere disease, you treat it with diuretics only. If diuretics fail or diuretics cause problem, then you can gentamicin. Bilateral has been shown over and over again to be non-effective. We will come to that later on if you get the chance of the evidence for it. I'll show you later on if given the opportunity. Then vestibular diuresis is treated by steroids. Cytogenic vertigo by SSRIs and benzodiazepines, and of course counseling. Vertiginous migraine by migraine prophylactics, and BPPV only by the laboratory maneuvers, no medicine. Treating the comorbidities, anxiety, depression, and psychological and emotional problems will be there, and that has to be treated properly and holistically. A holistic approach is necessary, but all concomitant morbidities can be addressed. So these are the drugs. We will not go into the different drugs now. If you have time later on, we'll go into the drugs later on, if time permits. Then, so about the thing, this part only, let me just tell you that the contemporary perceptions in pharmacological vestibular disorders, there are different views. What is now being taught is don't ever prescribe a vestibular series. Then only treat the underlying disease causing the vestibular disorder. Then vestibular physiotherapy only will cure all vestibular disorders. Hence, try to avoid drugs for treating vertigo. This is what is being promoted now in different forums. But this is also not true. Though we are saying this is also not 100% true. You have to be rational. That is what is important. So this is not true. So this perception is also not. It cannot be dogmatic. The vestibular series are needed to allay the patient's acute morbidity and fear, but must be used with utmost discretion and restraint, and never for more than 3 days, not even 5 days. Factoring in all the adverse effects. Even most drugs used for treating underlying disorders have some adverse effects and warrant judicious use. Even if you are using a steroid, that will also have some adverse effects. It is not that only the vestibular series have adverse effects. We are using a diuretic, that will also have adverse effects. So hence, efficacious and rational use of drugs is the key to success of therapy. So there are no untouchables and no wonder drugs in the pharmacological way of vertigo. It is the intellect and rationality of the doctor that matters. That is the only thing that works. Your rationality and your understanding. So these are the different types of exercises that we do will show this to you later on, with all instruments that are made by me. Conclusion is that step 1 is to find out whether there is any actual disorder in the balance system. Meaning of most of the patients, more than 50% will not have a disorder in the vestibular system. To rule out sinister life-threatening causes of vertigo and imbalance, very important. Then to take a very detailed history and identify the probable cause of the balance disorder. Then carry out some clinical tests to advise and carry out some investigations related to the vestibular system where necessary to corroborate your clinical findings. That is all. And to ethically and rationally treat the patient by pharmacotherapy and physical therapy. So this is what is necessary, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
How many pediatric vertigo cases you get, sir, and what is the pattern of that?
We get about, say, I see about 12 to 15 patients are in my clinic. It comes 12 to 15 vertigo patients only. In that, say, a week or 10 days, I will get a pediatric patient. So, about 3%, yeah, not more than that.
And what are the causes?
See, causes is, it is not always easy to know. One of the common causes is benign paroxysmal vertigo of childhood, which is a migraine, but that is now believed to be a secondary cause. Most of the children, they have psychological disorders and they are attention seeking children, and then they have heard about the
So it is not very common.
So that is there, and quite a big part of them also have CH problems. Like an MRI is a must in a child. A vertigo not in an adult. But in a child, always have an MRI done. Because any lesion in the posterior fossa can present with vertigo, in a child cannot take this. So always have the MRI done, take a family history of migraine, ask the patient whether other takes some whether parents have any migraine, chances of that child getting migraine is very high. If the child has got motion sickness, then start with a migraine therapy. Safe drug you can definitely use. And I also do a bit of amitriptyline also. See, beyond 12 years, there is no harm in giving amitriptyline, but really, 12 years, you have to be very careful. Because the amitriptyline is not a very safe drug in children. So, that is a topiramide, they say you can use for 6 years onwards. But I try not to start with the topiramide in a child. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure whether this is migraine or not. If there are other features of migraine also, then we can start. Yeah.
Sir, as you are very famous and many patients you are attending OPD. Sir, there is 100% patient that they are attending you and the OPD, they just get cured, or some many of patients that you are not able to treat them, or they are.
It's a very, very important question. See, I'll repeat this question because many of you may have missed it. That we see so many patients, how many, I would not use the term get cured. Curing is not my job, curing is God's job. My job rests at making the patient comfortable and giving the patient a good quality of life. My job ends over there. Curing is God's job. The point is that rather than using the word cure, like BPPV also, you are doing the manual, the patient is getting relief, but you are not changing the pathology. BPPV is remaining. The patient is going to have it again. So I believe whatever curing takes place, curing is a natural phenomenon, and by God's grace, vestibular neuritis, it have got cured by itself. Had you not been able to catch the patient and put the patient on 6 months of surgery, that would have induced a lot of problems. But other than this, it's not limiting disease. So most are naturally cured. And so I would answer this question in a way: how many patients get relief? I have an excellent system of patient follow-up. All our patients are followed on phone on the 3rd week, 6th week, and 12th week as a routine. And we have a big Excel sheet, the patient's name, diagnosed by what is the diagnosis, patient's drug, and patient's response is written down. Here, let me tell you that 90% of the patients, more than 90% of the patients, give a very, very positive response. They said that yes, we are very fine now. Some patients will say, psychogenic patients and all, they will say, "नहीं अभी थोड़ा लगता है, मगर 90% ठीक है." So that happens. But at the same time, you get a very good result. Where have I learned whatever I do from? Where have I learned from? Books and all were not so much prevalent at that time. And another thing of the one, let me tell you, books are written mainly by people who do not see patients. They are more theoretical. If you do see patients, their idea is different. This thing they are now trying to write is a clinician's perspective of vertigo. The handbook for clinical practice. This is a book that is now coming out. So this 35 years of experience of treating vertigo patients, what I try to put down on pen and paper, these are the international guidelines, and this is what I feel about it, and this is the rationale behind it. So that is what this book is all about. The point is that I have learned basically by trying out things on patients and then getting the feedback and understanding. Like from 1994 onwards, I have been using anti-migraine therapy in patients of vertigo. In Meniere patients. If 6 questions I have, if out of the 6 questions 4 are positive, then we start with a superlative or something like that. This is which I have learned. Now they are coming in books and all. We never try to publish them or do anything to them, but then you found your own ideas from this. So this is something that are very important that you are. If you do it properly, more than 90% of patients get very successful.
Sir, patient पे अगर आपको can be clinically diagnosed which canal is restored?
Clinically diagnosed, yes. See, the best way of doing it is by the head impulse test. But in the head impulse test, you'll be able to diagnose only the lateral canals, not the anterior and posterior canals. For that, if you have the HIT machine, it is somewhat of a help. And head impulse test, sir, even with my practice, I do head impulse test in not many patients, but even I miss out on a lot of patients. It's not a very easy sign to recognize, and it is difficult to recognize head impulse test. You will pick up the lateral canals. Other canals you cannot.
Foresee you can diagnose with
With the other canals, you have to diagnose by the HIT only. You cannot diagnose anterior and posterior canal defects by any of these clinical tests. That is not possible. And another thing, sir, let me tell you, the books is not taught. Nobody discusses this thing, but in practice we find a lot of other things. Lateral canals are important. But why do you need to know about the anterior and posterior canals in each and every patient? I don't think, this is a personal observation. I don't think that the anterior and posterior canals are that very important in your day-to-day life. Otherwise, if a patient is having, say, a BPPV, then one of the treatments is the posterior canal occlusion. When you are doing a posterior canal occlusion, that canal is getting completely blocked. Does the patient have any problems in day-to-day life? Nothing happens. Rahul also does a lot of these posterior canal things. And in fact, one thing which I suggested to me when you were over there, I have said it to many people, and many people have later told me that it works very, very well. So the way he does it, so they block the posterior semicircular canals in our, I don't know whether it does it now, but the posterior canal, nothing happens to these patients. So if nothing happens to the patient, then why do I need to find out about the anterior posterior canals in each and every patient? I don't think it is that much important. But then it's nobody. What my personal experience.
Okay. BPV may happen with the Meniere also. With Meniere disease.
Yes, of course. Meniere disease patients and these vestibular, post-vestibular neuritis patients, vestibular migraine patients, a huge lot of them develop. I think the reason is because in these diseases, the vestibular labyrinth gets damaged, and so the particles become loose and then I think that may be the reason why this happens.
What's your opinion about the vestibulopathy which occurs in the body just by vestibular?
See, raised by vestibulopathy is a price that you have to pay for staying alive longer than you should. The price that we pay.
But
So,
it's reported.
I would never come down the staircase without holding. I would never. Like I am 65, 66, I'm 66 now. Like we have now our house is being remade, and there I have put in a handle in the toilet from where the toilet I come out. I have also put in a handle over there. I'll be eating, and in this lifetime I will not have enough money to again leave the house. So we are now, these are things, our balance system actually becomes less sensitive with age, and unfortunate thing is that God is very difficult to fight with nature. A balance system becomes weaker with age, and at the same time, as we age, I would need the balance system much more because I can trip and fall, which I would not have fallen at your age, because I would not say if there's something folded carpet over here, I could not pick it up as fast as you and I would. So I need my balance system to be more effective. But we age. Like you see, we try to do a lot of things fighting against nature, and we usually don't win. Like see, one thing that we do, this audio is bit hearing exam. Aged people, in their age, what happens? In aged people, the hearing loss is more in the higher frequencies. Okay, you fit them a hearing aid, yet then they have problems. In here, they're not very clear with it. Why that happens? Because another issue is that when I am talking to you as a human being, I will be pronouncing my vowels, the broken sounds, much louder than my high frequency sound. That is how human speech is. So nature wants that my high frequencies will be lesser. And when I'm aging, it's my high frequencies which are mainly getting affected. And I'm also pronouncing my high frequency consonants softly when I'm talking. You see, it's a fight against nature. And in a fight against nature, you can only win 10%. Not
So what
we
do
more than
you get
50%.
for migraines? Migraines, what type?
Post migraine vertigo, it is as common, if not more common, than BPPV.
So what treatment do you give?
Oh, treatment. See, we first put on the lifestyle modification treatment. We have a very
Restrictions.
strict restriction, lifestyle modifications, and then the book teaching that you start with one drug and then slowly go on increasing. I am in high-end private practice, but I don't do that. I begin with more drugs and then slowly bring it down. I would start a patient depending on the patient. Different patients using different drugs. Like the patient is very fat, I would not start with fluorinazine and propranolol. But then they're very safe drugs. If there is no hypotension or no bradycardia, propranolol is a very good drug. But start with fluorinazine also. Fluorinazine in aged patients you cannot give because it patient is very thin, I would not start with propiramide. If the patient is in the child bearing age, I would not give divalproxone. So you see, you have to think about which drug when. 3 to 6 months at least. 3 months definitely. Some patients for 6 months, and after they try and see, and ultimately, like as sir was asking me, cure. Michael, how cure करने वाला कौन है? Then is genes. So when I cure is migraine. It will be there if I am happy, if I can control it partly also, my job is more better. Thank you. I what is the next lecture?
On a syndromic approach and decision making for vertigo.
So, I've sent it.
Actually, I'm looking at it after last talk.
Sir, sir, syndromic deficiency approach and afternoon therapeutic options. Yes, yes. Sir, it has come.
Yeah.
Over time, you have to change your diagnosis. Over time, you have to change your diagnosis.
I am a very adamant person. But then, say, in not more than 5%, if you put the history very thoroughly, each patient takes an hour. So, taking the history very thoroughly, you won't very much need to change the diagnosis and only based on what we need to change the diagnosis, non-responsive treatment. Yes, non-responsiveness treatment will change the diagnosis. Mainly happens with mistaking a patient of Meniere disease as vestibular migraine or mistaking a patient of vestibular migraine as Meniere. That's one thing that we commonly have to do. We need to change the diagnosis.
So migraine is always the therapeutic approach which is confirmed over time.
Nothing else. There is no marker for migraine. We do a therapeutic approach and see how the patient is responding. And you also have to do that.
That is important.
That's the most important thing. The patient is like you have to be like. You are like a patient that does not work. It's true. The second person where we go with.
Can we have all the lights on, please?
There's so many. Is it not working?
It's working. It's working now.
पता नहीं प्रोजेक्ट समस्या गुस्सा कर रहे
So that's okay. So one more round. So we start off with there is
Speaking is good. Gases or
so there is this one particular patient who tells that he is standing on the bench in the railway station, right, somewhere around 9:30. Suddenly he felt a very strong pushing sensation to the back and then he fell. Again, a few months later, one more fall he had. This is the story of this one particular patient. Just keep that in mind, that's all. He had one fall, one more fall. After a few days, when he was in the bus stand again. Then there is this child in the school. He has fainted and he has fallen. This is the second patient. Then the third person who comes to you, he comes and tells, sir, I get a sound in the ear, my hearing goes down, and then I get severe feeling sensation, I cannot get up for the next 1.5 hours, 2 hours. Then after that, I become better. This is the story that this particular person is saying. Then there is this fourth person who comes and tells, sir, I am busy. When? All the time. All the time busy. Okay, what is the problem, sir? I am all the time busy. Okay, that is the other person. Then the other person, fifth person comes and tells you, sir, my problem is, I'm sitting, I'm okay. I'm lying down, I'm okay. When I start to understand, when I start to stand and start walking, my problem starts. As long as I'm lying down, I'm sitting, I'm all okay. This is the story of Agarwal. There is one more patient who comes and tells, when I roll in the bed right there, when I bend down to wear shoes, when I look up to look at something, that is the time I get a severe spinning. The rest of the time I don't get severe spinning. These are all typical stories that you come across every day in your practice. Isn't that right? Now, our approach is how do we take this particular example for a deep particular explore a little deep and reach a specific diagnosis. Okay, so that is what we are going to attend. Search for the inverse. I can reconnect it, but we need some. Reconnect it. Connect it. Rejected. Just reject it. I can go back to the black.
That is good.
So you use your laptop. So use
The charge then. Let's do it. See the presentation.
sir.
But making us more relevant. It's giving our time to we will learn.
Sir, you will always remain relevant. These interviews have a benefit actually. This kind of interviews keep us awake. Password don't ask. This is MBBS first year girlfriend saying. See. Okay. Shall we all stand up one second?
We can stand for you.
Please. So we got some stories. we proceed based on how to go with each other's story. For several years in the practice of vertigo, there used to be this attempt that we used to do, trying to make, just tell me whether it is peripheral or central. This is a paradigm which I call a comfort paradigm. The ENT feels happy when it is not peripheral, sends it to neuro. Neuro feels happy that it is not central and sends it to another ENT. That is the paradigm. It goes to another ENT, not even comes back. So instead of taking that kind of a paradigm of a comfort paradigm, that's okay. Okay, that is what is a comfort paradigm. Instead of going of this peripheral and central paradigm, just get out of that paradigm and move to a paradigm called as embrace the structured effort paradigm. Structured effort means there is a structure, there is a map that you are going to follow. Based on that map, you are going to put some effort to reach a conclusion, reach a diagnosis in each of them. As Dr. Vishwas sir told you just before, the moment you reach a diagnosis, a lot of the diagnoses have a specific therapeutic approach that is there. So we should reach a diagnosis. So how do we go about reaching that particular diagnosis? First thing is, start off by allow the patient to talk for 5 minutes. After you allow the patient to talk for 5 minutes, in your mental map, put the patient in one of these groups. Recurrent spontaneous vertigo lasting minutes to hours. Hello. Recurrent spontaneous vertigo lasting minutes to hours. Sometimes can be days. Recurrent spontaneous short lasting vertigo, dizziness or convulsions. Recurrent immediately triggered short lasting vertigo. Falls. Predominant complaint of difficulty in walking. The first episode of vertigo or dizziness. The chronic persistent dizziness and recent onset persistent dizziness. I gave you some examples. Each of those examples can be put into one of these groups. The person who in the railway station had a sudden mid propulsion and fall, that falls into which group? They have a group called falls. That person who tells he gets tinnitus, he gets hearing loss, and then for a few hours he starts getting vertigo. Where does that person fall? Recurrent spontaneous vertigo lasting leads to hours. That one person who tells, when I'm lying down, I'm okay, I'm sitting, I'm okay, my problem starts when I start getting up and walking. I can't walk, I have a fear of walking. That person falls predominant complaint of difficulty walking in that particular group. Like this, each patient, the person who tells, when I look down, when I look up, when I roll in bed, only then I get a short lasting vertigo. Less than a minute it is there, but only a recurrent, triggered short lasting vertigo. Triggered immediately means patient knows now only. When I do that only, I get that. So this is the kind of different kinds of stories, and you know based on that particular story, by allowing the patient to talk for 5 minutes, you are able to put the patient in one of these groups. The moment you put into one of these groups, then we proceed with the structure. This is the structured effort. Structure for that particular group. Okay, that is what we are going to see now. So, for what is the structure for that particular group? Okay. So now the first one we will take recurrent spontaneous vertigo lasting minutes to hours. What are all the differential diagnoses? The commonest causes that you need to be always keeping in mind, and keep your mind open about some more causes. The commonest causes are, we share this presentation, don't bother. Okay. Vestibular migraine, Meniere disease, possibly posterior circulation, transient distributor, posterior circulation. But always keep in mind, there can be migraine mimics, which can cause audiovestibular symptoms. Migraine mimics, which are not migraine. Idiopathic intracranial hypertension, spontaneous intracranial hypotension. These are migraine mimics, which can also present in recurrent vertigo. There are conditions called as episodic ataxias, which can also present as recurrent vertigo. The moment we have these 5 diagnoses in mind, okay, when the person comes, most of the time we will be falling under one of these diagnoses. Most commonly top 3, otherwise the next 2. That itself makes our life comfortable because you are not thinking in terms of 100 conditions that are there in the book. Patient has come to me, minutes to hours, sometimes days. These attacks are there, recurrent attacks. Spontaneous attacks. Spontaneous attacks. There is no immediate trigger. There can be other triggers like having viscous sleep, all those things, but then immediate trigger like a BPPV is not. And then you know these are the conditions I am considering. Now, when you are considering these particular conditions, let us go one after the other. The first one was migraine. By far the commonest diagnosis that you will come across in a person who has recurrent attacks of vertigo lasting minutes to hours or sometimes days, it is spontaneous, is vestibular migraine. But the problem in diagnosing vestibular migraine is, okay, non-appreciation of all the different ways in which the vestibular symptoms come. When you look at the Barony Society criteria of vestibular migraine, what Barony Society suggests is the word that is used is not vertigo. The word that is used in Barony Society criteria of vestibular migraine is vestibular symptoms. Okay, that is the point. This word is vestibular symptoms. Spontaneous vertigo, these vestibular symptoms can be these fivefold. It can be spontaneous vertigo, which is internal vertigo or external vertigo. What is the meaning of internal vertigo? Internal vertigo means even with your eyes closed, you feel that there is a sensation of movement or spinning. This is internal vertigo. When it comes to external vertigo, it means when the eyes are open, they can feel the movement of the surrounding in one direction. This external vertigo is a false sensation that the visual surround is spinning or flowing. This is the external vertigo. External vertigo disappears the moment eyes are closed. If a person has external vertigo, if the person tells this is spinning, that means the person has a jerk disturbance. Okay, this external vertigo is a visual consequence of jerk disturbance. Lights is on, switch on the lights. Then that was spontaneous vertigo. The next thing is positional vertigo. Please remember this one thing. It used to be not appreciated that much that migraine causes positional vertigo. Lights on, please. All the lights in the room on. Thank you. So, yes. Positional vertigo. We have to appreciate that migraine causes BPPV-like symptoms. Migraine causes positional vertigo. Okay, so positional vertigo can be caused by migraine, and we have to appreciate that. Visually induced vertigo triggered by a complex or large moving visual stimulus, which means this person can also tell when I am standing, a large truck passes in front of me, I feel that I am going to fall. Okay, that kind of sensation can be visually induced. The person is walking, going to the shopping mall or a supermarket and walking like this, on both sides, things are moving very fast, visual surround. They are moving, they are seeing car chase scenes on the TV, okay, or on the laptop, whatever, they feel vertiginous. Head motion induced vertigo or head motion induced dizziness. What is this meaning of head motion induced vertigo? What did we see when we talked about vertigo? What is the definition of vertigo?
False sense of movement.
False sense of movement when there is no movement. When there is no movement, there was a false sense of movement, which is classically called as vertigo. Head motion induced vertigo means when you are actually making a movement, you are also having a sensation which is still called vertigo. That is part 2 of the definition. Vertigo now has 2 parts of definition. Part 1 of the definition is sensation of movement in the absence of movement. Part 2 of the definition is altered speed or altered direction of movement when you are actually moving. Which means when I am slowly moving like this, if I feel that I am moving very fast, that is also called vertigo. Okay. If I am turning like this, but if I feel that I am falling backwards, that is also called vertigo. So 2-part definition. Part 1, sense perception of motion when there is no motion. Part 2 definition, perception of an altered sense, altered direction or altered speed of motion. Then dizziness is when patient simply tells, when I move fast, I feel somewhat. That's all. There is really, the person is not really able to tell that I am turning like this, but I feel like I am falling backwards, or when I slowly move, I am moving very fast. That kind of a sensation. Patient will not tell. So what do we need to keep in mind? Where did we start off? We started off by putting the patient in several groups based on 5 minutes of talking to the patient. Now we are into the first group. The first group that we are dealing with the patient who comes to you with recurrent spontaneous attacks of vertigo. Each episode is lasting minutes to hours, in some cases even days, but they are recurring. They come again and again. And again. This is the thing. In that group, you are considering how many diagnoses? 5. Vestibular migraine, Meniere disease, posterior circulation TIA, rarely migraine minutes, and last one was episodic attacks. These are the things that should immediately come to our mind. And then we are using our map. First and foremost, we are trying to tell maybe this patient who is in front of me represents vestibular migraine. So you are also seeing all the different ways in which the vestibular migraine presents to us. Perfect? Okay. Let that come. By then I will just go to the. And there are other ways in which we make a migraine history. Okay, migraine diagnosis in terms of family history, personal history of headache, phonophobia, photophobia, all those things. Okay. Next thing we will consider is Meniere disease. When it comes to Meniere disease, we know triad or tetrad of symptoms, correct? Earfulness, tinnitus, is that right? Tinnitus, earfulness, hearing loss, and vertigo. These episodes keep coming again and again and again. But when it comes to Meniere disease symptoms, we need to keep one thing in mind, that there are patients which is a small proportion but significant number when it comes to absolute numbers of patients who don't have the full manifestation, especially in the beginning months or beginning years sometimes. In the beginning, some person may be having only cochlear symptoms, in which case we call it as a typical Meniere disease or cochlear Meniere disease. There may be another person who only gets vertigo without cochlear symptoms. Okay, in which case we call it as a recurrent vestibulopathy. Okay, or vestibular Meniere disease, vestibular Meniere. They can later on develop everything. One more different Meniere variant that we should keep in mind is a kind of Meniere disease called as a delayed Meniere disease. Delayed Meniere disease is a person who has had sensory neural hearing loss long ago. In that year, now from that year is developing recurrent vertigo. These are the differences. These are the different incomplete manifestations and atypical manifestations that we should be knowing. When it comes to Meniere disease, one of the criteria that that becomes very important in the diagnosis of Meniere disease is the duration. 20 minutes to 12 hours, maximum 24 hours. This is the definition of Meniere disease. When you say 20 minutes to 12 hours, duration deals with the time during which the individual has to be completely resting. See, there can be Meniere disease patient who tells, okay, how long after the episode? It is 1 week. But when you go little deep and you ask, okay, it is 1 week is what you are telling, but how long do you have to be force yourself into the bed? Then it will be only few hours. After that, I feel little swaying, maybe this thing for next 1 more week. But actual, so for the definition criteria of Meniere disease, when we use 12 minutes to 20 minutes to 12 hours, we are using this duration to represent the time at which the patient has to be completely rested, not the entire duration of the symptom. Okay, so this is how you use this particular criteria, and you know the symptoms of the Meniere disease. Keep the diagnosed variants in mind, cochlear or atypical Meniere disease, which I told you, recurrent vestibulopathy or vestibular Meniere disease, where only the vestibular symptoms come, and the delayed Meniere disease, vertigo originating from an ear which had lost hearing long ago. Now, the next thing that we need to keep in mind is posterior circulation, transient ischemic attack. In case of posterior circulation, transient ischemic attack, entertain this diagnosis even in isolated recurrent vertigo without other brainstem or cerebellar symptom for 6 months into the course. What am I telling you? Whenever you think of a TIA, whenever you think of a posterior circulation vascular insufficiency, the first thing that comes to our mind is, are there other signs? Is there dangerous Ds, diplopia, dysarthria? Okay, all the dangerous Ds is what we look for. But we need to keep in mind that posterior circulation TIAs can manifest as monosymptomatic vertigo. Only as vertigo it can manifest. how long you need to entertain that particular diagnosis of monosymptomatic vertigo? You need to entertain the diagnosis minimum 6 months into the course. If the person comes and tells, I have been getting only vertigo, recurrent vertigo, lasting minutes. But then how long do you think, sir? 5 saal se bola. Then you did not even think of posterior circulation. Okay, that is the thing. This criteria helps us. Up to 6 months, very high possibility that monosymptomatic vertigo also represents a posterior circulation. TIA. 6 months later, the chances come down. After 2 years, almost you can think that it is non-existent. Okay, this is the one point that gives so much of comfort for us by going backward. There can be other symptoms during attack like sleepiness, facial paralysis, diplopia, etc. What other things will tell us that what we are looking at in this particular patient is actually a posterior circulation TIA. There are other features in the history. The attacks rarely last more than 15 minutes. Though the definition of TIAs would be 24 hours and all those things, now nobody neurologist actually reads for the symptoms to go for 24 hours. That is the time by which they would be considering angiolysis, so many things, okay? Thrombolysis, all this. But most of these posterior circulation TIA monosymptomatic vertigos, they are hardly 15 minutes. They don't last longer than 15 minutes. If the duration of the episode is greater than 20 minutes, then it is unlikely to be a TIA. That is also another point. The next point that you are supposed to keep in mind is a pattern of what recurrent vertigo called a crescendo pattern. What do I mean by a crescendo pattern? Patient comes and tells, sir, check up. There is a vertigo, spinning vertigo, whatever. When was the first attack? 3 months before. When was the second attack? 1 month after the first episode. When was the third attack? Just 3 weeks gap. One more. When was the fourth attack? Just 2 weeks gap. Fifth attack, not even 1 week gap. Now every alternate day. If you see attacks becoming closer and closer and closer and closer, then you again entertain the diagnosis of transient ischemic attack. Do you have clear pointers? Next thing that we have is keep in mind the migraine mimics with audiovestibular symptoms, idiopathic intracranial hypertension. These patients can have lucid intervals between attacks. There may be one attack, very severe attack of 15 minutes, 20 minutes. There is a lucid interval of few hours, and then again one more attack comes. So this kind of a pattern can happen. Intermittent tinnitus, especially when pulsatile. If the patient comes and has tinnitus, even between vertigo episodes, and if that tinnitus is pulsatile, by far the commonest diagnosis of pulsatile tinnitus is actually idiopathic intracranial hypertension. It is not any vascular malformation, it is not the glomus, it is not. The commonest cause of pulsatile tinnitus in clinical practice is actually idiopathic intracranial hypertension. Okay. Then there can be something called as a transient visual obscurations. These are patients who suddenly, maybe sometimes posturally induced, sometimes spontaneously, sometimes on sudden changing of posture. Patient will tell, when there's a juke, suddenly a sound comes. Okay, that is going to be all blackout for few, like I can't see, for a few seconds, and then it disappears. Suddenly, when they turn like this, it becomes like this. These kind of transient visual obscurations can again suggest idiopathic intracranial hypertension. This can also be a feature of the next condition, spontaneous intracranial hypotension also. Severe head motion intolerance that can be severe enough to cause emesis. Person, sometimes they are admitted in the ward, they turn little bit. If they are full still, the moment little down, they start vomiting. That is also possible in them. Severe visual vertigo, when you take the person, you are doing a video stimulography, optokinetic screen is moving, they start puking then and there. Again, idiopathic intracranial hypertension is a possibility to be. Next thing to know, episodic ataxias. Ataxia of stance, gait, and limb. Dizziness and vertigo that last from many minutes up to days. But how do you get this particular diagnosis of all the things? It look so much like my migraine. Fine. But there are in episodic ataxias, there are interictal ocular motor abnormalities. The competing sign that can be there is even in episodic ataxia, there can be headache. But in episodic ataxias, oscillopsia, diplopia, dysarthria, muscle weakness, all these things. And there are actual ataxias. And then interictal ocular motor abnormality. It means in 90% of the people you get this. Interictal means even when you examine the patient, when it rarely so happens in vertigo practice that in between the attack you get so many eye sites in other conditions. Whereas here you get these are you may get a downbeat and gaze open. You may get a saccadic smooth pursuit and you may get impaired fixation suppression, POR suppression, saccadic smooth pursuit. And what are all these things? When the person looks to the right, there is a nystagmus which beats like this. The eye beats like this. The person looks to the left, person downbeat and gazing. This is called a side pocket nystagmus. Okay, that kind of nystagmus. Saccadic smooth pursuit. You ask the person to smoothly follow, but the eye follows in a jerky manner. Impaired fixation suppression, POR suppression. What happens here is, see, in the morning we were doing an experiment and we were talking about this. When you are asking the person to look at something that is fixed in the front, and you move the head right and left. When I move the head right, the eye moves to the left. When I move the head to the left, the eye moves to the right. Perfect. What is happening in that? When I move to the right side, the endolymph flow is to the left side. There is a stimulation of the semicircular canal that engages the vestibular-ocular reflex, which moves the opposite side, abducens, okay, and then the same side, medial rectus. Both of them, the eye moves to the opposite side. This is what is happening. Now let us take one more situation. I am looking straight ahead, I am looking at reverser, and then I am turning eyes are on to that side. Now, I will do the same head movement, but instead of looking at sir, I will look at the mic and then make the head movement. Did the eye movement happen now? Did the eye movement happen? No, it did not happen. In the first case also, I moved my head. In the second case also, I moved my head. Head movement means fluid flow. Fluid flow in the internal, in the inner ear means that there has been fluid flow means cupular deflected. Cupular deflected means action potentials got generated. Action potentials got generated means the eye should have moved. But in one condition, the eyes moved. In other behavioral condition, eyes did not move. What is the difference between the two?
The torso also.
Sir?
The torso also move with the leg.
The torso also moved with the leg. The head moved to the right. When that happened, though the fluid moved, though the action potential got generated, still the eyes did not move because of VOR suppression. Because cerebellum sent one projection to the vestibular nucleus and told vestibular nucleus, now the behavioral stability is different. Don't send this signal to the eye.
Artificial intelligence.
This is actually okay. So the cerebellum tells stop. Don't send this signal there. In one simple clinical test, by asking the patient to look like this, first turn like this, seeing a nystagmus, and another time point at their thumb and then turn right and then turn left. And if you can demonstrate that the VOR is not getting suppressed, you can know that cerebellum is not working. Because it's a cerebellar function. It's a cerebellar floccular function to suppress the nystagmus. That has to happen with VOR suppression. Impaired VOR suppression can be part of episodic ataxia. So now, let us just summarize what all we saw. Okay. We first started off by taking few examples. We all agreed that talking to the patient for a few minutes, in most cases, we will be able to put them into one of these groups. Is that right? We all agreed. So we took one patient, put them into one group. The first group was recurrent spontaneous vertigo lasting minutes to hours, sometimes days. In that, we considered 3 common differential diagnoses and 2 additional extra diagnoses. Common was vestibular migraine, Meniere disease, TIA, posterior circulation TIA, and then idiopathic infantile hypertension, that is migraine mimics, and then episodic attacks. That is it. Remember these things. In most patients, you have a map, okay, to reach a conclusion. So you ask the person, okay, what is it? You have 4 tetrad of symptoms. Then you think in terms of Meniere disease. You have photophobia, phonophobia, positional vertigo, maybe. Then you think in terms of vestibular migraine. If you have both tetrad of symptoms and also migraine features, you will call it as a migraine Meniere overlap syndrome. Meniere migraine overlap syndrome. That's it. Okay. First group is there. Have you mastered that? Happy? Yes. Okay. You all of yourselves are back. So now next thing is recurrent spontaneous short-lasting vertigo. See, short-lasting vertigo, we have always been told about short-lasting vertigo coming on changing the position. Is that correct? Correct. But there can also be spontaneous short-lasting vertigo. There can be people in whom there can be vertigo which just comes momentarily and then goes on its own. Very, very short-lasting, few seconds, few minutes. What are all the possibilities that are there? There comes a child who is around 3.5 years old, a toddler, who is playing. Suddenly, the whole room is spinning, goes and clings onto the mother, clings onto something. Within less than a minute, the person becomes completely normal after that. This kind of a history, it is called benign paroxysmal vertigo of childhood. BPPV, benign paroxysmal vertigo of childhood. It is open and shut diagnosis most of the time. But still, we will do something that I will come to a little later. But this is most of the time the diagnosis benign paroxysmal vertigo of childhood. In teenagers and in younger patients, you get a similar kind of thing. If you do an MRI, you are likely to show a cross compression of the nerve on the root entry zone. Okay. In younger middle-aged people, you will be able to show a vascular root which actually enters the internal Utricular. Okay. Chavda, ABC, all those things. In the elderly patient, again there will be vascular cross compression. Here, the compression is not because of that internal canal root, or it will not be because of root this thing. It may be root entry, but it is because the vertebral artery and the basilar artery that are there has become so elongated and it has become so ectatic that it is going like this. If you do MR angiography, you will not see one vertebral like this, one vertebral coming and becoming basilar. You will see this vertebral going like this and coming back like this, and then becoming the basilar. Which is pressing on the medulla, it is pressing on the nerves, on all these things. These are all the different anatomical possibilities. These are the anatomical possibilities. This is another condition. The point to be noted is this name sounds like BPPV. Correct? This name sounds like BPPV. It has nothing to do with positional vertigo. This is spontaneous vertigo. This is not positionally triggered. It comes on its own. Only the name sounds like that. Probably we should have chosen a different name. Okay. But it is benign paroxysmal vertigo of childhood. In all ages, irrespective of all these things, you may not find any of these things. In all ages, migraine can cause short-lasting spurts. You get the school teacher who will come and tell, sir, I was stressed out, there was a lot of classes I used to take, I have not slept. When I am taking a class, I feel once in a while, I feel this migraine. Okay? Above 40 years, episodes between 55 and 20 minutes, please consider TIAs. That's what I told. 20 minutes if it exceeds, then TIA becomes very, very necessary. 20 minutes exceeds, then it is more likely to start becoming migraine. There are multiple papers written by Miller Fisher, okay, the great neurologist Miller Fisher, who talks about a lot of these vascular-like symptoms, but which are not vascular. Okay, he called them migraine accompaniments. Okay, migraine accompaniments. Okay, that's a beautiful paper to read. Children deserve EEG before other diagnosis are given. Even though you know that it is BPPV, please still do an EEG before you tell, okay, it is BPPV. Reassure the patient, it is very likely a very benign condition which will on its own go off, but the rule is that before I give you the diagnosis, I will get an EEG done. Get an EEG done, then you do the diagnosis. So,
Sir, one question. I had a kid about 2 weeks back.
yes, sir.
Some 8 to 10 years old kid.
Yes.
The only complaint was no relation to anything. whenever he's walking or not on light thoughts, more on walking or whenever he's standing also, he used to feel a kind of an impulse of falling backwards. It was always falling backwards. That's it. No other symptoms.
Okay, sir. That again, possibly that there is a cross combination, possibly there is a migraine. Still, one more thing, just look at the CV junction with the MRI.
So how do you make this root entry zone compression diagnosis? Like
MRI.
MRI.
All these three things need MRI.
Okay.
Okay.
And
MRI is
what
really
is the
important.
significant thing which you tell that it is the root entry zone compression?
You just write in the MRI prescription, the request that you are writing, that you are looking for neurovascular conflict
Okay.
in the 7th and 8th nerve complex. Neurovascular
So
conflict.
you came from pons to the interorbital nerve.
So you can ask right here you are looking. Specifically as far as CIS 3D sequence, CISS 3D sequence, CIS 3D sequence. What is done in CIS 3D sequence is, we all know that there are MRI protocols which enhance CSF, there are MRI protocols which suppress CSF. In the protocol that enhances CSF, this enhances CSF even further.
Okay.
When it enhances CSF even further, even a small sliver of CSF between two adjacent structures will be seen. If in that over-enhanced CSF also you are not able to see a CSF between two adjacent structures, it means they are in contact.
Okay.
That is it. You are not able to see. I have tried to do a sequence, that steady state sequence to such an extent, even little bit, 0.1 ml I should pick up, but I am still not picking up, which means this blood vessel and this nerve are touching on.
One thing more I want.
Yes,
So you have written deserve EEG before the other diagnoses are given. So what are other diagnoses we should think? Only for that diagnosis to make immediate EEG.
Absolutely.
If EEG normal, then only.
Then only you do that.
Okay. And if the child is already having a history of this epilepsy and all,
Then I will go in favor of epilepsy as the explanation for this.
for the symptoms. Okay.
So you also need to do a 2D or a 3D flight, time of flight sequence to identify this or just this protocol should have.
So far I have been relying only on this protocol.
Only this protocol.
So far. I'll have to look into that. What is your experience? Use
I advise that
your
time of flight.
Yes.
Because being a neurology institute, I find other neurologists doing it, so I do it.
Excellent.
So I needed to know why do I do
Yes.
it.
I need to go and read up. I'm often how. Thank you, sir. So what all we saw? We saw two groups. We have finished two groups. Is that right? Well, first group was recurrent spontaneous vertigo lasting minutes. The second group was recurrent spontaneous vertigo lasting short lasting, which is spontaneous again. So the third group is, it is again short lasting, it is again recurrent, but this is triggered by something. Okay, it is triggered by something. So what is that? It is triggered by something. Patient clearly tells, when I do this only, I get this. If I don't do this, okay. In fact, they would have learned not to do something. So what are all the things they do? What are all the different diagnoses that are possible? I roll in bed and I get vertigo, BPPV. This presentation will be shared. Don't worry. Bending forward and backward, BPPV. Turning head right and left in upright position, rotational vertebral arteries. I am in the upright position. Just see the difference between a BPPV versus a rotational vertebral arteries. And if I have BPPV, the most dependent part of the posterior canal exists in one particular place. When I turn like this, does the most dependent part change? No, it doesn't change. So, a person with BPPV will never get symptoms only for this kind of turns. They will only get symptoms when they change the orientation of the gravity line of the head against the gravity line of the earth vertical. Only when they do this, when they do this, is when they get symptoms. They don't get symptoms. Okay? But in the bed, when they do this, they will get, because that line changes the line of. Turning it right and left in upright rotational vertebral artery. What is this rotational vertebral artery? The other name given for rotational vertebral artery syndrome is Bow-Hunter syndrome. You know Bow-Hunters? During the Ramayana days, you see like this. Correct? We do this. So what happens is the neck turns to one particular side. Now, what is the underlying pathology in Bowhunter syndrome? The underlying pathology in these people is, one is there may be some amount of osteophytes, those things. There may be some amount of articular degeneration, these things. In addition to that, on the other side, one side, the vertebral artery is already stenosed. One side vertebral artery is already stenosed. When one side vertebral artery is already stenosed, all the blood supply is going to the posterior circulation through one single vertebral artery. Even in a normal person, when you turn the head to the left, right side vertebral is getting kinked because the transverse foramina move on top of the other. Okay, they get kinked. But when this was getting kinked, in a normal person, the other side is able to supply the posterior circulation. When I think like this side is able to supply, this side is getting kinked, this side is supplying the posterior circulation. But if the left is already stenosed, now when I turn to the left, this is getting kinked, that is already stenosed, no blood supply, posterior circulation, patient gets. Or patient gets vertigo, depending on how bad the ischemia is. That is turning head right in the upright position, rotational. Getting up from supine causes dizziness, but getting back to supine makes individual feel better. I am lying down. When I get up, I feel a pulsion, I feel dizzy. In a BPPV patient, getting up also changes head orientation in relation to line of gravity, correct? Going back also is change in head orientation in relation to gravity. So a BPPV patient will tell getting up also is symptomatic, going back also is symptomatic. They go to the at night and they sleep. They lie down on the bed, they get symptoms. Morning they get up, they get symptoms. A person with orthostatic hypotension, getting up is symptomatic, lying back down relieves the problem. Sometimes just this getting up may not be adequate stimulus enough, in which case they have to get up and then stand up to really feel dizzy. So any person who comes early morning, they get up and they come with a severe fall. Two differential diagrams, one is BPPV, another is orthostatic hypotension. Exercise of the upper limb. If the person starts moving the upper limb too much, okay, then they start feeling dizzy, they fall. Then it is subclavian steel syndrome. What is happening in subclavian steel syndrome is the blood supply to the upper limb comes through the subclavian artery. But subclavian proximal artery is also the artery which gives blood supply to the vertebral artery. Vertebral artery takes. Now, if there is a strong stenosis, even before the vertebral begins, if there is a stenosis of the subclavia, the blood supply to the limb is actually coming now with a reverse flow from top. The reverse flow from top is actually giving blood supply. You start exercising, the reverse flow becomes so much that it is stealing blood from the brain and giving it to the hand. That is why it is called subclavian steel syndrome. Okay, so far clear? Touching the neck while shaving makes the person feel dizzy. Carotid sinus hypersensitivity. This is what, okay, Vishwas sir was talking about when he was talking about carotid sinus massage and the ECG. Okay, this carotid sinus hypersensitivity is also known in the youngsters. It becomes even more common in the elderly, to the extent that there are people, elderly people, who come with false history because of paroxysmal supraventricular tachycardia triggered by carotid hypersensitivity. Okay. Only during head motion, during the act of head motion. Only when I am doing like this, nothing. But when I suddenly move, I feel vertigo. You are doing a Dixon-like test for the patient. When you take the person down, no nystagmus. When your patient bringing the patient up back, the patient. But then you don't see any nystagmus after. Only during the action of motion. Only during head motion you are seeing. That can be a manifestation of vestibular migraine. Okay, fine. So what all we saw? We are doing something called a Simhavalokana Krama. This is how Mahabharata was written. Where they start off, they describe, then they tell, listen, O Janame Jaya, and then it starts. Recapitulation, Again tell. Then again you go back. Then you recapitulate and again you continue the story. You keep telling the story. This is what we are doing now. We started off somewhere, we put everything. We did one group, we did another group, we have done 3 groups now. Is that okay? Correct? Now we go back to the group called false. The group called false. Person comes to you with false. You remember one patient, this we wrote in the railway station, the person was having false. The moment you come to false, the first thing that you need to consider when a person comes with false is, my friend, has there been a loss of consciousness? But don't ask the patient directly, has there been a loss of consciousness? Most patients, they think loss of consciousness is like to the extent that how severe was that suffering to tell them. So they will tell to just tell that it was too bad that they could not do anything at that particular moment. They will simply tell, there has been loss of consciousness. They don't know the import of it. Therefore, the answer to this question has to be determined by the clinician, not directly asked to the patient. Okay? Stand up, all of you.
Insomnia and the patient says
Insomnia is a different. Here I am.
not insomnia. Sir, he doesn't remember the event after the birthday.
Then it is loss of consciousness. Then it is loss of consciousness. Stand up.
We are awake, it's interesting.
No, but there are.
There are some
That's a question. So this lateral bit. Yes. That is so. Fine. Come.
Yes, it's a period of backing.
Okay. So answer this question that the person. So you can't, as Madam was telling you ask the patient the story. And patient should tell there has been a lapse of memory for some amount of time. Then only you consider that there has been actual loss of consciousness. Okay. Now, if there has been a loss of consciousness, falls with loss of consciousness, the differential diagnosis that we consider in the vestibular clinic over the last so many years, and most of the time it falls under one of these groups, is this. It can be a syncope, it can be epilepsy, it can be syncopal migraine, it can be conversion disorder. Okay, it can be conversion disorder. I'll come to each one. In syncope, cardiogenic etiology to the syncope is more likely as age increases. And when syncopes are occurred during exercise or activity, when the person is walking around, doing a lot of things, normal person will not have a syncope. Okay, if the person is doing exercise and then suddenly has a syncopal attack and falls, there is an underlying structural cardiac problem that has to be kept in mind. Most syncopal falls are bored falls, emotional falls. What is bored falls? Child is standing in the assembly, school assembly. Principal is talking about India in 2050. Aeroplanes will be taking off from in front of Sir's hospital. In that time, all this. This fellow is least interested. And then, bored. Suddenly he feels the audio becomes distant, blur, and he falls. This is syncope. The other thing is, first year MBBS over, all of you have gone to second year, surgical posting, emergency. You want to take a suture, the person next to you sees blood for the first time, collapse. So this is what is happening in syncope. Okay, these are the kind of syncopes. There are other kinds of syncope that can happen, like micturition syncope. Okay, where the person is standing and trying to pass urine, and then they have this misfiring of organs. So these things, epilepsy. Okay, history will tell. There are so many things which we can go into telling how to tell the difference between each of those things. Keep one thing in mind. There is a condition called syncopal migraine. If there is strong history of migraine, and patient tells before he falls, there is a tunnel vision and then he falls off. Then there is a possibility that there is a syncopal migraine. Okay, that is one thing. Or patient feels a lot of warmth in the face before. There is a lot of prodrome, and then the person falls also has history of migraine. Syncopal migraine. But keep one thing in mind, conversion disorder. This is very not at all uncommon in the Vertigo clinic. Conversion disorder. People come and they fall. Okay. The practice that I'm there, Dr. Krupa is there. So we have one male and one female. It helps us. If a person comes with a conversion disorder, they faint in the clinic. Some of these people actually have fainted in the clinic while doing the testing. Or the history is of sudden fainting, and we know nothing else is there. I take the husband, Krupa takes the wife, separate interviews. So we do a separate interview and we find marital issues. Most of the time, it is marital. Something is there where the person has a conversion disorder. They can actually present with seizure-like attacks, where it is called a psychogenic non-epileptic seizure, PNES. Keep that in mind. Okay, so these things. These are false with the loss of consciousness. So some of these examples, okay, syncope, bold false, most of them, school prayer, waiting in queue, reflex syncope, utilization syncope, emotional sight of blood, or some distressing thoughts. Abnormal lip jerks. How much importance do you need to give to abnormal lip jerks? For that, I am suggesting one thing. In YouTube, search for a term called fainting lark. Okay, F-A-I-N-T-I-N-G, fainting L-A-R-K lark. This used to be experiments done by some neurologists very, very long ago, where medical student volunteers induced, they got hyperventilation followed by Valsalva. Hyperventilation, and then follow it up with the squatting Valsalva, person being faint. Okay, so this was induced syncope. There are multiple video recorded episodes of this induced, experimentally induced syncope. In present day, you will know ethical clearance won't be clearance for that particular kind of study, but it was done. It's very instructive. You see, all these were syncopes, and every person who had a syncope actually had jerks. Lot of people had limb jerks. Just because there has been a limb jerk, don't tell it is seizure. Okay, presence of jerk in itself does not help differentiate between syncope and epilepsy. Then short lasting. They suggest there has been a loss of consciousness. Jerk means there has been yellow zone. At least you are in the correct group. That's all. In this group of differential diagnosis. Jerks at onset of loss of consciousness, seizures means seize and fall. Seizure. Fall and seize. Okay. So jerks after loss of consciousness, less than 15 seconds, suggest seizure. Okay. The other thing, headache and falls. Headache before falls.
Why should there be jerks after the falling?
Okay. Is it possible that the cortical dysfunction is causing the jerk? Headache before falls suggests syncope. Means patient has been having headache and then falls suggests syncope. Headache after recovery, post-ictal headache, seizure. Post-ictal headache, seizure. Okay. Eye deviation and falls. Uprolling of eyes suggests syncope. Horizontal deviation suggests seizure. Syncopal people like this and this one. If there has been a sideways deviation, then it is a seizure. Flaccid versus stiff falls. Syncope can have flaccid or stiff falls. Seizure, always the person is stiff. It is not a collapse. If it is a collapse fall, nowadays these points are important because patients are actually coming to us with a copy of the CCTV recording. They are actually coming to us. So when you know these points, it helps us to find the differential diagnosis. Now, done and dusted. Feels false with loss of consciousness. What are the 4 differential diagnoses we consider? Syncope, seizure, listen, Janame, Jaya, please tell me what is that? Seizures, syncope, seizures, then conversion. Syncopal migraine and conversion. Okay. Sir just walked in and they missed it. Thank you, sir. Okay. So, this thing in the vestibular clinic. But when you talk about loss of consciousness and fall, if you open Harrison, you will get a big table. But I'm talking about the vestibular. Okay. Falls without loss of consciousness. Again here, loss of muscle tone. Cataplexy. What happens in cataplexy is, you know the REM sleep. In the REM sleep, there is going to be lot of our snoring problems, all these problems, obstructive sleep, all these things happen with the REM phase. Is that right? Correct. Because there is relaxation of the muscle. Relaxation of muscle is said to be by some workers that it can be because of to stop us from acting out on our dreams. Okay, correct. So for that reason. Now, if that particular muscle behavior that is supposed to happen will be superimposed on the fetus, the person loses muscle tone. Okay. Most of the time, the loss of muscle tone is going to be for a few seconds. It is going to be less than, by definition, it goes to 2 minutes, but most of the time, less than 60 seconds, the person will have recovered. There is one person who is carrying the baby, walking around like this very nicely, suddenly collapses and falls, trying to get up but not able to get up. Because trying to get up simply means the patient is conscious. But after 60 seconds is over, patient fully becomes completely recovered. Patient smiles, patient keeps going. Okay, this is the kind of story that happens in cataplex, a loss of muscle tone. Whereas this is loss of muscle tone. Whereas in a vestibular condition, the falls are energetic. What is the meaning? Why should there be so much energy in the falling? You ask a person, so like the story, the semantic of the language itself tells lot of energy to it. Like I got pulled, I was pushed, all these things. On YouTube, there is a particular video, BMW CEO falling or fainting. BMW CEO. In a very prestigious presentation of the BMW CEO, he was giving a talk like this, he was just standing just like me. Okay. And then suddenly he goes, and then almost there's a set. You know that he is being actively pulled to one particular side and he is being followed. This is the thing that happens in vestibular. Why is this? This is because the muscles are actively trying to reorient the person to a new apparent but false vertical. The true line of gravity is this. Normal utricular, normal semicircular will tell that this is the line of gravity. But a momentary dysfunction, like just tomorrow the person is going to develop BPPV, today the autonomic organ is shedding the calcium carbonate. It's just become loose and it come off. At that time there is a symptom. That symptom is this person is going to reorient. The line of gravity is told, this is not the line of gravity, this is the line of gravity. The postural muscles try to suddenly pull him to that new line of gravity that he will form. The other fracture that happens in this particular thing, there is going to be a dichotomy between paraspinal muscles and the limb muscles. There is a dichotomy between the postural muscles and the limb muscles, which means postural muscles are asking him to fall. He will try to still hold on. Some of the description that the patients tell is, I don't know where I get so much energy from doing that particular time. There is energy in these falls. These are vestibular falls. There is a lot of energy in this particular type of falls. These are vestibular. When I tell vestibular, don't assume only one condition. There are 4 different causes for the vestibular falls. I'll come to that later. Falls related to trivial postural challenges. Okay, any normal postural challenge. I am walking like this. Suddenly somebody calls, I turn, I can easily turn. Somebody suddenly calls and then I actually fall off. Then I have a gait disorder. Okay, there's a neurological gait disorder. Trivial postural challenges. Never forget there can be environmental causes of falls. The environmental causes of fall is I'm walking like this, I'm talking to all of you, I'm like this, and there is a okay, or there can be a loose carpet. All these things can lead to, or the toilets are too slippery. I don't know what architects where they come from. Why do they make floor of the toilet shiny and they have to comb the hair looking down and down? Okay, like that. So that is possible. So that happens. So environmental causes. Okay. So when I said here, energetic falls and near falls, these are vestibular. When we said this is vestibular, we are not assuming one cause. There can be 4 causes of vestibular falls. What are those? Look at this one condition called migraine. It comes in 3 layers. When we were studying MBBS, my professor in medicine used to tell you know tuberculosis, you know medicine. Now, I think Vishwas will agree. If you know migraine, you know vertigo. Okay, it is that much migraine. Vestibular migraine causes falls. That BMW CEO fall, he has later on given an interview where before that actual fall happened, 3-4 days he was on a back-to-back flights. He had missed sleep, all these things. Then he had this kind of fall. Possibly the explanation in him is vestibular migraine. BPPV. How do you have to regularly do repositioning maneuvers? Sir, yes. Do you commonly see once in a while one patient on repositioning sudden mode puncher?
Yeah.
You see, that is because the debris goes and falls on the utricle, and that now utricle is signaling this is not the line of gravity, another line of gravity. Okay, this is what is happening. So BPP, it can happen during repositioning. It can also happen when the debris first starts, like a retinal detachment that happens. There can be a utricular detachment. Okay, that can happen from the first time. At that time, it can happen. Vestibular paroxysmia. Okay, vascular roots can also cause falls. That are like vestibular. You asking something? Yes. Meniere disease, Tumarkin. So you have evidence of already the person has a history of Meniere disease. That person comes to you with falls, then you consider Tumarkin's crisis. Also, when you do a head shaking test, if you see a post head shaking mistake, must again you think in terms of Meniere disease. Okay? These are the things. One thing to note, cerebellar degenerations and Parkinson's disease have falls as a late manifestation, which means if a person comes to you actually with a fall and you don't have any other cerebellar signs or any other basal ganglia signs, it is unlikely that the explanation is Parkinson's, because in them falls happen as late. Okay, in the cerebellar patient also falls is late. Other signs become first. But progressive supranuclear palsy has falls as an early or a first manifestation even before the ocular motor signs develop. They would have had a fall. It is typically a 60-year-old lady who comes to you with the recurrent falls. Okay, unexplained falls. You have nothing much to tell about the falls. Okay, you ask, inquire. No, I keep falling. But how did it fall? They don't have much story to tell. It can be PSP. Look for vertical gaze palsy. Now, what all we have completed? Recurrent spontaneous vertigo lasting minutes to hours. What are the differential diagnoses? Spontaneous vertigo lasting minutes to hours. Meniere's, migraine. Meniere's, migraine, posterior circulation, TIA. Migraine mimics. And then episodic attacks. Recurrent spontaneous short lasting vertigo, toddler. BPPV. Correct? Very elderly. Short lasting vertigo is elderly. Sarcopenia. Correct? Immediately triggered vertigo or rolling in bed. BPPV. Correct? Falls. With loss of consciousness. Syncope. Epilepsy. Seizures. Then conversion disorder and syncopal migraine. Okay. Then without loss of consciousness. Cataplexy, it is loss of muscle tone. Vestibular falls. Correct? Gait disorders, neurological gait disorders. And the fourth one is environmental causes. Correct? Predominant complaint of difficulty in walking. First episode of vertigo. What is the time now? Lunch time. This one needs half an hour. This one needs half an hour. Post lunch based on the thing I will do.
So you do now.
मैम 1:30 मैम आपका एनर्जी और सब लोगों का एनर्जी लेवल सेम नहीं है.
After 4 नहीं आएगा this
This
I think you can complete this
I will do that. Okay, we do. Okay, I need to load a presentation also for that. Okay. Then chronic persistent dizziness and recent onset persistent. I will come to that. Okay. Now, predominant complaint of difficulty in walking. What are all the possibilities? Morning we saw patient with bilateral vestibular history. How it presents, how it can happen. The CP lesion patients, lot of time, they may present as only complaint as I am having a problem in walking. Peripheral neuropathy and posterior column disease, they can present. There can be a motor weakness patients who present with predominant complaint of difficulty in walking. There can be cerebellar degenerations, limb length disparity, gait disorders, extrapyramidal disorders. Each of these. We have a scheme we follow in the clinic. We have a pro forma for predominant difficulty complaint in predominant complaint of difficulty in walking, based on which we reach conclusions. I will summarize what are the things we do. For bilateral vestibulopathy, we do a impulse test. Bilateral. We also make the patient stand on the floor with the eyes closed if the person is falling at that particular stage. That is how we establish this. In CP angle lesions, On the phone, there is going to be a directionality to the fall. In case of bilateral vesticulopathy, there is no directionality. It is an unsteadiness without a directional pulsion. In CP angle lesions, there is going to be a directional pulsion. Peripheral neuropathy is simple and posterior column lesions. What are giving for you have? 512, 256, 512, 1024, by a 120 and start checking the vibration sense on the medial and lateral malleolus. The other place where you can check the vibration sense more sensitive is on the shank. Shank is just the tibial tuberosity, just below that. That place you check for the vibration sense. If the vibration sense is lost, that is a surrogate examination for the large fiber neuropathy. In the sense there can be proprioceptive loss, these kind of things. So with that, you will be able to establish whether there is a peripheral neuropathy or posterior column. Posterior column disease, only vibration sense will be lost. Peripheral neuropathy, in addition to in both, okay, the same. I'm sorry. So both of them, the vibration sense will be lost. In addition to vibration sense will be lost, there can be a very bad ankle jerk. Okay, there can be an ankle jerk, bad ankle. Motor weakness is very important point to keep in mind. There are a lot of elderly patients who come to us who have difficulty in walking. Lot of elderly patients. MRI, some abnormalities, but not an explanation for the problem. Complete vestibular evaluation, REMP, VNG, VHIT, everything. None of them are adequate explanations for the patient's level of difficulty. You sought so many diagnoses, everything turns out to be wrong. B12 is done. So many other investigations are done, nothing happens. But sarcopenia, sir. Sarcopenia. Remember sarcopenia as a differential diagnosis in this particular patient. I have to fall to the feet because that is not a this thing. It's a deeply emotional reaction that I gave because so many patients I have seen whom sarcopenia has been missed for years together, they are going from this. Sarcopenia is where muscle, everybody after 40 years of age, they start first and foremost give a big hand to sir. What happens to these people is they lose muscle bulk. They lose muscle bulk, especially in the glutes. And for gluteal strength is very, very important. When that goes off, there is a condition which we can call as a flat butt syndrome. The butt, instead of being an apple butt, nicely projecting, becomes flat. Okay. It's like as if a curtain is falling. When you see a pant of a person is very, it looks like a curtain, not like a pant. Okay. This is to see. If you get this kind of a picture, that it is a curtain falling there, gluteal muscle is there. The moment you recognize that, that is one way of looking, like aesthetically looking and make a diagnosis. The other way of making a diagnosis, hand grip strength. On Amazon, you get something called as a hand grip dynamometer. Hand grip dynamometer. You check the hand grip strength. That is also an indicator of sarcopenia. If there is a sarcopenia, throw away all the investigations. Keep them on one side. Give the patient treatment to strengthen the core and increase the bulk of the gluteal muscles. There are exercises called glute bridges. There are so many other exercises that you can do, and the patient is going to get benefited. Motor weakness. Cerebellar degenerations will be a straightforward diagnosis. If you do some of the ataxia test, this is. In the morning, we demonstrated the test of escalating sensory denial. We took through 3 steps. First step is like this. Then the second step is eyes closed. The third step is we stood on the foam and then closed the eyes. Correct? In the first step, with the eyes open only, there is a possibility the patient is a little shaky. But cerebellar problem patient, this also they will be able to handle. They will suffer when you ask them, oh, you are standing like this. Now you move to this position. During this act of movement, they will shake like this. And there is going to be a lateral instability. This is going to happen in cerebellum. Limb length disparity. Keep this in mind. A lot of people have had accidents. They are going to knee replacement, displacement. Limb length disparity itself can be a cause of predominant complaint of difficulty in walking. Take a tape, measure from anterior superior iliac spine to the medial malleolus, and see the length, both sides, and see that, make sure that there is no disparity. Then we have frontal limb disorders and extrapyramidal disorders. You do the knee jerks, you ask for history of memory loss, you can actually do a frontal assessment that in FAB. Okay, there are a set of questions that you can do to find out whether the patient has any other frontal executive function or not. Then there are extrapyramidal disorders. Simple, condition like Parkinsonism. You do in cerebellar, you do something called as dysdiadochokinesia. It's alternating. In case of Parkinson's, these things you do rapid repetitive movements, not alternating but repetitive movements. If they cannot maintain the amplitude of the speed, they start off like this, and then it goes like this. So thinking in terms of basal ganglia. This is about how to evaluate a person with predominant complaint. There is a clear pro forma which starts with the pulse and the blood pressure onwards. One thing that has not been mentioned here, one more patient who can present like this, orthostatic hypotension. So the pro forma takes care of all of those things, including arthritis.
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
Old people keep on coming, they go to neurologist, chronic vertigo, headache. There is a constant complaint. Headache is there, chronic vertigo, but there is no specific diagnosis with the neurologist and with us.
Yes, ma'am. So maybe we can try to attend, trying to see whether they fit into one of these things. In spite of that, also we still need a dead end. Still, there is something that we can do just by giving some rehabilitation exercise. We follow something called as a senior protocol. Senior protocol of exercise. It's a senior citizens protocol.
Senior citizen.
Protocol. So there are a set of exercises which we give them, and based on those exercises,
Rehabilitation.
it's a rehabilitation, a specific set of exercises for senior protocol. Now we come to this thing. The next thing is the first episode of vertigo or dizziness. Again, there is a pro forma. We share the pro forma. See, classically, what used to happen when you talk about first episode of vertigo? You are not having.
Yes, no.
Yes, who
This
says?
is spilling this.
At least one person is telling this. Give madam water.
Me.
The one person who is feeling hungry. But money to the madam.
Yes.
Because I don't want a fall with loss of consciousness, happening. But one good thing is hypoglycemia will not cause loss of consciousness.
I can bet after meals will not be that. Not me, not me. I don't know.
One thing I want to say is not to weakness. Ask chronic vertigo, yes, older age. So after the age of 50, so more common difficulty in walking, is the chronic cervical myopathy.
Cervical
Most
myopathy.
common diagnosis. Yes, after the age of 55 years, chronic vertigo with difficulty in walking. And is the most common diagnosis. Chronic cervical myopathy. It may have posterior headache, not migraine. Posterior headache. Thank you, sir. That's a wonderful point. Okay, yes. Cervical spondylotic myopathy. In the pro forma, you find that. Okay. So these are the different things. Predominant complaint. First episode of vertigo. When you talk about the first episode of vertigo, most of the attention, international attention, has been towards one test called HLNTS. When they made this test called HITS protocol, they were only thinking about not missing a stroke. That's all. Whereas when it comes to first episode of vertigo, it is not only stroke. There are so many things that can present with the first episode of vertigo. So therefore, we will again need to have a pro forma much beyond the HITS protocol for first episode of vertigo / dizziness. There are people, as Anirban sir told, with a bleeding ectopic pregnancy, bleeding duodenal ulcer. I am not talking any of these things from the book. I am talking about these patients coming to the clinic with first episode of vertigo who have had all these kind of problems. There are patients with polysteatoma presenting with first episode of vertigo, complete vestibular evaluation done without looking at the otoscope. Because now I have become a vestibularologist. It is below my dignity to use the otoscope. I only use a big device. Correct. So we have missed. It should not happen. Okay, that this should never happen. Polysteatoma should not happen. So therefore, we again have a pro forma called as first episode of vertigo pro forma. There are people who come to you with, again, teenagers, hysterical conversion, 16, 17, both boys, girls, both of them. They will come with something called convergence spasm, vertigo, both eyes are like this. You start seeing, okay, what is happening? Abductor palsy, what is this? And then suddenly each eye separately it moves. It is abductor palsy. Each eye should also start move. These kind of things. So there is a set of differential diagnosis that we need to do. GD syndrome, post-viral cerebellitis. Any of these things can present. So some of the pointers that we need to keep in mind is always take pulse, always take blood pressure. In a person who comes with first episode of pulse, blood pressure must. We'll share the performance. Next, always look at the ear. Always look at the ear. You should not miss a polystyreton. You should not miss an inner ear. CSOM, inner ear complication, which is presenting as a vertigo. Never miss that. Look at the eyes so that you will not miss all this convergence spasm also, any of the strokes also. The next point, okay, these things. Most important point is make the person stand. The worst vestibular neuritis also. Forget about vestibular neuritis. Sir is doing vestibular neuritis. Okay, so you must be doing nothing vestibular neuritis. You are a person with vestibular after the anesthesia recovery, everything is good. Next day, are they not standing? Even vestibular neuritis person is standing. So a person who cannot stand, person with vestibular problem, if you give a little support, they will stand. Whereas a person with a stroke like a lateral medullary syndrome, forget about he taking support and standing, he will be a pusher, he will push to fall. Okay, if you see a pusher, you are looking at a stroke patient. Because you have seen somebody who holds on to you and trying to stabilize himself, possibly stabilize. Make them stand. We have also seen patients who's had an MRI for vertigo, first episode of vertigo, and comes back, MRI is normal, so everything is normal. Finally, hey, everything is fine, you go back. At that time, how to go back? He's coming in a wheelchair. I can't stand. And then he turns out to be GD. We have patients, children who had febrile illness before, unfortunately has been told to the mother, father that this child is active, whereas the child is actually going through a cerebral illness. Okay, so to this kind of condition, these are all actual examples, including the words that I am using, that the child has been accused of active drama, where it's actually this. So make the person stand up. Final point, first episode of vertigo. Don't send the patient back without doing a positional testing. It can still be BPPV. Same applies to predominant complaint of difficulty in walking. The person can have an underlying BPPV. Please make sure BPPV is diagnosed. Chronic persistent dizziness, several months, several years, patient is having dizziness, all the time dizzy. Lying down dizzy, getting up dizzy, all the time dizzy, most of the time dizzy. Little bit variations of. Here we are talking about conditions like triple PD, some psychological abnormalities, these things. Here you will need to take help and you should not hesitate to use antidepressants. Okay, SSRIs, don't hesitate. Recent onset persistent dizziness. This is unlike this person, chronic persistent dizziness, in which the things have been happening for several months or several years. Recent onset is patient is telling I'm dizzy most of the time, but it is very few weeks or just 1 month, 2 months like this. Here, keep in mind any general medical condition. First episode, these things, CSOM with inner ear complications, convergence spasm, cerebrovascular accident, internal bleeding, hypovolemia, post-viral, and vestibular neuritis are covered. All these possibilities. So when it comes to chronic persistent dizziness, psychiatric causes are triple PD. And when it comes to the last one, recent onset persistent dizziness, think of medical causes like anemia, thyroid problem, renal failure, liver disease, electrolyte abnormalities, and also bradyarrhythmias. All these names I have put from things that have been picked up in the clinic. So with that, we finish the. What is this? We go back to the first slide. Where did we begin? Move away from the comfort paradigm of peripheral versus central and embrace the structured effort paradigm of syndromic approach with a decision tree. And with that, we started off by grouping patients into one of these groups and started up approaching patients only according to that particular group. Only that particular group, and in each group we have differential diagnosis and based on that. Okay?
Persistent weakness.
Yes. Yes.
Slightly.
Sir,
What is this BPPV?
sir, persistent perceptual postural perceptual
Postal, coastal, paroxysmal.
persistent postural perceptual.
One of the common cause I want to say, the one is persistent disease, BPPV. But you know, bachelor ischemic illness.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
persistent vertigo.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, expand the term again, sir. Vertebro-basilar.
BPPV, vertigo, bachelor ischemic.
Vertebro-basilar ischemia. This is different from the TI.
Still syndrome.
Yeah.
Cause is a chronic persistent.
It's a chronic persistent ischemia. Sir, how do you manage that? I wanted somebody to explain that.
Antiplatelets and it should be given, okay, along with nootropic.
Sir, along with nootropics, paracetamol, methocillin.
Sir, one thing I want to ask, for every vertigo, people start aspirin. But then after ruling out whether it is a bleeding, it is what happens. So how much you support this low dose aspirin for these patients?
See, I don't support it. There is no harm. But at the same time, there has to be some
Rational.
in the sense,
Like as a bronchodilator, vasodilator, if you think this ischemic syndrome is a
definitely, there is a clearness. The patient has presented the certain history. You think BBI is one of the possibilities. Therefore, you are giving. One more reason why I give aspirin is a person with recurrent BPPV elderly.
again,
Aspirin, recurrent. See, recurrent BPPV, the youngster, underlying pathology is migraine. Recurrent BPPV, the middle age and elderly, underlying pathology is atherosclerosis.
okay. And sometimes patients come and tell I'm getting morning when I get up, I'm getting vertigo, and it is not that severe by afternoon. Is it having some implication with some symptom or something?
That is a common pattern.
Common pattern.
That is very common pattern. Start off, even okay, there is this kind of pattern where in the morning they are very bad, but as the day progresses, maybe I have not come across a specific name for this, but it's a pattern.
Okay.
Usually psychogenic. It is very difficult to say. But then how do you confirm vertebrovascular insufficiency?
Sir, how do
How do you confirm that this is vertebrovascular insufficiency?
Do it MRI brain with angiogram of the neck vessels. You can see there is ischemic changes, stenosis, atherosclerotic plaque, and history of the hypertension, diabetes, CAD, this factor. Then you usually find it, especially age 55 years.
Basically, in a vasculopathic subject, we can suspect that it can be a
After the age of 55, you should suspect both disorder. One is vertebrovascular ischemic and another is cervical myopathy. It should be seen.
that the cervical spondylotic myopathy can be picked up with the knee jerk and an ankle jerk where you see exaggerated knee jerks.
No role of cervical.
Because cervical myopathy usually does not cause the symptom, especially in long time. Basically, only signs of that. So, major is activated.
Patient is fitting in this diagnosis. Thank you.
Are you in Madam's Medical College?
For me.
And right on SR in college. Actually, so you said in one of the slide, first episode of Vertigo, we should always rule out BPPV. If the history is going towards its clinical cause, so we should.
No, if you already got it, then you make the diagnosis. I am proceeding in a certain direction. You hit a blank everywhere else. Don't tell it is nothing else before you have done the BPPV. That's the final thing. When you look at the proforma, we share the proforma. That is the final step. But if you already got symptom, forget about it. You already got it. Okay. If you already have signs in favor of, if you got pupils are unequal, if you have a pusher, there only you got a diagnosis. Okay.
It's an honor to have our Dean and Head of the Neurology Department, Dr. Dizziness, with us. I would request Prashant Nayak, sir, to please honor. Thank you. I would like to invite Dr. Naresh, sir, and would like to invite Anupam to please come and honor Naresh, sir, the head of the KD Department of Vertigo. So let us set the plastic present. Nothing very much.
Yes. Thank you.
And, I would request Naveen Shukla to come and honor the sir. Sir is also president of EY Association Valley Branch, and our secretary of EY Valley Branch, Dr. Vijay Singh. Very simple.
Sorry. Yes. So,
Very simple. Lunch is getting ready.
Yes,
ready. I have actually when a patient, I kept up with 2 patients for the DHG workshop. I thought I'll get the patient here. There's one patient. We have a short history. Let's see how we evaluate it. Post lunch, you have 4 lectures. The most common interesting thing we have on BPPV and Meniere. The most common things we are handling. Dr. Agarwal Mishra sir will be talking on the BPPV and Meniere thing. Dr. Srinivas sir will be talking on the therapeutic options of vertigo and rule of PhD.
Yeah, I think I would better take up only management of vertigo rather than this is the known to everything. Management of vertigo
Fine, sir.
probably missing out.
okay, so
They are more useful for the audience.
therapeutic sir. Management.
Patients inside.
Yeah.
What's the patient?
Your clinical approach is very interesting and illustrating. I really appreciate it. It's a wonderful approach.
There's a patient, she had a history of left ear discharge since 1 year. On automicroscopy, it is just posterior superior meningitis as of now. But it was dermis congested, she came just yesterday. She has a history of sudden onset dizziness, which lasts from few minutes to half an hour. Episodic, once in few months, more on lying down flat. And along with vomiting, there's no history of fall. There's history of left ear decreased hearing, which increases more. Sorry, it decreases hearing, decreases more during the episodes of chakkar. And again, tinnitus is there, continuous increase in tinnitus more than during episodes of chakkar. So how would you proceed with this?
So which group does she belong to? It is known by experience. So which group does she belong to? Recurrent vertigo lasting minutes to hours. That's correct.
Yes.
Fine. We'll follow this performance. Try to solve.
Nice.
Ultimately, she has around 20 decibel hearing loss, 20-30 decibel on the left side.
So recurrent spontaneous vertigo lasting minutes to hours. This is where she belongs.
Yes.
Sort of within that 10 dB loss in the 8 kilohertz. Okay, down. Yeah. So what are the diagnostic conditions, the considerations you have? Vestibular migraine, Meniere disease, the TAs of postal circulation, migraine limits and episodic analysis. Is that correct? Now, what are the 4 things that she is having during the episode? Tinnitus is worsening, hearing loss is worsening, sir?
Yeah.
Hearing loss is worsening, she is getting vertigo lasting minutes, maybe earfulness, I'm not sure whether she feels or not. So for all practical purposes, as of now, we are looking at a Meniere syndrome at least. Cannot be a disease, but at least a Meniere syndrome. What is not making us comfortable with the diagnosis of Meniere disease in this case?
Picture of
A meningitic picture is there, which is not keeping us very comfortable with that particular thing. Then
Does the patient have any sensory component?
there is a sensory neural hearing loss.
No.
No, there's no sensory. Oh, there is a conductive loss. There is a conductive loss. There is a conductive loss. So there is a conductive loss.
TB, SN loss in the high frequency.
There is no low frequency SNH. Okay, there is no. In spite of certain duration. So how long has been the total duration?
Yes, 1 year.
It's been 1 year. Generally, in 1 year, maybe interictally also some amount of low frequency hearing loss should be demonstrated. So these are the things which are hints.
Sir, can we ask the patient to symptoms? They will better.
Absolutely.
आपको चक्कर जो आते हैं बताइए कैसा होता है, क्या होता है आपको? जी जी
कैसा होता है?
बिल
जी
फिर उसको चाहिए तो डालना के डालना। 2-3 साल से मेरे को मतलब चक्कर आते नहीं है, घूमता नहीं।
आपको दीवारें घूमती हैं या आपको आप घूम रही हो, क्या लगता है?
नहीं, ऐसे अपन सो जाते तो ये घूम रहा है, नीचे नहीं जा करता तो ये जगह घूमती है, अगल बगल देखते तो चारों लोग घूम रहा है, आँख नीचे देखते तो जी खराब हो जाता, पट्टी आती है, ऐसी पट्टी आती है कि मेरा जी घबराता है।
चक्कर आपको कितनी देर के लिए आते हैं?
10 से 5 मिनट के लिए आते हैं और कभी जब 8 घंटा भी हो जाता है, तो मैं पाँव घिसने लगती हूँ, मेरा पता नहीं है मैं क्या कर रही हूँ।
चक्कर आते हैं तो आपको उल्टी भी होती है क्या?
हाँ
सिर में दर्द लगता है?
हाँ,
सिर में दर्द होता है?
थोड़ा सा रहता है, खाली चक्कर चले जाते हैं ना, उसके बाद में महसूस होता है, मुझे चक्कर आते हैं ना तो ये दिमाग ही वाला है ना, घूमता रहता बहुत देर तक घूमता रहता।
चक्कर के दौरान आपको कान में कुछ भारीपन लगता है, कान भारी हो गया है?
भारी तो लगता है, सुन हो जाती है कान में,
एक कान है दोनों कान?
हाँ कैसे लगता है कान कुछ बजा हो अंदर।
कान में जो बजता है उसकी आवाज कैसी होती है? ऐसी आवाज आती है या बड़ी मोटी आवाज आती है?
हाँ थोड़ी सी आवाज आती है, ऐसी आती है चिड़िया सी ची होती है, ऐसा महसूस होता है कान में।
पहली बार चक्कर कब आए थे?
मैं यहाँ भी और
नहीं, सबसे पहली बार
पहले अगले शाम जाती हूँ सलूना के दिन में।
Duration is not consistent.
ये वाले दिन,
Duration of episode is not consistent. Okay.
ये वाले दिन फिर ये बात
अब ये लग रहा है सर, अभी तो लग रहा है कि पीपीवी की तरफ भी जा सकता है।
Yes,
पीपीवी का जो आया वो ना किसे बता रहे हैं, उसका तो पीपीवी।
yes. Sometimes they will examine the patient.
15 मिनट बाद उसकी खड़ी हो जाती है।
7 घंटे बाद में मैं खड़ी हो जाती हूँ, तो बैठी रहती हूँ।
एक बार 24
नहीं, आधा घंटे के बाद खड़े होने के बाद क्या होता है?
ऐसे चलती हूँ मैं घूमते चलती हूँ।
एकदम ठीक तब होती है, एकदम ठीक,
1 घंटा के बाद में
एकदम ठीक, 24 एक दिन के बाद।
फिर मैं काम नहीं कर पाती हूँ, फिर 2 दिन बाद में काम कर जाती हूँ।
2 दिन बाद जा पाती हूँ।
सिर में दर्द होता है, ये रोज होता है?
नहीं,
आज हुआ, फिर 4-5 रोज नहीं हो?
3-4 महीने नहीं हुए।
नहीं
सोते क्या है?
पोजिशनल वर्टिगो।
अभी मैं कारवा को करने मसाज से आई थी, कारवा हॉस्पिटल में भर्ती।
किस पोजीशन में भाई ज्यादा भाई किस पोजीशन में ज्यादा आते हैं? लेटते में ज्यादा आते हैं, चलते में ज्यादा आते हैं, खड़े होते हैं? लेटे ज्यादा आते हैं कि चलते या खड़े होते में? लेटते में ज्यादा आते हैं। करवट बदलने पे आता है? कौन सी करवट? राइट दाहिनी तरफ, बाईं तरफ?
आपको कब पूरा क्या भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं था वो कितने साल में?
मुझे 15 साल से थोड़ा थोड़ा
आपको जब 15 साल था, आपको जब 15 साल था तब क्या स्टार्ट हुआ?
जब जैसे इससे सबको होता मेरे को थोड़ा थोड़ा मतलब मैंने जैसे पैर में से ये काम धंधे से होता होगा।
ये कब आपकी उम्र 15 था तब?
बीमारी
15 years.
बीमारी 15 ईयर से पहले सर दर्द होता था। आपको ये बस में या ट्रेन पे जाने से उल्टी होता है?
नहीं उल्टी कभी भी नहीं आती।
कभी भी नहीं। छोटी उम्र में सर दर्द आता था?
देखा होता है बच्चा को बीमारी आ जाती है, बुखार आता है, सिर में दर्द होता है,
तो ऐसा गोली लेने वाला सिर में दर्द कितने दिन में एक बार होता है?
गोली खाने से मतलब वो होता है डॉक्टर से 10 की गोली ले लेते हैं खा लेते हैं। उसके बाद में थोड़ा खाना अच्छा रहता है, 2 दिन या 3 दिन काम करने के बाद में महीना निकल जाता है, 15 दिन निकल जाते हैं, फिर घूम के चक्कर आता है।
तो चक्कर फर्स्ट टाइम कब महसूस हुआ?
ये 5-6 दिन निकले हैं।
पहली बार कब आया?
पहली बार कब आया? सबसे पहली कब?
सबसे पहली बार तो वो दिन मैं पढ़ी लिखी थी।
सालों में
हाँ 2-3 साल हो गए।
2-3 साल। पहली बार जब हुआ था आप घर पे थे या काम में थे? काम में थे। तो क्या हुआ थोड़ा बता सकते हो उसके?
ऐसे ही चक्कर आए तो सो गई थी ना मैं। सोते में घबराहट आई थी।
घबराहट आई थी और
घबराहट में पलटी आई। फिर चक्कर चालू हो गए।
और
जब से चक्कर चालू हो गए
तो तब से कंटिन्यू है चक्कर।
उस समय कितने देर के लिए आए?
चक्कर को साथ और कोई टेक्निक होती है क्या? चक्कर को साथ ठीक आता है तब धड़कन होता है, सांस रुकता है, सब कुछ होता है, सांस रुकता है, लगता है कि अब मर जाएगा, कैसा लगता है?
और जो चक्कर होता है ना मतलब ये सब घूमता है ना ऐसा ऐसा घूमता है ना वो गोल गोल घूमना कितनी देर तक? 10-5 मिनट बस। कभी भी गोल गोल 2 घंटा तक नहीं घूमा कभी भी नहीं। आधा घंटे के लिए घुमा था, आधा घंटा घुमा था ऐसा 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 घुमा था। जब घूमता है तब कान में आवाज आता है। हाँ वो वाला सुन दो। इस तरफ चेहरा भी सुन होता है, कान बहरे होता है और सुन। I think we still are in favor, in spite of all these things, we still go in favor of Meniere's opinion. Maybe it is a secondary Meniere to some other cause. Yeah. There's a secondary Meniere for some other cause. One of the things that we are seeing is, sir has documented meningitis. Meningitis is there. Maybe there is another, there is something behind.
Because there's a history of your discharge since 1 year.
Sir, since
1 year.
Since 1 year. So there is a possibility that there is something behind that. Okay. So in which case it becomes secondary Meniere. Then the other cause of a secondary Meniere is again vascular. In which case this kind of tinnitus, our description of the tinnitus was a little different. Was आवाज जो आता है संसार है थोड़ा वो कह के बता सकते कि कैसा आता है वो आवाज? वो शी या शी कैसा है?
सही आता है जैसे अपन बोलते हैं ज्यादा तो अच्छा नहीं लगता।
हाँ, so बोलते ज्यादा अच्छा नहीं लगता। What is that? Phonophobia versus recruitment. What is the difference?
Phonophobia versus
Recruitment. Phonophobia, binaural. Recruitment is monaural. Phonophobia means she will not point out to the ear. She will tell, generally I don't like loud sounds. Recruitment, she will tell, this ear hurts when somebody talks. Can you ask her that's whether one ear hurts when somebody talks? And overall, she has said, तेज बोलने में एक कान में दिक्कत है, दोनों कान में तेज आवाज में. That is a favor of recruitment, which again goes in favor of migraine. CC test will help. CC will help. CC.
What will help?
Yes.
Migraine or objective type? Objective type. She is complaining about objective type. So it's definitely underlying organic process.
No, I have so if they move and they have to
Yeah, I'm writing. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So as of now, I think we will label her as Meniere disease secondary to meningitis.
Secondary post-migraine. So there is a possibility. Or there may be underlying causes possibility.
See, what
Still,
investigation?
we have to do BPP. Yeah. Still, we have to do. Sir, can she be there? Brought back 1 minute.
So now it will
BPPV has to be rolled out in every patient because even Meniere patients will have BPPV together. It's not like only 1% others not present. In this particular patient, one thing I will do, which will be important if I get, I will be more comfortable in labeling it as Meniere disease. If it comes, if it doesn't come, it's okay. Is high frequency head shake induced head shake induced mistakes. Mistake was on high frequency. This particular patient. There is a possibility, but she's specifically asked. She's there. She's telling that she used to get headaches before. She used to take tablets. These things. So she does have a history. Can go in favor of migraines. Yes, migraines alone. Possibilities. There are possibilities, but I'm not really sure whether she's getting during half of the attacks phonophobia, photophobia. This thing. Recruitment is different. This one would very a little more in favor of Meniere. Sir? Benign recurrent vertigo would be labeled, okay, in case there were no auditory symptoms. Benign recurrent vertigo is a differential diagnosis of recurrent vestibular. Recurrent vestibulopathy is only recurrent vertigo. The person is getting only recurrent vertigo. The person has had recurrent vertigo for a year, but in vestibular evaluation, you are not able to demonstrate weakening of the inner ear. It is not becoming weak. High frequency check is not giving a mistake. So that is not happening. In which case, you will give a name, but migraine features are not there. You want to input name, so you give the name of the
These complaints very difficult.
What? Functional relation. Benign vertigo. Functional continuity.
No, let her be there. We are discussing the case over here.
Yeah, they did it.
Also, do the head shape here. Yeah, do this here.
Which one?
If there are any mistakes, what did you find? There nothing was there. See, in this thing, what was the teaching? Important thing is that what did we learn from her? What we learned from her is that in spite of so many specialists being present over here, it took us more than 15 minutes with so many specialists, and we did not arrive at a complete diagnosis regarding the history. History taking is a half an hour job, and also clinical examination would take, we have to do a complete clinical examination in this patient, which will take a long time. Now, questions are, would any vestibular function test or anything be of any help? That is question number one. Question number two is that, in case of advising some investigation, other than an MRI of the brain as it is, what other investigations could be advised? Since the patient has a research on the ear, okay, a high resolution CT scan or an MRI is definitely indicated. But what else? And the point is that, in spite of so many specialists sitting over here, why is it that we are not being able to come to a firm diagnosis? We can't just let this patient off saying the history is there. That is not the answer. If you are in private practice, you have to deliver. Question is that you have to deliver. Point is that then where do we stand on this case? So this is much more than any lecture that we can present. One thing that, as I said, it takes a long time to take the history. Second is it Meniere disease? Is it migraine-related vertigo? We are boiling that ourselves down to that thing. Or could it be excessive? Is it benign recurrent vestibular vertigo? These are the three possible things. some things fit into also the diagnosis of this being panic attacks. Panic attacks can also have something like this, but maybe something she's saying, like the increase of ear symptoms and all, may not have been there in panic attacks. But then how does the auditory pathology account for the thumping in the chest and the shortness of breath that is more towards the panic attack? These things we have to take into consideration. One investigation that, if possible, can be done over here would be a intertympanic gentamicin, a intertympanic gadolinium induced MRI. That gives a picture of whether there is a vestibular hydrops or not. There is a very definite distinct entity called vestibular hydrops. By definition, it is not Meniere's disease. Forget Meniere's disease. Either the auditogram has been done wrong. That is possible, of course, everywhere. But if the auditogram has been done correctly, and if clinical tests also suggest that it's a purely conductive deafness, then that rules out Meniere's disease by definition. Meniere's disease by definition cannot have normal hearing. There has to be documented evidence of sensory loss. So we'll have to go by teachings. Auditory symptoms can also be present in Meniere's in vestibular migraine, possible. So how do we treat this patient? I think the best thing would be that if possible, we can do a gadolinium infused intertympanic MRI that would give us a picture of whether this is vestibular hydrops or not. Because vestibular hydrops is a definite disease entity which is now being found in large numbers. International publications show that there is a large number of patients with vestibular hydrops. Can be there, and vestibular hydrops can develop after chronic Inertial disease. So that is one possibility which we have to think about. How do you treat the patient then? Empirically, are we justified in starting with a diuretic on the assumption that it could be a vestibular hydrops? Can we start with a drug like topiramate in this patient? So these are issues. I think consensus opinion from the house would be more apt, because this is what is all about learning.
So just to add a few things.
Yeah.
One, like you said, when I was a resident in Nanavati Hospital in Mumbai, sir, because of the different practice, a patient who used to come with vertigo, Cerebellar, James, they would have eaten everything, they have such big fights. So the thing what we learned from there was what you actually said, we had to dedicate half an hour, 45 minutes with the patient for full clinical history, clinical examination. In all my cases, I still do. I was not doing that full test. That'll be a good addition. But I was used to do all under work, long work, everything. Now, yes, what helped me with the VNG is like in this case also. I've had few cases like the one I was discussing with an old female, which was having musculopsia and other things, used to feel pumping sensation. For her family, she was psychiatric. And she was on psychiatric treatment for her. But the clinical history showed me she has history. But to convince her and to convince the family, the VNG thing helped me.
Of course.
For documenting it and for improving our things for it gives a positive feedback.
Yeah.
But it is, as you said, first thing is your clinical. VNG cannot replace the clinical thing. First thing is your clinical. VNG is just to support it, more to document it, more to give a positive feedback, biofeedback to the patient.
ENT में ENT क्यों था उसको?
सर अभी क्या नहीं आज के लिए रखा है उसको
इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स में बोला
नहीं ENG सर VNG की ये स्टार्टिंग करा
वीडियो रिस्टार्ट मेरा सेशन लॉस उसमें भी तो फाइंड आउट
it was actually just me abhi isliye nahi kiya because she already has abhi jab when she patient came to me her ear was full of pus. I did an automicroscopy left ear but full the posterior superior acute valvular meningitis. The patient just came 2 days back, yesterday. So abhi to I kept her medication for let the ear dry, let me come to a diagnosis of basic ear. Maybe it's a CSM and we're missing on that. Could be other things. So I've just done an audiometry. That's it.
I don't think a Bera would be of much help over here.
So
Because the basic that recheck the audiometry thing, because until we get some evidence of a local sensor deafness, it will not be prudent to label it as Meniere. Say, hydrops of the inner ear and query vestibular Meniere, and on the distance of that, start with pyramid and a diagram. I believe that I think we have some rationality in it. Have a psychological evaluation done to find out whether this can some element of panic attack from there or not.
We're discussing one more patient. Just before going to the next patient, final summary of this particular patient. If this patient came to me in my clinic, the same features is there, then what would be the first day's approach? What would I be writing in the prescription slip is what I will give. I would still be considering it. The syndrome is of Meniere, but possibly it is secondary, and the cause could be underlying CSO. CSO can cause any syndrome. Okay, so it could be underlying CSO. First line of diagnosis, first line of treatment would still be to attempt to treat that CSO and see on treating the CSO whether the symptoms become less frequent, and then later on take the next approach. Of course, I would still do a BPPV, I would still do a everything. But what would go from the patient is with the clarity that this patient has Meniere like a syndrome of this, but in the secondary. That is how this patient will go back. So that is why, in fact, we have been emphasizing this point since morning. The pulse, blood pressure, otological examination is always there. All the other things come when all these things come out to be normal. Okay, so and we have a clear finding otological. There is a conductive hearing loss. If the apparently, like, except for the meningitis, the rest of the tympanic membrane is fine. Maybe there is something in the ossicle also. Could in that kind of
records acute there also. So maybe settle for 1 week.
As of now, absolutely. As of now, we can claim that to CSO afterwards.
I don't have a very detailed history. She came yesterday itself, so we'll ask her.
सर 2017 की समथिंग में बहुत ज्यादा चक्कर आए थे, जैसे कि हम किसी पोजीशन बदलते थे साइड या एक साइड कहीं पे भी तो लेटने पे आते थे बहुत ज्यादा। फिर उसके बाद ट्रीटमेंट किया, हमने तो आधा आराम मिल गया था, लेकिन कंटिन्यू हमारे चक्कर अभी भी रहते हैं। जैसे कि हम उठते हैं या पोजीशन चेंज करें, एक जगह से दूसरी जगह एकदम देखा हमने तो चक्कर आ जाते, या बैठे रहे बहुत देर तक और फिर उठना हुआ तो चक्कर आते हैं। अभी की स्थिति बता रहे हैं, जो ज्यादा वाले आते हैं वो कभी 1-1.5 साल में आ जाते हैं, वो कभी कभार लेटने पे सुबह उठते हैं तो जैसे भारी रहना हमारा और मन खराब रहना, उल्टी जैसी इच्छा रहती है। ऐसा 2015 से स्टार्ट हुआ था। सबसे पहले हम 2015 में आए थे और ट्रीटमेंट ले लिया, अभी फिर आराम हो गया। अभी 8-10 दिन पहले बहुत ज्यादा आए थे, फिर वो अब थोड़ा सा आराम है।
जब आपको चक्कर चालू हुए 2015 में, तो आए थे, तो एक बार जब चक्कर आता है तो कितनी देर के लिए रहता है? कुछ मिनट के लिए?
हाँ सर, कुछ मिनट के लिए पूरा सब घूमना चारों तरफ से, ऊपर नीचे कुछ भी समझ में नहीं आना, मतलब बैठने की स्थिति में नहीं रहते हो।
सब आपको घूमने लगता है,
आँख बंद करके भी कर दिया।
उसके बाद कितनी देर में ठीक हो जाता है?
कभी कभार ऐसा होता है कि हम किसी पोजीशन में इस तरफ आ रहे हैं तो इस तरफ ना लेट के इस तरफ लेटेंगे तो सही हो जाएंगे। एक साइड कभी पीछे साइड आ रहे हैं तो इस साइड नहीं आ रहे, ऐसा रहता है।
एक बार आए, उसके बाद दूसरी बार कब आता है?
एक्चुअली हम कुछ टाइम देवास में थे, देवास में हस्बैंड जॉब करते थे, तो वहाँ हमने ये के कोई ट्रीटमेंट लिया था तो आराम हो गया था। फिर उसके बाद 1-1.5 साल तक कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं आई, जो ज्यादा चक्कर आ रहे थे, और जो कम है वो तो आते रहते, बीच में थोड़ा वो रिलीफ मिलता है।
कम वाले हैं उनके बाद में पता है वो कितनी देर के लिए रहेंगे?
वो तो सर हमेशा रहते नहीं है,
24 घंटे।
हाँ, ऐसे अभी है, अभी हम उनको हिलती हुई चीज देखें, जैसे कोई भी व्यक्ति चल के नहीं तो हम घूम जाएगा दिमाग हमारा।
अगर ट्रेन के बगल में खड़े होते हैं
हाँ आती है सर, गाड़ी में भी आती है, सब आती है बहुत।
उल्टी जी में
ऐसा होता है।
जी कब में ज्यादा कुछ लगता है?
सर ये जो चारों चक्कर आने लगते हैं तब, सुबह के टाइम जब उठते हैं तो सिर्फ भारी रहना या चक्कर ज्यादा रहते हैं, तो फिर धीरे धीरे मूवमेंट करते रहते तो शाम तक थोड़ा कम हो जाता है।
सुबह ज्यादा है, शाम तक कम हो
जाता है।
कान में कोई सीटी बजना ऐसी कुछ होता है?
हम किसी कभी कभार दीप सी आती है, थोड़ी सी कभी कभार इस वाले का
इसी बात है, उसमें नहीं है।
सुनाई देता है।
सुनाई देने में कोई कमी?
कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं।
आपको पता लगता है आज क्या चक्कर आएगी
नहीं सर, मैम ऐसा नहीं है, कभी कभार बहुत ज्यादा आती, कभी कभार कम हो जाती।
पता नहीं लगता
हाँ, नहीं मालूम।
पहली बार जब
Left side,
ENT डॉक्टर के पास इलाज लिया था, क्या इलाज दिया था? एक्सरसाइज कुछ करवाया था?
डॉक्टर ऐसा करते हैं।
उन्होंने आवन करके ऐसा लेफ्ट साइड करवाया था हमें, तो हम सीधे ना जाते हुए इस साइड चले गए।
ठीक है, और
बस ये उन्होंने ऐसा किया।
On audiometry, she has SL loss on left side, 5 to 10 decibel, more than 90.
जो हमारे सिर में भारी बना वो कहाँ पे रहता है?
सिर तो भाई सर पूरा रहता है, इस साइड ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम रहती है, हेडेक होना या यहाँ पॉइंट में दर्द होना कुछ ना
तो भारीपन 24 घंटे रहता है, कभी कभी आता है।
तो ज्यादा हमेशा ही रहता है, कभी कभार कम हो जाता
तो परेशानी किससे ज्यादा आती है, भारीपन से कि चक्कर से?
है।
चक्कर से ज्यादा। दोनों एक साथ ही रहते हैं कि अलग अलग टाइम पे अलग अलग आते हैं?
नहीं, साथ में रहते हैं, चक्कर आ जाते तो भारीपन हो जाते हैं।
बढ़ जाता है। नींद कैसी आती है?
सर ठीक आती है, ऐसा नहीं कि नहीं आती, लेकिन कभी कभार नहीं आती।
कोई घबराहट वगैरह रहती है, दिल की धड़कन तेज चलती है?
जब सर चक्कर आते हैं तब जरूर घबराहट बेचैनी सी होने लगती है, उल्टी सी इच्छा।
जब तो 2015 से चालू हुआ तो उसमें कोई चोट लगी हो सर में?
नहीं सर, ऐसा सडनली हम सो के उठे तो स्टार्टिंग चक्कर से हो गई थी, पता नहीं अब क्यों हो रहा है।
आपको ऐसा है कि जब नींद पूरी ना हो रही हो तो ज्यादा हो
हाँ जी सर, कभी स्ट्रेस हो या नींद पूरी ना हो तो बढ़ जाते हैं।
तो बढ़ जाता है। खाली पेट में दिक्कत,
खाली पेट का तो नहीं।
अगर आप कभी खाली पेट रखते हो फास्ट
वो
फूड
भी
में
तरह की चीजें बढ़ जाता है आपका।
तो उससे भारी होता है, चक्कर तो ऐसा नहीं मैंने नोट किया सर।
इससे भारी हो जाता है।
सिर में दर्द होने लगता है या
धूप की तरफ देखा है, सन की तरफ देखा है, तो उससे तो फर्क
तेज आवाज
धूप में नहीं बैठ पाते, ज्यादा देर बैठे तो सिर भारी और चक्कर ऐसी स्थिति आने लगती
जोर आवाज,
है।
तेज आवाज में
हाँ, कभी टकराती सी आवाज, कभी तेज आवाज।
नहीं, जो ज्यादा बातें जब कोई किया, जब आपको चक्कर है या सर में भारीपन है, तब ज्यादा बात कर रहे हैं, ज्यादा आवाज कर रहे हैं, आपको गुस्सा आता है तब? ऐसा
लेकिन उससे कुछ कान में फर्क हो, इरिटेशन, कान में कोई दर्द, तेज आवाज में
वो बस टकराती है, कभी कभार सिर में आवाज जब ज्यादा आवाज, तब ऐसा हमेशा नहीं करता।
ठीक है, तो मोर लाइकली वेस्टिबुलर माइग्रेन ज्यादा रहता है, मोनोफोबिया है, फोटोफोबिया है, पर्सिस्टेंट हेडेक है, बीच में डायबिटीज में नहीं वर्टाइगो बढ़ रहा है।
उम्र कितनी है? 36।
और घर में किसी को सिर दर्द की बीमारी है, मम्मी पापा भाई बहन है, माइग्रेन की बीमारी है, किसी को नहीं है?
How many of you are aware of the vertigo grand rounds that we do every week? Every month, last Friday of every month, we do a thing called vertigo grand rounds. And we do different kinds of things. I'm discussing about this patient. So this grand rounds is where we take a particular case and then we discuss. There are different conditions that we have discussed so far. The last grand round was on the last Friday, where we took the book Dizziness by Adolfo Bronstein and Thomas Temple. These two people have written that book. In that book, there is a chapter called chronic dizziness. And when you look at the chapter called chronic dizziness, a person who is more chronically dizzy most of the time. This particular patient she has acute exacerbations of vertigo, and in between also he has two types of. When you look at the chapter, the way the author summarizes, the beautiful chapter, we did a 1.5 hour reading of only that online, that was really interesting. They tell about when a person is chronically dizzy, the person can have 53 different historical criteria. There are two things that they can have a lot of symptoms, 3 different historical criteria. One historical criteria is it all started off with a rotatory vertigo, or it started off, or there are continued to be rotatory vertigo. The second is there was never a component of rotatory vertigo. Third is no rotatory vertigo, no component of rotatory vertigo, but progressive. The disequilibrium or unsteadiness is progressive. It is progressive unsteadiness. The third one is it is not progressive. It is the same. Patient is as good as before. Okay, as comfortable as before. It is the same. The level of unsteadiness has not worsened by day. There was no past history of rotatory vertigo. 3. This particular person fits into the first category where there is rotatory vertigo as part of her system. In addition to rotatory vertigo, she also, I mean, not just this, in the history again and again. Each and every time an attack of the rotatory vertigo comes and goes, the in-between dizziness actually becomes little worsen. That is what they tell. Okay, maybe we can specifically ask for that particular. So, what is the cause of the rotatory vertigo is one thing. The second thing is what is happening in between the rotatory vertigo. In between rotatory vertigo, there are some named syndromes that patients develop. One of them is BPPV, one of them is visual vertigo. This particular patient has developed what is called visual vertigo. She tells she cannot see fast moving objects. If she sees a fast moving object, she feels that she is going to get vertigo. Okay, she feels dizzy. This is the type. So this patient, as a maladaptive compensatory process after the rotatory vertigo, she has developed a visual vertigo, which has to be dealt with separately by giving visual desensitization therapy, which is possible. That has to be done. In addition to that, that rotatory vertigo, which looks like positional vertigo, has to be done. When it comes to positional vertigo, there are three possibilities that come into the mind. One is mechanical benign paroxysmal positional vertigo. Mechanical benign paroxysmal positional vertigo is what we discussed in the morning, where there is a small debris sitting there and it is possible. The second type of positional vertigo is migrainous positional vertigo, which is known to cause positional vertigo. Then the third one is a posterior cranial fossa pathology, okay, paraneoplastic cerebellar regeneration, any of these things which cause positional vertigo. That in this patient is unlikely. This is very long history, she has not worsened, so that is migrainous versus mechanical BPPV. The two things we are considering. Mechanical BPPV is a patient in whom the calendar pattern is, it is there today, it is there tomorrow, it is there for weeks, months, whatever it is. Every day when she gets up, it is going to be there till she comes to one of us, we do a repositioning maneuver and it becomes better, or sometimes spontaneous recovery is possible, sometimes. Whereas when it comes to migraine, the calendar pattern is the person gets, she cannot tolerate certain positions, or on turning positions, she gets that vertigo. But this symptom lasts for a few days. In some people, 2 days, 3 days, in some people, a week. After that, it becomes okay. It is not there for months. Again, it comes, it stays there for a few weeks. Again, for months or weeks, it is not there. Again, it comes. This patient fits which pattern? Migrainous positional vertigo. Most likely, she has migrainous positional vertigo. With she has developed a visual vertigo, which is a consequence. That is the chronic dizziness. Typically, if you read that chapter, Bronstein, open chronic dizziness, if you have that book, if you want to please see that. You will see he is talking about her. You will find that Bronstein is actually talking about her. That is how it is. So she needs two prone management. One is light migraine, and the other one is for a visual vertigo, which she has.
So visual vertigo will not go with any medicine, only desensitization.
Desensitization is the thing that we need. Desensitization is what we need to do. There are some people who develop, the extent to which they develop visual vertigo is, if you open a tap and they see flow of water from the tap also will be. At least her condition doesn't seem to be.
So how bad it becomes that vertigo? They follow, it is just the vertigo.
There are actually people who can't see. They will look like this and they will open the tap. They will close the tap and they will come. So that bad some people can. They can't see moving patterns. Some people cannot see moving patterns. Some people cannot see the fan. फैन देखने में कुछ दिक्कत होता है? चलते हुए पंखे में देखने में कोई दिक्कत होता है क्या? हाँ? फैन दिक्कत नहीं. तो क्या देखने में, क्या चलते हुए देखने में दिक्कत होता है? बस. Train bus. So it's not that bad. So how do we do this autokinetic? Sir.
Maybe first attack with vestibular impact, and after that we develop.
So first attack, why?
Dilated for 3 years, 3 months.
Duration. The first attack duration, maybe we can take a little more history. Okay. The way I understood that was it was a 5 minutes, 10 minutes on turning, rather than continuous. But I know where you are coming from vestibular neuritis. One point which I think what you are alluding to here is she was telling only one side she was feeling better, the other side she was feeling worse, which is a typical pattern in vestibular neuritis. Now first जब हुआ था 2015 में हुआ था ना, उस दिन आपको चक्कर आता था ना, बीच में आप चल पाते थे?
सर 8 बजे तो उठ ही नहीं पाए थे
Take a bowl. Super. That is it. Open mind.
Good.
Super. Big hand.
Dr. Rajesh Tiwari. He's also from medical college.
So the first episode could have been vestibular neuritis. So second into vestibular neuritis.
Very good.
Sir?
Sorry, let's go wrong.
Yes, sir.
I know about the vestibular.
Shall we call it once again? Let us see.
Better, Sunas?
So case scenarios are really good.
No, this is how we take it better. Sir,
You should have a practical training. That's why we have kept this.
Actually, the reason we kept is you get more to learn.
come. But vestibular neuritis also can link to visual vertigo as a consequence. I say it there. It's okay, sir. It's recovered. उसके बाद वो जब वो आदत के साथ नहीं चल पाए, ठीक है, उसके बाद ठीक हुआ, उसके बाद बीच में करवट लेने से हुआ था,
बीच में 1-1.5 साल तक कुछ ऐसी दिक्कत
रही. So she didn't have post-vestibular BPPV also was not. So we revised the diagnosis. It is not vestibular migraine, it's vestibular neuritis. Thank you.
Sir, viral hepatitis
Viral
Cancer. Vestibular neuritis is also viral. It can recover. So great exercise. Some vestibular weak is there.
Just we have a 5 minutes more demonstration by sir before lunch, and then we'll go for lunch. And post lunch, actually, there are a lot of lectures, and we have reduced those. We are reducing those lectures a bit. So we'll be having 4 lectures only after lunch.
Shuffle forward, backward, forward, backward, forward, backward, forward. People who are in the back can come front. People who are in the front can go back. People who are in the front can go in the back. People who are in the back can come front. Especially hungry people can come front.
So you are taking the lecture now?
And he's demonstrating for amongst 2 things.
There are some must-know diagnostic. There are some must-know diagnostic techniques that all of us should know as vestibular practitioners. Okay, some must-know diagnostic techniques. The first must-know diagnostic technique is a head impulse test. You will see demonstration of the head impulse test. Must know. It's not even must know. It is must follow. One is pulse and blood pressure. Okay, pulse and blood pressure is a must follow thing. When you take a pulse for 1 full minute by yourself, okay, that is one. Blood pressure yourself. Either use a GE machine or do yourself. Blood pressure. Okay. No automatic, no Omron, no other thing. No, your nurse taking the blood pressure. Okay. No offense to anybody who is being YouTube transmitted, so that I am talking also. I'm talking to the world. When you and I take blood pressure, even today, after so many years of experience also, there are some patients, we take some time. you don't appreciate the concept of science, or audiometry is clear, still, it is difficult. But always I have found in a ward, doctors always takes the blood pressure in less than 30 seconds. Okay, for some reason. Okay. What additional? So I sometimes think, okay, I always believe in taking the blood pressure on my breast. The next thing that we need to know is the test that we demonstrated in the morning. One is the head pulse test. The other test that we need to know is the escalating sensory denial, which is a modified Bromberg's test, where we know the interpretation of the test. If time permits, I will actually demonstrate the importance of that in a stereometry platform with a computerized this thing. I have a platform there. Okay, I will show you how exactly the test can be done and how the results are interpreted. So that is the next thing. The next most important thing that we need to do is a test that we have started calling as a 2-2-2 rule of 2-2-2. For some reason, after we started telling 2-2-2, there is a Tamil movie which came, there is a movie song in that, it is called 2-2-2. Okay. 2-2-2 test is two sensations, fine touch sensation and pain or temperature sensation. This is 2. Second thing is two sides of the body, right and left. Third 2 stands for 2 regions, head and the. Take this particular 2-2-2. For some reason, this has not appeared in the HITS protocol, in whatever it is, but this is very good. So, how do you do? Even in Harrison's textbook of medicine, when it comes to pain and temperature sensation, you can just check the temperature as suggested there using a tuning fork. In most environments, the tuning fork feels cold. So, if you touch the tuning fork on this side of the face and this side of the face, ask the person, you just feel a touch, or do you actually feel it being warm or cold? If the person tells cold, temperature sensation is intact. So, temperature and pain, the pathways run together. So, look for the temperature sensation on the right side, look for the temperature sensation on the left side. Look for the temperature sensation on this side and temperature sensation on this side, just using a tuning fork. If you want to be a little more violent examiner, then you can always use it. Pain also with a pin prick with a sterile needle, but most of the time. The next thing is fine touch sensation with a fine cotton wool, both this side and this side and this side. Hardly takes 2 minutes to finish everything. But see the value of this one. If they turn out to be normal, posterior column, spinothalamic tract, trigeminal, everything is normal. But if there is abnormal, then there are certain types of interpretations which you do. Fully on one side of the body, face and the body, fully on one side, if it is lost, completely, only any, both the face and body, then the lesion is higher up, thalamus or high midbrain or thalamus, which is completely lost. If it is a checkerboard pattern, like body on one side, okay, and face on one side, then possibly you are looking at the mid brainstem, okay, that is the pons or upper medulla region is placed. If it is crossed, one side temperature and on the body, other side fine touch, it is lower level. Because you know, posterior column, it crosses over at the upper level, okay, in the medullary level. Whereas when it comes to spinothalamic tract, it crosses over at that particular spinal segment level. So one side spinal, if there is a lesion, then same side, the fine touch sensation will be lost. For the opposite sides, pain and temperature will be lost, like this. But we really don't need to think so much when you are an ENT, because we really don't need to do all this analysis. Sir is there to do the analysis. But we would know that one sensation is lost, even one is lost, we know that there is something is happening. There is something is happening. Just 2-2-2, you know, you don't even have to bother about analysis around this. But you know that you need to take the help of a neurologist. 2-2-2 test. Pulse. Blood pressure. There is one more thing about blood pressure which I want to tell, especially in a person who comes with predominant complaint of difficulty in walking, or a person who comes, okay, one is predominant complaint of difficulty in walking, or a person who comes with tinnitus, okay, or one is that one, The other person is person who comes with false. Okay, this kind of things. In these two people, there is one more thing which we need to do with the blood pressure, and that one is about supine and standing blood pressure. So to check for orthostatic hypotension, the protocol that we apply for doing checking for orthostatic hypotension is this. You make the person lie down for 5 full minutes. After the patient has been lying down for 5 minutes, then is the time to take one pulse and blood pressure. After that, take that as the baseline. Then make the person get up. Then when the person gets up and stands, at first minute, third minute, fifth minute, and 10th minute, you do the pulse and blood pressure. If there is a fall in blood pressure by systolic by 20, diastolic by 10, either or any of them, you make a diagnosis of orthostatic hypotension. The main point to note in diagnosis of orthostatic hypotension is it is not the absolute value, it is the relative fall. Which means patient can have a supine hypertension. On the supine position, it could have been very high. Relative to that supine position is how we are going to test. Because if this is not known, we miss a lot of cases of orthostatic hypotension because when the patient comes to you, you check the blood pressure. Blood pressure is normal, so you don't even think of orthostatic hypotension as an explanation for the patient's diagnosis. So you have to compare the blood pressure that you get in relation to that. So the must-know things that we are supposed to be doing in a lot of patients is pulse, blood pressure, pulse test, rule of 2, 2, 2. Okay, that is it. Okay. So we can stop the transmission. for your next lecture. कौन सा स्क्रीन है नहीं कर रहा Abhishek. Hello. Hello, Abhishek.
Yes, sir.
Can you see our video?
Yeah, I can see.
It is adjusted correctly? Okay.
Yes, the screen is on.
Perfect. No problem. Thank you. Okay. So people are coming. Just 2 persons, I suppose. So very good afternoon to start. Very good afternoon to all of you. So thank you. Welcome back for the post-lunch session. Before going ahead with the therapeutic options, I'd just like to demonstrate one equipment which can do the postural assessment, the postural stability assessment. This particular thing is called test of escalating this escalating sensory denial water. We just computerize the escalating sensory denial test. It's also very important. I would also request seniors to please come and share. Thanks for this. I think he prefers there because he can see better. Without a torticollis, you can see. So before I get into the therapeutic options, I just demonstrate one equipment. This is the an equipment called as a stabilometer. Okay. So what we do here, there are multiple tests. You can see aesthetic sensitivity. This is also called abroad as computerized test of sensory integration of balance. There is something called escalating motor complexity. We can have a lot of weight bearing squats, dynamic weight shifts, limits of stability. All these things are possible. Okay. All these things based on my own understanding of vestibular system is what all these tests are about. Okay. So I'll just demonstrate two tests: escalating sensory denial and escalating motor complexity for you. So in escalating sensory denial, what you do, same test in the morning that we did, but we are now going to do it with a computerized platform. Can I have a volunteer? Okay, remove the shoes. And you have the volunteer stand on top. Face this side. See, there are multiple lines. I just make them make sure that the fluid is such place that this line is just just so like that we do, and then he has to look straight, and then I will repeat this particular test. What you are seeing there is his balance. Okay, so whether he's swaying based on. Later on, I will do one more test, and I will show you how it moves if the person is swaying. It gives a score of whether the person is stable or not stable and all this. Okay, that is the first step. We record for 30 seconds. It's just 2 minutes escalating sensitivity, 2 minutes escalating motor complexity. That's all. 5 minutes. Later on, I will show you what is the kind of value you get from this. Abhi, close your eyes. So now he has closed his eyes, and then he is standing. "30 seconds." So it looks like an endless line, but 30 seconds per time. Now what I do, I make them stand. 4. Now keep your eyes open. Now, can you see it is a little unstable? Okay, you can see that thing. That is where how his balance is shifting. So that is what we are seeing. He's a little more unstable. This is a clear measure of the instability rather than subjective. We make it objective. Okay. So how much he is unstable, how much is shifting right, left, front, back. F and P is front and back, right and left. I will demonstrate how that moves with another person. Or he is doing that. Now. Now is the time you have to be careful, you have to be there. Now he has closed his eyes. And you see when he closes his eyes, he becomes a little more unstable than when the eyes were open. Okay, can you see how he is swaying? The way he is swaying, that measure is being recorded. So there is no subjectivity here. You know whether he has the sway path is small or more. Okay. Then I will demonstrate one more test for you before I generate the report and show what exactly happens. See? This is like the first step only, escalating motor complexity. So he is doing the standing. अभी आगे और पीछे center. So this is tandem stand. And now again we get an objective measure of tandem strength. Are we learning? Stand straight. Arm full. Now the same rhomboids principle will be used to give you results. Overall, the test gets over in 5 minutes because 30 seconds. The first test 30 seconds. The second test, in between shifting all those things put together with 5 minutes, the test is over. Are we? Yes, sir. Right click. Right click. Right click. Left leg ऊपर नीचे. Right leg ऊपर wait कर. नहीं वैसे
सिर्फ लेफ्ट लेग उठा के हाँ बस.
So now we'll see his stability. You see his stability only on the right leg. How strong is his right leg able to hold his balance, the entire body balance, with eyes open. So we are increasing the motor complex. From 2 legs side by side to 2 legs stand up to only 1 leg. Left. You can see where the weight is falling because now it's on the left leg. You can see the thing. So basically, it measures where the weight is falling. So if there is a sway, it is shown as a sway path. This is the entire principle of stabilometry. The person is swaying, the sway path becomes bigger and bigger. If it has to fall, then it goes that side and it comes like this. So I have done 2 tests. I will just generate a report now. Especially if you are treating patients and doing giving treatment, giving rehabilitation, doing surgery, all these things, the patient needs something to document the improvement. Okay, this is the test which is going to document the improvement between one test and the other test. Okay, they need a score. What happened? How stable I was 2 months before when I came, and what happens after all the rehabilitation that we have done? How is the stability score now? So we need to generate the stability score and we need to give. That is one. The second thing is when a person first comes, whether the problem actually is somatosensory, whether it is visual, whether it is vestibular. See his score. His somatosensory score is the lowest. Okay. When it comes to, I will just reduce the size of this one. These are functional scores. The first report that comes is a functional score. Okay. Somatosensory score is around above 90. Visual score is near 100%. Vestibular score is near 100%, which means it's good. Okay, for him, these scores are good. The person who is having a bilateral vestibulopathy, you will get a vestibular score in the range of around 60 like that. Most people score above 80 for all the things. Okay. Most people score above 80. So this is how. For him, this is a little spurious result. The somatosensory score may be low because the first test that he did, he was a little he was not yet understood, so that he will have swayed a little more. If you repeat that, that also will get corrected. So basically, how much is his visual participation in helping him balance? How good is his vestibular participation in helping his balance? How good is his somatosensory participation in keeping his balance is what you get from this particular test. In addition, if you want to publish or do anything, sway paths are there, the diagrams of the sway path which you saw. Then temporal path. This is with the time how he is swayed right, left, and front to back. This is the sway velocity. How much is this sway velocity? Okay. Then under each condition, how his instability worsened and worsened. On the firm surface with eyes closed, you see this blue line. Firm surface with eyes closed. That is the one in which we did maximum amount of sway. So all these different kinds of analysis is possible with this, including right, left, front to back in each test, right, left versus front to back, number of times he felt a jerk to one side, the predominant direction of sway. All these things are possible in this, including escalating motor complexity, each leg, how was the sway velocity. All these things you can calculate. So this is what is possible. You can. There was one time when he just see. Look at this. You can see this line going up and down. That was. Can you see this line like this? left leg standing. You notice at one point of time when he was standing on the left leg, he came to the right and then he went. That is documented. All these things are good for publication purposes to tell additional information. But most of the information is there in the sway velocity, how much is the sway, and also in the functional score right in the beginning. So this is one part of this particular element. But this is not the only reason why we can use this element. Correct? I will just demonstrate one more thing, just one more thing here to show you how exactly the patterns move. Okay, just to show you that. Just to show you that one, I will step on this. See what happens is when I move right, left, that goes right and left. The red line is for the right and left. When I move right, red line goes up. When I move left, red line goes up. Can you see that? The black line is for the front back. If I go front, the black line goes up. If I go back, the black line goes up. This is the temporal count. Okay? That's all. So this is the only thing. There also, if I go to this corner, that also goes to the corner. If I go to this corner, it goes. Basically, it tells where the weight is. And that measures this. This is one part. But the power of this particular platform is does not end here. I'll show you something. The actual power is not even in diagnosis. The actual power is in helping the patient gain back their postural strategies to gain back their reflexes. You see here, I can play the game, her movement actually begins, is controlled by my weight shifts. Okay, you see, I shifted weight to this side, she came to this side, correct? I shift weight to here, she comes here. See how I am avoiding that, correct? Now I come and collect coins, but I am not so greedy. So like this, you can increase the complexity of the game and then make it. See what these things do is they make rehabilitation a joy, number one, and then it improves the postural responses. Okay, so you can play this like this. You can play this on the foam also. Okay, you can play it on the foam. So what will happen is, as the complexity of the game increases, the person who want to, if they want to collect more, they really have to improve their postural reflexes very fast. So as they improve their postural responses, see here. Okay, so as the posture improve, as they keep playing this game, what happens is their postural reflexes become better and better and better and better. So that improves. This is the rehabilitation. We use for rehabilitation. And I will give you an example of how good this rehabilitation is. I'm not taking the consent of the patient to show that it is there in my phone. So I, instead of in the recording time, I will later on show you. 8 weeks of therapy or 6 weeks of therapy later, a person who could not stand on the phone even for 5 seconds is now able to around stand on the phone for 30 seconds, no problem. Okay, like that. That is the kind of improvement that this happens. It can be used for vestibular patients, it can be used for orthopedic patients, it can be used for neurological patients, post-stroke recovery, post-whatever. All these kind of patients are going to be benefited with this. One single equipment, both as a diagnostic tool and as a rehabilitating tool. So with that small interview, I think I just go ahead with the
What form of vestibular therapy are you giving? What form of therapy are you giving? Physical therapy? What form? Only therapy is only limited to this or other therapy?
this one and senior protocol.
And
Senior protocol exercises. The senior exercises called senior protocol. There are 2 platforms we have. One is a non-moving platform that is like this. Another moving platform which moves front, back, and side to side. Again, we play a game on top. For that, it is not just to be used like this. There is a harness, there is everything. I carried only this one with that. Sir has seen that. So with that, they have to play the game. The other one is the platform actually moves. So there we improve the ankle strategy and hip strategy. Because for gait and the posture, the most important strategies are the ankle and the hip strategy. So we make them actually move the hips and this thing. The platform moves And moving platform, they play the game. Now I will proceed with the presentation of therapeutic options. Do you want pen and paper or do you want a presentation? Do you want a blackboard or do you want a computer-based presentation? Whatever is your comfortable. Blackboard is also okay, that will be even better. You'll have better interaction. So after this, so it's on management. Yeah, with the particular, then so has the management. Okay. Okay. So this is going to be more again a discussion. We learn from one another. I want to take from your experience, and I would want to share my experience with each of the conditions. Okay, so that is how I will be doing. So let this be open. It is not a didactic lecture where I speak and only you listen. It's not like that. Please share your experiences too. Okay, he's getting it. Sorry. Like he's getting chocolate. So when it comes to the role of pharmacotherapy, there are some places where the role of pharmacotherapy becomes important. First and foremost is an acute episode of vertigo. Is that correct? Person who is going through an acute episode of vertigo needs to be relieved of the acute vertigo symptoms. So what are all the things that we can do? I will share the PowerPoint presentation with you. Now I will just simply do so you. So first step is that this is acute vertigo attack. What are the options that we have to deal with? I want you also to share. I want to carry some experience, okay, some information, knowledge from your experiences. So when a person comes to you with an acute attack of vertigo, or irrespective of the etiology, we need to treat that acute attack. What are some of the go-to drugs that we use? What are some of the go-to drugs that we use when a person is going through an acute attack of vertigo? Most of you will agree that we are using prochlorperazine, that is Stemetil. Is that correct? This we are using either as an injectable form or as a sublingual pattern, but mouth dissolving form. So we use this one. What else do you use for acute vertigo in your practice? Phenergan. So we use Phenergan serum or Phenergan injection. Then, especially Phenergan is very useful in the pediatric population. Next. What else do you use? Anxiolytics. Which anxiolytic is your choice, sir? Clonazepam. Clonazepam is one drug. Clonazepam and diazepam are good drugs when it comes to relieving acute vertigo as well. Is that correct? It is not just an anxiolytic, it also works very well to relieve the first attack of. Can you hear me just another bit? It also helps in relieving the first attack of vertigo. It helps in relieving the first. What else will you use?
Synergism diamine combination.
Synergism with the diamine combination can be used, or just synergism also can be used. Okay, sir. So synergism plus diamine. What else? Anybody uses metclizine? Metclizine, especially if the person is a pregnant person and then we want to use. This is one thing that has been there for a long time. So therefore, at least it's a good choice to relieve the acute attack of vertigo. What else have you used? What if the person has already been given prochlorperazine and it is not relieving? If you repeat the prochlorperazine or repeat some of these drugs, it becomes problematic, right? Have you seen a vertigo patient in whom you repeated prochlorperazine and that patient goes into extrapyramidal side effects? This all kind of dystonic posturing. Okay, that happens. You are trying to relieve the vertigo, but then new side effects will start. Therefore, beyond the first, the second repetition of these things to relieve acute vertigo becomes a little problematic. So we always have to keep that into consideration. So what is the drug when that happens? We have already given one drug and then vertigo is not relieving. Then my go-to drug in that situation is dexamethasone. Dexamethasone 8 mg slow IV. This is known to relieve acute. And in my practice, somebody is already given, the person comes to me first, I will not even consider anything. First thing is dexamethasone. And dexamethasone relieves acute vertigo. Okay, relieves acute. Especially it works even better when it comes to vestibular migraine. The next thing, if you know the diagnosis of that particular vertigo attack, that person is coming and it is possible too much of it may not be that much of mistakes, whatever, but the patient is very busy, not able to move right, left, whatever, that much. One drug that has been told to us as a prophylactic agent, but we are, because it has been taught as a prophylactic, we underappreciate the role of that particular drug as a therapeutic agent. And that drug is flunarizine. Flunarizine is very good in relieving acute attack of vestibular migraine. It's also good in relieving migraine attack also sometimes, but it is very good in relieving acute attack of vestibular migraine. Okay, so as an abortive therapy, you can use flunarizine. Okay, so this much when it comes to acute attack.
So why do you use dexamethasone on the basis of what? If it is not vestibular neuritis, why would you want to use dexamethasone?
Sir, for some reason, I am finding that dexamethasone is relieving acute vertigo. The only reason why I am doing it is clinically.
Clinical experience.
Yes.
Clinically, they are finding it
It relieves. Meniere acute vertigo, it relieves. Vestibular migraine acute vertigo, it relieves. Okay, it relieves acute vertigo.
The advantage of it is that it will not cause any sedation.
Second thing is safe even in pregnancy.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so that way it is there, but I was just wondering what should be the mechanism of action of this drug to relieve the vertigo? That is only what I was saying.
Maybe it has an action on the inner ear, maybe some action on the brain.
For dexamethasone, you're giving IV or
IV? Slow.
in comparison, slow IV intratympanic.
Intratympanic I have not tried so far in an acute vertigo patient, but I have always given only IV for acute vertigo.
I mean, the recent literature suggests that intratympanic is more useful, and I've been
Even in the acute vertigo.
in an acute vertigo, and I've been giving it. I've started giving intratympanic. We had a talk in neurology conference when you were here.
Okay.
In Teams.
Okay, sir.
There was a talk on that intratympanic, and the concentration it achieves in intratympanic is 240 times higher than IV.
Okay.
So that was the literature. So after that, I started using it, and I found better results with this.
Even for acute vertigo, you are using.
For acute vertigo. And again, I went back into literature. So the recent literature published specifically after COVID, because before COVID, more you used to give more of oral and IVs.
Okay.
So now clinicians have shifted more to intratympanic to avoid, and now patients also ask if you want to give oral steroid. The patient also questions you 10 times. So now there are research coming out that intratympanic is more useful.
Excellent. That is also one more thing that maybe we should know.
So it is a stat dose only. Or you
Here I am using it as a stat dose for relieving acute attack of vertigo. So I will discuss each of these.
Give a stat dose.
Yeah.
One dose. Of how much?
you are telling it
How much,
for 5 days or 3 days.
What I'm using is that 8 milligram ones.
8 milligrams. How many ml?
We put up, it will go, I did 1 ml,
Yeah.
but normally when I'm putting it and like patient is saying half of them comes up.
Yeah, so about just 0.6, 0.7, that is what we can do maximum.
Motion sickness. What are your go-to drugs?
Our
Okay, above me. Then
Basically, I give acid also.
Meclizine. Okay. Yes, sir. Next. Anything else you use? Above me?
I sometimes give acid also.
Emisset. Sir? Yes, sir. Condensate. Condensate. Okay. Then?
I think that is, some people use Temidol also.
That is already from the testing. Sir?
EMI.
EMI?
Aminoxidil and organs.
EOXIL. Is that right? Sir? Minoxidil. Yes, sir. What minoxidil? Stemetil is separate. Stemetil is proglose. Stemetil is proglose. What else? Can you use? Has anybody used Phenergan? Has anybody used Phenergan as a drug for motion sickness? What a no. Sir? Sinarizine. Sinarizine with domperidone. Okay, Sinarizine with domperidone. Anything else? Again, my go-to drug for motion sickness.
So it is your trump card.
Not the trump card, only here. Next, the trump cards keep changing. You can't have one trump card.
You are giving a straight
Because-
5 milligram or 10 milligram.
5 milligram 1 hour before, if the travel is too long, maybe 2 hours into the travel, they can take one.
So not 10 milligram.
But I give 5 minutes.
5.
I give
And
5
is that
minutes.
also acute vertigo also 5 mg
No, acute allergy.
for 10.
Okay. Acute vertigo is 10 mg.
And stat dose or for 2 days
No, only for the motion, to cover that travel.
that acute vertigo.
Aflunar, CV. General, sir, for me, for some reason, as some, see what had happened is in Bangalore, long ago, when I just finished PG and I was started in MSR, there was a neurologist who came to give a talk. He was talking about role of flunarizine as an abortive agent for migraine, because he told that flunarizine works for to relieve the acute headache, though it is. Then I started using flunarizine for my motion sickness patient, and it started giving results. Okay, so and from them, no looking back, so I never considered anything else. So my only experience is only flunarizine. Everybody comes and tells her, thank you so much, especially my doctor friends come.
So now Sumatriptan will also come at the line.
So maybe. So, but sumatriptan is more for headache. It's not more
So you
for.
tell me one thing, you told that you were using it for acute vertigo also.
For-
So here it is stat dose for how?
Acute vestibular migraine also flunarizine works.
Now for how many days? you take?
For where that?
Acute vertigo, you flunarizine in Malaysia. Like how many days you take?
In vestibular migraines, acute vertigo only I give. That one it will be like what I do is if the person has, there are 2 types of regimens. I come to that in the vestibular migraine management. So I have 2 regimens.
Okay, then you cover that.
But acute vertigo is just one dose of 10 milligram of flunarizine. But acute vertigo.
Acute vertigo to abort the attack, but once the
No, not for vestibular migraine. Just acute vertigo of unknown
for
cause.
that acute vertigo of unknown cause, I will not go for flunarizine. I will go for hexamine.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
I will go for hexamine.
If it is vestibular migraine, then you would consider flunarizine.
So this is what it is. And in vestibular migraine, how I treat those patients, I come to that. But for motion sickness, again, my go-to drug is flunarizine. So next, what we want to do is we go to. This is where I want to actually collect the experience of everybody by going back. Which disease? We will deal with Meniere disease. Okay. Now tell me, the drugs that you vouch by, this is the one that is working in my hands. Please tell me. First, sir. Meniere disease. You are told. 75, Stooge around 4. That is Sinnar is in 75. Yes. 75 OD. Correct, sir?
Yeah.
Yes. How many days?
3 weeks.
3 weeks. Fine. Next. Share your experiences.
I will definitely add a diuretic.
Which one is your diet? The diet that you give.
Huh? I give lactone half tablet.
Lastly, lactone 50.
Half tablet once a week for 4 weeks.
Lastly, lactone you are giving weekly. One half weekly. Yes. Okay. This is a nice way. Half weekly into 4 weeks. So basically, the pharmacy guy is only getting 2 tablets.
Yes.
They will not like it. Okay.
Because most of the people are working, whether they are at home,
Yeah.
but they can follow.
So you are following
Sundays, you
a
take it.
weekly regimen of a diuretic.
Right.
There are this is furosemide and spironolactone.
And if it is
Great. Yes. Then you're saying something else. If it is
Diuretics.
which diuretics? Which is your
Say,
subject?
like, spironolactone.
Spironolactone. Only spironolactone. What is the dose we use?
Spironolactone 50 milligram or hydrochlorothiazide 25 milligram.
Okay. Spironolactone 50 mg. What is it? How long?
Depending upon if it's a recurrent attacks of migraine, we do not give any medication for migraine.
You are talking about Meniere.
For Meniere disease, if there are not more than 3 attacks in 2 months.
Okay.
Otherwise, I see that only when you are getting the attack, single dose of an abortive medicine. Single dose
Spironolactone is
of
about
abortive medicine. If there are more than 3 attacks in 2 months,
Yeah.
then we put them on a prophylactic medication that is with spironolactone or hydrochlorothiazide.
So that other thing is hydrochlorothiazide is your next. Okay. That is diazide you are using.
Rare,
Yes, sir. Yes.
usually and rather rarely, I would combine hydrochlorothiazide and spironolactone together.
Combination of the two.
Combination of these two also.
Is there a combination tablet available or is it separate?
No, separate.
Separately. So
Yeah, because the advantage of using with this separately is that when I'm giving this drug, I am monitoring the sodium potassium levels.
yes, sir.
And depending upon that, I would decide which one to continue, which one to withdraw, and particular and how much the patient is.
Excellent.
So Glacirectal, the only problem is that Glacirectal, it has got at the dose in which it is prescribed is too low a dose to cause any adverse effects. But in Glacirectal, there is furosemide.
Hyponitremia is a possibility.
Yeah, so hyponitremia is a big possibility if you use it regularly. And another thing that furosemide also has got toxic effects, which hydrochlorothiazide does not have much.
So the other problem with using furosemide is furosemide itself is ototoxic. So this much. So we have
I also like to give below us.
you give below.
Below us, I give it to my.
Yes, ma'am. Excellent. Sir, acetazolamide. Sir, the place is not going to be sufficient, but it is okay. Yes, sir.
Acetazolamide also we
advise for
use
high potassium, low sodium diet.
acetazolamide.
High potassium,
Low sodium diet.
low sir. Tender coconut? What is it?
Coconut. But I had asked them best is coconut water. If not possible, now at least in Gwalior it's available. Previously used to be available.
Okay.
Otherwise, convert one meal into fruit meal.
Fruit meal. So coconut, tender coconut, and
Banana is good.
banana and fruit meal. And fruit meal and low sodium. And low sodium, like no added salt. That's what you want. Okay. And no added salt. Fruit meal and no added salt. That is.
Sometimes I prefer to add some anti-allergic also. जब मेरे को लगता है मीडिया से
Yes, ma'am. What is that? What is that?
I give either this.
Oh, so you want antihistamine. So you are so
Can be
anti-allergic
electron molecule also.
and so antihistamine or
ये जो अपना होता है एलेग्रा वाला molecule है.
Flexibility.
so basically antihistamine.
Anti-allergic
So
also.
basically you are going to give antihistamines. Yes, ma'am.
Or preferably electron molecule.
Okay. Sir, somebody else. Sir, beta scale. You are starting with 48 mg and how long you give?
At least for 1 month. Then after the evaluation of symptoms.
For 1 month is what you give? 1 to 2 months. Okay, sir. You are giving it for 1 to 2 months. Okay, sir. How many of you give nasal steroids for a person who comes with acute yes? Okay. Anything else?
Steroid you may add in active treatment to give steroid.
You give steroid as a tablet.
Yeah.
But not nasal. Intratympanic, yes. So intratympanic steroid also you can give.
Oral and antitympanic. I don't think
Intratympanic.
Even intermittent intervals are.
Intratympanic gentamicin. Intratympanic steroid and intratympanic gentamicin. Steroid also and gentamicin also. Sorry for this. Intratympanic genta also. Fine. Anything else? Salicylene. Salicylene. What is the dose of salicylene? How long you give, sir? Sir, spelling salicylene. SCLE. Salicylene. How much you are giving? 5 mg OD. For how long?
3 weeks.
3 weeks. You are combining salicylene with beta. Next. Then, sir.
only B complex is left. Neurobion is a standard product.
So you are using nutritional supplements like
B1, B6, B12.
B1, B6, B12. Yes. Next.
Especially with alcohol.
Especially methylcobalamin. That is okay. Yes. Next, sir.
Vitamin
D3.
बस अब इसके बाद जो भी ऐड करना है
Now I will tell you something. Patient comes to you. You tell lot of drugs are there. कुछ तो काम करेगा. Give me one month for one drugs. You have 13 months. Correct? To determine which works for the patient. Every month I will try one new. We don't know which clicks for you. Correct, no?
नहीं सर ऐसा
No.
ऐसा नहीं
Okay, it is not like that. So you can so it is like drug likes you. Which drug is your choice? Who all vouch by spironolactone? You have used and you love it. How many days you have? If I have used and I love it, both hands. I have used no effect, one hand. I have used and I love it. How many? Now they can. Don't. Okay, it is.
patient is coming with symptoms
So
and
we
you
have
understand.
3 4 acute. It is working. Both hands. Okay. So whoever has used spironolactone loves spironolactone. Can I tell that? Okay. Whoever has used spironolactone loves spironolactone. Excellent. Lacilactone. Whoever has used they love lacilactone.
It's because safe and all that you can give safety bills.
How many have been used to beta-histine and love beta-histine?
No one. You
There
cannot
are-
rely on that.
Sir, you use and you like it.
Sir,
You like it. You like it. You like it. You like it. Recently, I was there in IFOS. There are 2 drugs which really benefit these patients, depending on the underlying pathology, which were discussed. One is spironolactone, another is beta-histine. One is spironolactone, another is both of them. Now, the final thing is the need for personalized medicine. A person in whom it doesn't work, it never works. There is no point in going on trying. So, in that particular phenotype of that particular person, if the spironolactone does not work in the beginning, it will not work. There is no point in trying. If the beta-histine does not work in the beginning, there is no point in going on increasing the dose or whatever it is or changing it. It does not. That particular patient's phenotype, if it is responding, it is going to respond. The things that were discussed is autoinflammation, so many things were talked with this thing, including patients who are insulin resistant diabetes, people who are having the lipid profile varying. So depending on those things, like some people respond to spironolactone, some people respond to beta-histine. These are the two things. Recently, what I have learned is this comes from the patients. Okay. In addition to spironolactone, in addition to beta-histine, there is one more drug which comes in combination below us. Vinpocetine, piracetam, and Cerebellar. The piracetam and vinpocetine is again a beautiful drug in another subgroup of patients of Meniere. Piracetam. I never thought of piracetam as a drug for Meniere disease till this patient came and told me this drug is ready. And after that, I had multiple experience of patients who are not responding to anything, responding to piracetam. It is not like elderly only. I have elderly patients who are responding to that. I have young patients also who are
Is
responding.
it that till they take the drug, they are okay and they stop it, then they come back?
The way I look at Meniere disease is, I look at it.
Episode, so they will.
No, I don't look at it as episode. I look at that as like hypertension, like diabetes with episodic exacerbations, but there is an underlying disease all the time. So my way of treating it, this thing is to keep them on long-term basis, whichever I choose. Okay, for that particular patient. So this is all. Second thing is, we are offering very less of this. We should be offering much more of this because auto-inflammatory conditions, autoimmune, whatever, organ-specific auto-inflammation is a huge contributor to a lot of Meniere disease patients. And for them, intratympanic dexamethasone should be offered more often. We are not giving it as often as we are
So how
supposed to.
early should we give?
I think you should start off the treatment with
First.
the moment you get a diagnosis that this is Meniere disease, start the therapy. If unless the patient tells no, start off with intratympanic and then maintain with drugs.
What is the dose? What is it?
The dose that I give is the normal
Dexamethasone.
dexamethasone ampoule that comes as 4 milligram per ml. And you know, I don't dilute it. So you know, all of us know in intratympanic hardly 0.3 and more than that 0.5, it doesn't stay. So that is it. So that much is it. I give daily for 5 days. That is how we start the treatment, and then we maintain the patient on any one of the other drugs. Okay. This is
maintain the patient on
or any of the other drugs. Okay, it can be beta-histine, it can be spironolactone, it can be any of these things.
but then on which particular patient should we use this? A patient is having one attack in 4 months, 6 months. Would you still use a drug like this?
Sir, a person who comes with maybe possibly my practice is such that person who has one attack 4 or 5 months, once in 4 or 5 months may not be coming to me. That is one more possible. Maybe missing out on those patients. So maybe in that patient it may not be a right option. But these patients are really God forsaken and they keep getting attacks. So not these are the patients.
Do you assess the effect of intratympanic steroid with some tests like CC test?
No, sir, I have not done. Maybe I can consider that.
What?
CC.
Huh?
So short increment sensitivity. CC.
So that is there, but you see, when we are discussing this on a scientific forum, whenever we are using a drug, we must be able to say how is this drug acting and on what logic I am giving it.
Yes, sir.
It is just I cannot use the drug just because I like it.
So
But what
liking
is
does
the
not just like that.
scientific basis on which I am prescribing a drug? That has to be overlooked.
So
Right.
when it comes to these, all the 3 drugs that we are discussing, our main things, there is a scientific basis. When it comes to spironolactone,
Yes.
there is a scientific basis. When it comes to beta-histine, there is a scientific basis. When it comes to dexamethasone, there is a scientific basis. When it comes to gentamicin, there is a scientific
Yes.
basis.
Agreed, but not for any of the other drugs.
No, other
Any
drugs
other
also
drug,
maybe
diazepam can be used,
Yeah.
then acetazolamide can be used. There is scientific evidence for that.
Yes.
But for many of the other drugs, intratympanic gentamicin can be used. There is scientific evidence for that. Beta-histine and cerebellar combination has been banned.
That is
That has
that
been
is-
banned officially. You cannot use it, and it's
beta-histine plus cerebellar, the authors who actually first proposed, they had the
withdrawal also, and also it has been specifically mentioned it cannot be. There is no question of using it.
It's a monoamine oxidase.
Yeah. So,
But there are people who are using cerebellar isolated and getting results.
the point is that in a disease like Meniere disease,
Yes, sir.
where you do not know the exact pathophysiology,
Yes, sir.
where the disease is in a stage where
Yes.
attacks are unpredictable, you do not know how when you are going to get an attack. Everything about it is unknown.
Yes, sir.
Then something can work, something cannot work.
Absolutely.
Not because it is working or not.
Yes.
But other diseases you may not have had the attack.
Yes.
without medication also you would not have had the attack.
That is also
Because
possible.
there is a vaccine and weaning period, and sometimes these attacks will be a little frequent, sometimes there will be
Shorter intervals and bigger intervals are known. One more.
The thing what is important over here is that there is only practically one class A publication on beta-histine, on drugs used in many diseases. Only one class A is publication is there, which has been published in the British Medical Journal 2016 December issue. There they have shown that beta-histine placebo, beta-histine in 24 milligrams per day, beta-histine in 144 milligrams per day, and placebo. Patients were given these things for 9 months and then followed up for another 9 months. All three show the same results. And it has also been proven and shown that in 72% of the patients, out of all the combined studies that have been done, that is RCTs that have been published ever on beta-histine, it has been shown that in 72% of these published studies, placebo had very, very good results.
In fact,
Whenever you are using, I believe it is more of the placebo effect, or it is the natural course of the disease and not a result of the medication.
Yes, sir.
So this is extremely important to realize regarding Meniere disease. We are not very sure about what pathophysiology is there and how it is working. So on a thing like this, I think the best logic to go by is that since we call it hydrops, there may be hydrops in other diseases also. It's proven that in vestibular migraine also there is hydrops. Asymptomatic case there is also hydrops. So the thing is, if you believe that Meniere disease is happening due to hydrops of the inner ear, then other than diabetics, no other drug has got any scientific validity. If you look up the NHS website, there beta-histine is specifically mentioned only for Meniere disease, and it is also given over there that the effect of beta-histine starts after 14 days. So it is all published in the website and not in any website. It is called the NICE guidelines. The NHS guidelines is there called the NICE guidelines. There it is published like that. So the point is whether beta-histine at all works, we do not know. We do not know whether it has got anything or not. The nearest thing that can happen is to use diuretics, because that has got at least some logical basis. And of course, interdependent gentamicin has been found to be useful, and interdependent steroids also have been found to be. There are RCTs which have shown effect of intertympanic, good effect of intertympanic steroids, and the advantage of giving intertympanic steroids is that it is not autotoxic. And moreover, if we would not want to use an autotoxic drug, because 30% patients can get occurrence in the other ear also. So that way, intertympanic steroids are possibly safer than intertympanic gentamicin. Though the American guidelines and the Barron Association guidelines both have said only about intertympanic gentamicin, not about intertympanic steroids.
So when do we use intratympanic gentamicin? When do we choose? So who are using gentamicin and when is the go-to drug? When are you going to decide enough is enough? I'm going to use gentamicin.
Dizziness with hearing loss, severe loss.
Already there is a severe hearing loss, and the patient is getting again and again vertigo.
Guidelines are very clear. We have to go by guidelines.
Sir, I am now collecting the experience. Guidelines I can read anytime, sir. I am here to collect the experience of all the people. That is what I am trying to do. So that is the only reason. Sir, who else is using gentamicin, intratympanic? Who have given intratympanic gentamicin? And when you chose that's only for the Meniere.
Similar to profound hearing loss.
Hearing loss already is there. Yes, already the hearing is lost. Then, and still patient is getting vertigo. That is the time you don't have the fear of any more using a cure. That is when you are choosing. When else you have a cure?
No, see, it is failure of medical treatment.
Failure of
6 months of failure of diuretics or other oral drugs.
Okay. So 6 months of failure is when you have suggested intratympanic.
Then you are expected to use intertympanic gentamicin.
So,
But
you say,
sir,
Yeah.
when you are saying 6 months of failure and the hearing patient has hearing loss,
No,
normal hearing also.
even if the hearing loss is not too bad, you can use intertympanic gentamicin. Or complete hearing loss, that means what we call as a non-serviceable hearing, that is less than 50% speech discrimination score, or
If
hearing,
the patient has hearing loss but it has serviceable hearing,
then you can use interdependent gentamicin, but you would not use going for labyrinth sector. That you will not do.
so I would, my personal experience, I've used only in this case, pure non-serviceable hearing. The reason is, very first case, initial days of my practice, I've used this thing, and Dr. Madhavi sir was very fond of intermittent gentamicin and used to give a lot.
Right, left, center, he used to
He used to give, and he used to say that it will never lose less.
Yeah, I know, I'm aware.
So, my personal preference, I would prefer to do a sac surgery than intratympanic gentamicin. The reason is, if it gives even 10 decibel hearing loss, increases in private, patient is going to sit on my head. Sac decompression, at least I know it will not lead to hearing loss.
Yes.
So after that, till now, my intratympanic gentamicin, because number of patients I personally get who has non-serviceable hearing and Meniere's are very less.
Yeah.
So my intratympanic gentamicin is like once in a year, once in a 2 years.
Burns
Very less.
By the time there is profound loss, the
You-
venous burns
burns out.
So then
So
the
it's
symptoms are
not there. So with in my personal experience, that subset of non-serviceable hearing loss with vertigo attacks in Meniere's is
not seen.
very, very rare.
Yeah.
Mostly what I get is serviceable hearing.
Yeah.
So either I give it intratympanic steroids
Yeah.
And surgery
or surgery.
or surgery. So you skip the gentamicin.
Never.
Okay. Anybody has given gentamicin and any other compelling indication which is forced you to give gentamicin?
Other than this is.
Is there a drop attached?
Sir, I think you have drop attacks.
If there is drop attached, which cannot be controlled by diuretics, then
Yes.
I prescribe intratympanic gentamicin.
Yes.
Very easy. Money.
The only
Immediately.
reason I have given intratympanic gentamicin is to control that. Patient is not ready for surgery, patient is not ready for it. At least take this. At least there was one patient who came and told me, I told your hearing will be gone and all those things. Patient told, let my hearing go, but I don't want to meet with an accident tomorrow.
Yeah.
What if I fall in the bus?
Would you consider trying intratympanic steroid in this?
I have tried. Once it has failed in intratympanic.
So what was your,
I always tried with steroid.
sir, let us get, after giving intratympanic gentamicin, was there an improvement or was there a deterioration of hearing? What was the response?
There are papers which tell you improve or
This is
never
your
improves.
experience,
It always
that
deteriorates.
I'm asking.
Hearing deteriorates.
After, and what about the response to the treatment? Second agent to give response?
We
Or
will need to,
multiple?
we will need to.
At the interval of
At the interval of 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
So,
gentamicin.
Michael started out,
Okay, sir. Okay. Yeah.
he used high dose beta stim.
Yes, sir. Michael should is a known votary of high dose of dehiscence. That we know. But I don't use high dose. I use a normal dose of 48 mg.
And he said, like, at first,
Yeah.
he becomes the hearing. Use high dose.
Yeah.
It has 48 mg periods
Yes.
for 1 to 2 years.
So have you had an experience where you have seen a recovery of hearing?
Sir, I am giving you at 48 mg.
But have you noted a recovery of hearing?
Because I there is my location, but I have 4 to 5 patients.
Okay.
Yeah.
They are okay in the sense, have you documented a recovery of hearing?
Sir, we have lot of
Excellent. So there are people who, so which means that we have people, real world evidence which is telling that
You have recovery of hearing.
no loss of them.
No, sir, no, sir.
The loss have already happened. That is the okay. But patient.
So there is no further deterioration.
Yes, yes.
There is no further. So what sir is telling is, it's not recovery of hearing. There is no further deterioration.
We have lot of papers.
Sir, I
Excellent.
want to know, we were remove paracetamol. So how much is it for how long are you?
I really don't think about the dose. It is a combination of paracetamol and methocillin with kilowatt. It comes as a fixed dose.
Okay, so you get that. For how
Twice
much?
daily, twice daily.
For 1 month?
No, ma'am, these are all for years together. So, next, which one thing we are not in cover?
It's what really happens is a drop attack.
Sir, in a drop attack, it is the
In drop attacks, there is high drop of the autolytic ulcers. When if fluid collects more in the autonomic organs, then the sensation of up down goes away, and then you get those drop attacks. Basically, eye drops of the autonomic organs. That causes the drop attack. So you see, there are hundreds of things which are ambiguous. Recently, in one of my books, which is coming out, I've written a 150-page chapter on Meniere disease controversies. There are lots of things which are there, and you cannot explain each and everything. Like, we find drop attacks in which cases of Meniere disease? In the advanced cases of Meniere disease, we get drop attacks. But look at the human anatomy, the sacrum is the lowest part of the inner ear. So if fluid collects over there, fluid should collect initially in the autonomic organs. Then why is it that we get first vertigo and many years later we get drop attacks? These are all unexplained things. So our knowledge of Meniere disease is abysmally poor. You can talk a lot of these things, and pharmaceutical companies will collect up, will make a lot of business out of this thing. But bottom line is that we do not know anything much about Meniere disease, and so the treatment is basically empirical. The only thing which is nearest to logic is diuretics, because if you assume that it is endolymphatic high drops, then any high drops can be treated by wherever you have collection of fluid. That is the dictionary meaning of high drop. Collection of fluid in general, anywhere in the body, you use diuretics. So the only basis of that you can use it. But endolymphatic high drop is reported in normal years also in quite a large number of patients. It is endolymphatic high drop is also found in a large number of vestibular migraine patients also. So see, our knowledge about Meniere is not very good. We have to accept that. Till today, we do not.
But we can do only Meniere disease symposium for 1 week.
Does the functional MRI?
Huh? Yes,
Any calcium channel blocker in Meniere disease?
Which calcium channel blocker you are talking about? Synergy.
Centrally acting acid, pneumonia.
Have you used?
Any role of?
Personally, I have not found it. Sir. Have you personally found?
Oh, there is some written in the book.
Okay. Pneumotipid you are talking.
If there is no response to diuretics.
Okay. So then you can try a central calcium channel. The drug is pneumotipid, sir. You are talking. Thanks for adding that. Pneumotipid. Okay. So we
Very hypotensive effect.
it has a hypotensive.
So vestibular migraine.
The more these patients are
After the lecture.
absolutely sure, sir. So vestibular migraine. We have both drugs. Let us combine. Sir, your drug, vestibular migraine.
Prophylactic or acute?
Both. Flunarizine. Prophylactic and therapy. Okay. Flunarizine. Next.
Now after going to your place, I have changed the.
Topiramate, sir. Yes. Topiramate. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Also.
I asked the patient to have proper sleep, proper meals,
Yes.
and antacids.
Lifestyle changes should be the first.
Sleep.
Lifestyle changes should be the first
Yes, sir.
in any type of lifestyle.
Fantastic.
That helps in more than
Yes, sir.
50%.
Lifestyle. Yes.
This helps in many.
Yes.
Address the comorbidity.
Okay. Comorbidities like sir. Diabetes. Address comorbidities.
Vestibular
migraine comorbidity. Depression, anxiety.
Yeah. Hypertension would be one.
Hypertension.
All these things. Fine. Lifestyle modifications. And specific lifestyle also I will have a separate. Yes. Anything else? What are the drugs you use?
Usually, divalproex is also.
Sir,
Divalproex.
divalproex.
Then again, I want to see comorbid situation. If a patient have a depression,
Yes, sir.
then use amitriptyline.
Amitriptyline. Yes.
If a patient had a weight gain,
Yes, sir.
then topiramate.
Topiramate in case of weight gain. concomitant anxiety, depression, amitriptyline,
Anxiety neurosis that beta blocker.
anxiety and neurosis, you use beta blocker. Which are the beta blockers that you use? Propranolol and propranolol plus
Metoprolol sometimes.
metoprolol. Propranolol and
Prothadine.
Prothadine, that is docility. Correct?
So that is nearly same as antidepressant. It is also tricyclic antidepressant. Yeah, it's a tricyclic antidepressant.
Yes. Next. Yeah, that is the kind. Anything else you are using? Anything else for migraine?
Refer to neurophysician.
Neurophysician will refer back to you. Domperidone. Yes, domperidone works wonderful for vestibular.
Sort of prophylaxis.
Yeah,
Naproxen plus domperidone.
Yes.
It's 70 and with the water. Anything else you use for migraine?
I do give some physiotherapies for neck massage.
Neck physiotherapy, isometric neck exercises and neck massage. Neck physiotherapy, excellent. Yes.
Another drug that we can also I use it sometimes.
Botox. Botox. Yes. You can use.
Desvenlafaxine.
Sir, venlafaxine.
Yes, desvenlafaxine.
Desvenlafaxine. Is somebody taking pictures of all this?
No.
If patient had a somatoform disorder, then this drug is
No, last time we loved everything. It was so much anxiety. Sir,
venlafaxine should be used in case of somatoform disorder associated with migraine.
venlafaxine. Desvenlafaxine. Somatoform disorder along with associated with migraine. Desvenlafaxine. Okay. So many drugs we have. Excellent. What is this? This should be called a Gwalior protocol. It should be excellent. Fine. So now, my go to drugs. Okay. Shall I? Yes. No, this keeps changing. Each and every time I have come meeting like this, I go little bit more.
So what do you follow?
First is magnesium.
Magnesium.
Yes. First is, it used to be fluoride for a long, long time.
So how do you do magnesium?
200 milligrams per day. We get a tablet by name ultra magnesium. I give 200 mg per day.
Why not 400 into the standard dose? 400 milligrams of magnesium daily.
So
In my
200 BD will become.
I video. Yeah. There is one now some are available at 400 milligrams. Tablets are also tablets. The advantage is that you can give a combination of 400 milligrams and riboxamide. What is that? Ultra magnesium. What is that?
It's the brand name of it.
Achha, there is another one where you said riboflavin and
Yes, that is the next drug.
and 400 milligram of
I'm coming.
magnesium.
I also use one combination of calcium plus magnesium vitamin 3.
Yes. Calcium, magnesium, and
Vitamin D3.
vitamin D3. Calcium, magnesium,
Vitamin.
okay, sir. So you are using
MG3D.
MGD, MGD3, MGD3.
Especially in case of women's
MGD3. Yes. So previously it used to be drugs. Now it is, as also put it, sleep, meal in time, a philosophical approach to life. Don't think you are controlling everything. Those things.
So basically rest.
That is one thing. And some amount of nutritional supplementation. So magnesium. I give magnesium as a 100-day regimen. 100-day regimen is you take the person takes for 100 days. And then they stop. Only if they start getting back again they stay.
So only this is single drug regime.
Single regimen. Only magnesium. Magnesium is so beautiful. I have managed one patient through her pregnancy with only magnesium.
So what is your source of knowledge?
Sir?
What is your source of knowledge?
Experiences.
Reading and applying.
Go back and then come back. Real world evidence is the evidence.
Encyclopedia of history.
So magnesium, riboflavin MQ is riboflavin magnesium with coenzyme Q10. It's another beautiful drug which is giving excellent results. DD3 can be used. In ladies who are having attacks during the menstrual period, we can again give magnesium with B6. So magnesium and B6 you can give 5 days before the onset of menstrual period and 5 days into the onset, total 10 days per month. You give lot of relief. That is
Magnesium and what?
B6. Magnesium with vitamin B6. Okay. So this is the main thing which you can give. Next, after this, if there is no contraindication, previously it used to be flunarizine, all these things. Now my first go-to drug after all these things is amitriptyline for vestibular. Okay, amitriptyline works wonders for this patient. Vestibular migraine. 10 mg.
How are the interactions we have?
We have to study the interaction, then only if the patient is already getting. So there is always interaction checker. Now it is so easily available. Online interaction checker, you put all the very drugs. Sir? Yes, sir. And it's very cheap. It's a cheap. So medical drugs will not like you start with half tablet. Yes, sir. After a few days, then you reach.
More compatible with
Chlordiazepoxide. So say plus chlordiazepoxide. Chlor,
Can cause some amount of drowsiness. Some daytime drowsiness happens.
it causes drowsiness.
more drowsiness, then you can sleep better. Yes, otherwise no.
And after some days it goes off.
Yeah, after some time it goes up, but initial few days the patient can get.
Initial few days you can give in the early phase. Evening 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. Get right.
Then daytime
That's no
drowsiness.
problem. If you take it at 11 p.m.
Then
more patient cannot get up.
Definitely cause.
So the thought process that is happening here is somebody tells, okay, so next day morning I feel drowsy, I cannot get up. So take early morning. So that next day morning by the time they get up, that action is gone. So these are the drugs. And then you also all the other drugs, levodopa, so is there so many other drugs are there that can benefit. But as of now, there has been some learning that has happened in the last 1 year in terms of migraine for me personally. It is the role of magnesium, riboflavin. These two things. Magnesium and
Q10 also.
Sir?
Q10.
Coenzyme Q10 also beneficial in one patient of mine who was not responding to any drug for Meniere disease. Coenzyme Q10. So that is also there. There are some patients who just start responding to one particular drug. So it is like that. So these are the things investigated. Next, coming to my drug that used to be the go-to drug for a long time in vestibular migraine used to be flunarizine. Okay. Even now I use flunarizine. And flunarizine with propranolol or only propranolol, sometimes even metoprolol. When it comes to flunarizine, I use flunarizine in two ways. I don't use flunarizine most of the time. I don't use as a long-term prophylaxis because it's a dirty drug in the long term. It causes weight gain. It causes a little bit of slowing in some of the patients. All these things happen. So I don't use. But the way I use flunarizine is in two ways. One way is abortive way. Another way is called pulse therapy. Abortive therapy and pulse therapy. What is abortive therapy? Person already you know is having vestibular migraine. Next time, patient knows, you keep it in your handbag or you keep it in your purse, a tablet of flunarizine. The moment you start getting the first indication of this attack coming, take one tablet and that is be done with it. That is it. This is the abortive therapy. But patient comes to me already with established vestibular migraine. At that time, if I give a flunarizine, I will tell them, now you take this flunarizine for 5 days total. That is the pulse therapy. These are the only ways in which I give flunarizine. Most of them. Except very rarely I do continue to give flunarizine as a 30-day regimen, as a 100-day regimen. But most of the time it is either as a abortive or as a pulse therapy. And all the other drugs are there. Topiramate is again I use. Okay, I use I'm considering using prothiazide. Okay, one of my friends is a very strong votary of prothiazide, so I'm considering using in some of the patients. So these are the drugs.
What is the medical action for abortive therapy?
In flunarizine, sir? Okay. I think again it is the calcium channel blockage. Personally also I must.
Is it drug of choice for vestibular migraine or migraine pediatric?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Not in adult.
Yes.
But it,
Okay, sir. No, it is not written in the books. It is not written. The first time it was told
how
to
many
make.
percent you reported? Wanted?
So personally, I also suffer. So it me never. Okay. So I keep traveling here and there, all those things. So when I get an attack, then the moment I know that I'm about to get it, I take one tablet.
You take on tablet of fluid.
More for vestibular.
Or vestibular.
Like motion sickness.
No, both for motion sickness, also migraine headaches.
It means they will disappear with the
So then only I will not get it. I will travel fresh.
तो कितने से travel के पहले लेना चाहिए?
Ma'am, the moment I am getting the symptoms, I feel little odd.
Travel कितने travel के लेना?
I'm not taking it for motion sickness. I'm taking it for vestibular migraine. So whenever during the travel or sometimes I get something, I start taking. In fact, Vishwas sir had treated me once with tablets in Moscow. I had such a bad attack of migraine. By the time flight, not there. I could not even stand. I was having nausea, all those things. One more thing to be noted here is highest or the most upper GI endoscopies are being done
For migraine.
for vestibular, for migraine. This gaseousness, this bloating, this all these things are migraines. So many of those gaseousness, bloatings, this reversal, all these things are actually migraines. Treat them as migraines. See the result. Okay.
It's all a psychosomatic disease.
So much of it. That is the gut brain syndrome. Mixed form. Yes.
migraine tension medicated for.
Yes.
Not pure
Migraine tension it is.
Sir, यहाँ तो local gas
Yes, it's true. Imagine.
Yes, sir, यहाँ पे ऐसा लगता है सर ठोस हो
it's a real, it's a real. Constipation is the most potent cause precipitating factor for migraine tension attack. It's a real.
Constipation actually. The problem is there used to be a thing that used to be told in those days. WhatsApp forwards used to come. Every body part was telling, I'm the most important. Heart was telling, and without my blood, nothing will work. You remember that? No? You know the joke or you forgot? Nobody knows. Then brain told, without my working, you cannot make a move. Nothing. Skeletal muscle told, skin told, without me covering, you will not be able to do anything. Everybody started. Every body part was arguing, I am the best, I am the best, I am the best. But that one organ which is responsible for constipation kept quiet. Then suddenly it stopped working. One. The brain got a fever, heart started missing beat, skin started sweating, everything. Finally, you are only boss, open up. It is not open, it is to go. Right? So, like a constipation can cause a lot of problems. I think this was a lot of learnings for all of us. Thank you so much. Enough therapeutic options.
Usually, this session is the time where who wants to feel sleepy. But
Can you? Which patient we should use anti-vertigo, similar? Like in whatever we have depression, use the average.
Okay.
Anxiety, use the recall of.
Like in anti-vertigo, I will start off not based on which time I should start. Sir, I always start with retest. The reason is it is a safe. 40 mg per day, that is 16 kg. Sir, I give long term. For acute vertigo, I don't even consider retest. For acute vertigo attacks, I go for dexamethasone or stability. Stability, single dose. And most of the time, maintenance, if it is required 3 days of Cinar. Only 3 days of Cinar. Maybe, but in cases of getting up and having tea, we make us relax. Yes, sir, anything else for in case of chronic vertigo? So for chronic vertigo, depending on the etiology, it's Meniere is again first choice will be nowadays the second choice is becoming spinal vertigo.
Sir, क्या बोला first test में?
Yes,
Second test?
spinal vertigo or acid.
For chronic
For
vertigo.
what? For which reason?
Chronic vertigo.
For recurrent. Chronic vertigo, there is one more people who are all the time, every day, little bit of postural imbalance, all tests come negative. Synergism will divert in the neck once.
Drama.
So can you tell me something about the mobility of autoimmune disorder with the BBS? We often put.
Autoimmune disorder BPPV also is possible. Organ specific autoimmune is also possible. There is no any other autoimmune. Both are possible. I would say
Finally, it is an autoimmune.
because there are videos. The best video on this comes from House Hearing Institute. On YouTube, there is House Hearing Institute thing. In that, there is auto-inflammatory and autoimmune inner ear disease for video. I like to share.
How common was the incidence of virus?
So after COVID, we have seen that a lot of Vertigo patients, but not exactly every
For the next session, I request Dr. Vishwas sir, for the topic penetrate and balance disorder.
Rahul.
Now I believe we'll be talking about a very controversial thing. That is, I don't know how much you'll be interested in it. Point is, let us see. These are not the usual academic non-academic topics. What I am talking on is basically from experience and everything backed by research. High-class published research backed by that. I will be trying to present in certain things. As you get bored with this, let me know. There is no more problem because it's not something which is expected to be very interesting. So it is basically about drugs or some bit of theory will also be over there. But in the I believe when we are having something on vertigo, this thing is very important because we have to be rational and so we can go home with this understanding that we have to be rational in our management of patients. That is more than 80% of the work done. So, managing balance disorders, my deliberation today will be on why and where are we going wrong. See, the fact remains that in the management of vertigo, we are going wrong. Like, so many cases where so many diseases were discussed by Dr. Srinivas just now, there was no unanimity. Why was there no unanimity? Everybody is using this drug, everybody is using that drug, the 13-14 drugs for each disease. Why should that happen? If you follow a science and a logic, then it should not be like that. You should not be having your way, I should not be having my way. There has to be one standard thing which will have to be followed. So why is that not happening and why is it? So my deliberation today will be on why and where are we going wrong. See, balance disorder patients are treated unethically, irrationally, injudiciously, on utterly wrong presumptions, on the basis of wrong information and deceitful promotion by commercial forces, with incomplete assessment of the patient's morbidity. What you are treating is the patient's morbidity. You are not curing the disease in most cases. You are treating the patient's morbidity. And the morbidity consists of physical, emotional, and functional components. It's not a question of spinning only. A lot of other components are there in it also. And with inadequate application of mind and logic, I will not swallow the excuse that I do not know. Whatever I am saying, I will not be speaking one new thing which any of you do not know. But yet then I will show you that what you are doing is not what a rational person would be doing. Not a question of not knowing. The question is not apply mind and logic. That is what it comes to. So let us see that. See some examples. Which of it you don't feel relevant? I'm not, you does not mean you as an individual level. It means what in general doctors do not do. Some examples of unethical, irrational, and injudicious management and a poor application of mind. One is that you prescribe antibiotic drugs, vestibular suppressants in patients of dizziness and unsteadiness who actually need perfect sensitivity of the vestibular labyrinth and maximal input from the vestibular sensors. So if the antibiotic drug is effective or it is meant to serve the purpose for which you are prescribing it, why are you prescribing it? You are prescribing the antibiotic drug to sedate the vestibular labyrinth. And if the drug actually does that, I do not know whether the drugs do it or not, but if these drugs actually do what the pharmacologists say that they do, that means they sedate the vestibular labyrinth and reduce your vertigo, then in a patient of unsteadiness or imbalance, would you want to sedate that patient's vestibular labyrinth? The patient needs input from the different sensors, and even a patient of unsteadiness or imbalance, you're prescribing a vestibular sedative, you are actually diminishing the input that would have come from the vestibular labyrinth. So whatever you are doing is counterproductive. Then prescribing antihistamine antibiotic drugs and histamine analogs together. So many prescriptions we see where beta-histine and cinnarizine or beta-histine and prochlorperazine are prescribed together. One is a histamine analog and one is an antihistamine. So why are we prescribing them together? They are prescribing antibiotic drugs for prolonged periods, knowing fully well that the vestibular compensation mechanism may be jeopardized and that the symptom of vertigo is self-limiting. All of you know that. Whatever I am saying, nothing is new. These attacks of actually head spinning and all, they do not last for 1 or 2 days. Usually for a few hours. After that, the center will take over. This spinning is going to stop. As it is taught and known, if the patient says that हमको 2 हफ्ता से चक्कर टाना आ रहा है, it is not possible. This is a psychiatric disorder. So these things can, there is a self-limiting thing. It is going to come down. It can recur again, but it cannot go on continuously. And then you, when knowing fully well that you are camouflaging the patient's symptom only, then why do we rampantly prescribe this drug for prolonged period? The teaching today is that you should not be prescribing antibiotic drugs for more than 3 to 5 days. As I showed you in the morning, they said for 24 hours only, not even 3 days. So why is it that we see that so many doctors are prescribing this drug for prolonged period? Today we were discussing that this drug is being given for 16 days, for 15 days, for 2 weeks, for 3 weeks. Why? On the basis of what? You cannot do anything where you cannot support it by logic and by RCTs. There has been published RCTs which are showing that. See, I have been editing journals for a long time, still the editor of a journal. I am in the panel of many international journals, and also I have been the editor of the All India ENT journal for 6 years. See, most of the articles that get published are like this, that this patient was having this disorder, I gave this drug to 300 patients, 290 became normal. So this works. That is not what a paper should do. A paper should be able to explain why did it work what was the logic? How did it change the physiology? And what made the drug act? Until that is given, it does not make sense. And so, and what was it? And also it has to be a placebo control study. Okay. Until you have these things in place, if it is not multicentric, if it is not placebo controlled, and if it does, and so these papers, one paper getting published, does not mean anything to, it should not mean anything to you, and 2 lines from a published paper will be taken by a pharmaceutical company to promote that drug. So that is why we are all going wrong. Then, so there is unnecessary overuse of the antibiotic drugs. Then, rampantly prescribing drugs that have been proven to be just a placebo, or drugs that are known to have scary adverse effects. Like times without number, dehiscence has been proven to be a placebo and nothing more than a placebo. It has been shown that drugs like prochlorperazine induce extrapyramidal disorders. A drug like sinerazine and clonazine is the highest contributor to drug-induced Parkinson's. These are all published studies. These are all known. So if you are giving it for 5 days, 10 days, 15 days in a pulse regime, that's fine. But putting the patient on clonazine or sinerazine for 6-8 months together is actually illogical. Sinerazine and dehiscence, these are none of them are FDA approved drugs, and they are not FDA approved, not without reason. There is reason for it. If I have time, I'll show you why these are not FDA approved. Because I've got all the papers with me to show that how on the basis of what was their FDA cancelled, FDA application cancelled. Then prescribing antibiotic drugs in diseases like BPPV, we see very commonly the diagnosis BPPV, any patient is prescribed an antibiotic drug. So BPPV is best treated by non-pharmacological modalities of therapy, and drugs cannot send back in autoponia from the canals to the otolith organs. It has to be done mechanically. So by you only. So this is where these are examples of unethical, irrational, and injudicious management and poor application of mind. As I said, there is nothing that you do not know. I have not said one line also which is new to you. Then some examples of wrong presumptions or customs prevalent in neurological practice. One is we presume that vestibular labyrinths play a pivotal role in the maintenance and perception of balance. Hence, all diagnostic and therapeutic modalities are directed to the vestibular labyrinths only. I show you that this is wrong. So, it is not the vestibular labyrinths that play a pivotal role in the maintenance and perception of balance. There is a factory inside which is working, and the vestibular labyrinths are just one of the gates through which raw material enters. It's just a gatekeeper from which the raw material enters. The raw material is processed in the higher centers, which is in the brain. So just out of the three gates of the factory, one is the vestibular labyrinth, one is the proprioceptors. Vestibular labyrinth is just one small gate over there, and all our attention is directed to that gate only, not to what is happening inside the factory or to the other gates. So our attitude is wrong. Then sedating the vestibular labyrinth and preventing neural transmission in the higher pathways cures balance disorders. So sedating the vestibular labyrinth and preventing neural pathway by giving anticholinergic drugs, and by inhibiting the neural transmission in the higher pathways, that we believe cures the balance disorder. It cannot be true. Then the vestibular function tests tell us all that is needed to treat disorders in the balance system. This also is wrong. We are not getting full information about how the balance system is working from them. So, just one by one, vestibular labyrinths play a pivotal role in the maintenance and perception of balance. This is wrong. Vestibular labyrinths play a very minor role in the maintenance and perception of balance in daily life. In our daily life, we are more concerned about from the proprioceptive inputs, from the visual inputs. We do not always rely on the vestibular inputs only. Then, sedating vestibular labyrinth and preventing neural transmission in the higher vestibular pathways cures vestibular disorders. Again, wrong. It does not do so. They simply screw up the neural transmission in the multiple neural pathways and demonstrate the patient's symptoms. So I say you are using anticholinergic drug. The vestibular higher pathways are not the only cholinergic pathways. There are numerous other cholinergic pathways. So when you are trying to treat a vestibular disorder with an anticholinergic drug, you are stopping cholinergic transmission in all the pathways, all the neural pathways where there is cholinergic transmission. So it is not limited to that portion only. Then vestibular function tests tell us everything needed to treat the disorders of the vestibular balance system. No, vestibular function tests tell us nothing relevant for identifying the underlying disease, for detecting, for deciding on the pharmacotherapy, and often misleads the naive clinician, as commonly they are incorrectly done, and most clinicians do not or are incapable of interpreting the graphs. You have to look at the graphs to understand what is there. You look at the graphs, you find that most of the graphs will show abnormalities, but the report has come as normal. Somebody has written that is normal, and the doctor is not trained enough to see whether the smooth tracking has been done properly or not, whether the second tests have been properly done or not, and so these things happen. So, and another thing, dizziness is more often due to diseases like orthostatic hypotension, neurocardiac, syncope, pre-syncope, panic attacks, anemia, orthostatic hypotension, cardiac arrhythmias, dementia, psychological disorders like panic, then neurological disorders like cerebellar, extrapyramidal disorders and migraine, visual disorders and other non-vestibular causes. Then by vestibular disorders like vestibular neuritis, labyrinthitis, acrostichiomas, etc. So you see, balance disorders are more due to non-vestibular causes. Hence, we need to look beyond the vestibular labyrinths in all patients presenting with dizziness and balance disorders. So this is extremely important. Now, coming to how do we treat a patient of vertigo? When a patient of vertigo comes to you, how do you treat the patient? First, take a history, then perform some clinical tests, then advise audiovestibular investigations. The unfortunate thing is that these are usually outsourced. You are not doing it. You are sending it somewhere. You don't know what is the condition over there, how good is the instrument, how is it calibrated, whether the proper method of doing the test has been followed or not. Like when you are putting water into the ears, you are using a water calibrated test. There has to be a 5 minutes gap between the different stimulation. The person who has done it, whether the temperature was perfect and whether the 5 minutes gap was given, you do not know anything. So until you have a control on that, this test will only be misleading to you. Then prescribe medicines, mostly symptom relieving drugs and vestibular suppressants. And lastly, give a tear-away sheet for physical therapy. These tear-away sheets also do not mean anything. Like, how do you treat a balance? Take a history. History is inadequate and incomplete. Psychic cognitive systems, the degree of handicap is not assessed. Then perform the clinical tests. Clinical tests are inadequately performed. Mostly the oculomotor test, neurological examination is very, very important. The psychic assessment of the patient by the HADS score and all, none of these are done. Then advanced investigations which are usually outsourced, like audiovestibular tests and imaging. These outsourced investigations are misleading and are wrongly done. So you don't have any control on them. Then prescribe medicines. Medicines are limited to vestibular sedatives, and some of these vestibular sedatives for commercial reasons are now being marketed as vestibular stimulants. So nothing can be further from truth. And then give away a tear-away sheet for physical therapy. Physical therapy is not customized as per the patient's morbidity, and hence ineffective. You just give a tear-away sheet, it means nothing. The patient, this exercise have to be taught to the patient by a qualified physiotherapist, by a qualified neurophysiotherapist who is adept with the understanding of this. Until it is done in a proper way, just giving a tear-away sheet actually has got no meaning and it serves no purpose. Now this is again coming back to what Dr. Srinivas was saying. Conventional teaching and common practice is to differentiate between central and peripheral disorders. So if it is a central disorder, what do you do? The advice given is refer to neurologist. Neurologist will advise an MRI of the brain, and whatever be the result, what the patient gets is statins, blood thinners, and notificators. So this is what you all see. If it is a peripheral vascular disorder, then you advise the vestibular function test. Give the anti-vertigo cocktail of dehiscence, serotonin, thiamine, and procular presence, and a tearaway sheet for vestibular therapy. So all these things, they ultimately do not lead to anything. So is the management of balance disorder so simple? And is this differentiation really necessary? Not at all, which Dr. Srinivas's presentation must have conveyed very clearly to you. Because there is nothing called a central disorder or a peripheral disorder. Even if it's a peripheral disorder, it will have some central implication, and a central disorder will have peripheral implication. So it is a combination of both always. And the ultimate result, what the patient perceives, is even if there is a peripheral disorder, how much the brain's higher centers have been able to accommodate it, and how they have been modulated, and what is the final response that is generated. You get 10 patients with a 75% canal paresis on the right side. 10 patients' symptoms will be different, and if you give the same drug to the 10 patients, the response will be different. So these things actually are not of any benefit to you. We need to have a change in our mindset. How does the balance system work? There are three gates, as I told you: the vestibular labyrinth, the proprioceptors, and the eyes. Just limit ourselves to the vestibular labyrinth. The vestibular labyrinth gets impulses, then it is sent to the hindbrain, where processing of data from the different input systems, there is vestibular, labyrinthine, eyes and proprioceptors is done in the hindbrain, the vestibular nuclei, and in the cerebellar. This is the hindbrain. But ultimately happens is that from the hindbrain, it goes to the forebrain, where the perception of balance is worked out in the forebrain, the cortical and subcortical centers. This is the way by which it is analyzed. So whatever is the lesion, be it a peripheral or central vestibular lesion, the central or peripheral vestibular system, the clinical manifestation and perception of the patient is dependent on the combined response of the peripheral sense organs that sense the stability of the self and the surroundings and any challenge to the balance. That is sensed by the peripheral organs. Peripheral organs are the vestibular labyrinth, the proprioceptors, and the eye. And two is by the way the central nervous system processes it in the hindbrain and analyzes it in the forebrain. That is called central processing. And lastly, the way the central nervous system perceives the balance problem, be it sleeping, dizziness, unsteadiness, fear of fall, and the cognitive and psychic abnormalities. For the same vertigo, perception of different people will be different. There will be some people who will be getting vertigo for 2 seconds, 3 seconds only on lying down, and throughout their life, they will not want to lie down in a bed. They will be spending their entire life sitting on a sofa just for the 2 seconds of vertigo. And they will be getting some people who go to an amusement park, enjoy that ride in the Tivoli and all these different types of amusement parks, get the vertigo, enjoy the vertigo, again come down, again pay money, and again enjoy. So the same sensation is scary to some people and enjoyable to some people. Why? Because it is how the forebrain is analyzing it and giving us the perception. About this, if we are done a blind eye to it, we will never be able to manage the patient of vertigo. You have to understand this patient. And as I was saying, that see, actually the ears are only a small part of the system. You have to be a ENT, you have to be an otologist, you have to be a neurologist, you have to be a psychiatrist, you have to be a rehabilitation specialist. Combining everything, you can become a neurologist, and you have to see the patient in its totality, not limit your thoughts to the ears or to one semicircular canal only. It's much beyond that. So that is what is necessary. So we need a rethink on our approach for managing balance disorders. Now, issues related to the vestibular function test. I think can we skip this portion? I'll skip this portion and pass on to this. There are many flaws in the way we test the vestibular function. Yes, I'll just pass this portion. Okay, then we'll come to that. Just one slide. Let me just show you over here. If we have done, supposing 1 in 100. Chances are 1 in 100. You have done a VAT test properly. Chances, as I said, is 1 in 100. 99 is wrong. You have done it properly, and the test has shown you that there is a 57% canal paralysis on the left side. What does it mean to you? Does it at all mean anything to you? You do it in some normal patients, they will also be having 57% canal paralysis. That is one. Number two is that even if there is a 57% canal paralysis, what does it mean to you? It can be a vestibular neuritis on the left side. It can be a cochleovestibular failure on the left side, labyrinthitis. It can be due to an acoustic neuroma on the left side. It can be due to a Meniere on the left side, or it can be a Meniere on the right side in the hyperactive state. So that is also possible. And it can be something like a multiple sclerosis. It can be in most cases, which is this is the truest one, that it can be a procedural defect, that is inadequate calcium stimulation on the left side. Or the temperature had come down because when the fellow had measured the temperature after that he got a phone call, he went outside and talked on the phone for 15 minutes and then came and put this in the same water. So see, these are things. So what does that 57% canal paralysis at all mean to you if you do not have any control on the way the test is being done? So this is just one small example. These are the different diagnostic guidelines of the Paralysis Society. For all the different diseases, these are the diagnostic guidelines which are there. In none of them will you find that there is any mention of the vestibular function test. These are all clinical. These are the guidelines for the different diseases as given by the Paralysis Society. So this is there. So you will find that none of these diagnostic guidelines for different vestibular disorders, as per the consensus statements of the Paralysis Society and other professional bodies, factor in the findings of the vestibular function test. Diagnostic guidelines are only on the basis of clinical presentation, history, and clinical tests. Hence, clinical practice of vertigo is 100% feasible even without the sophisticated vestibular function test. You can do it if you have spent time, effort, and energy on taking the proper history, doing the clinical test properly. Of course, you need, if you are calling it a vertigo clinic, you need the VNG machine. You need to have these things. But just because you don't have it, does not mean that you cannot see a vertigo patient. If you have the time and the energy and the effort and spend the effort, you can do justice to a patient. So anyway, this I will not go into this part. Now, some common balance disorders. These are the common causes of balance disorders. These can be autological, this can be neurological, this can be a psychogenic or functional, they can be cardiological, they can be medical. So these are the different types of groups of diseases that can make the patient present with a balance disorder. And one of the shortest lists you will find is the autological disorders. Neurological disorders are much more, psychogenic disorders are there, cardiological disorders are there, and medical disorders are there. So, what does it mean? So, evaluating the balance disorder does not mean evaluating the vestibular labs only. In addition to a complete medical history, a general medical examination, examining the pulse and BP, a thorough neurological examination, a psychic plus cognitive evaluation is a must in all patients presenting with balance disorder system. The idea of this presentation is to widen your horizons and make you realize that from here to the cerebral cortex, anything can go wrong and make the patient present with a balance disorder. Do not limit yourself to just the semicircular canals or just the otolith organs. And moreover, we do not have proper tests for the otolith organs. The VEM tests are not a very reliable test of the vestibular of the otolith organs. Because the otolith organs are stimulated not only by the otolith system, these tests are stimulated also by inputs from this semicircular canals and other forces also working on it. So from an analysis of 18,000 balance disorder patients in our clinic, see 25%, 15% were systemic disorders, 25% were psychological, psychiatric, and panic disorders, 30% were central disorders, and 30% were vestibular disorders. So 70% were outside the vestibular average. So what do you need then? To evaluate the vestibular function test, what do you need? You need only the sophisticated, high costing instruments. No, this is all that you need. You need an otoscope, you need an ophthalmoscope, you need a tuning fork, you need a glucometer, you need a BP instrument, you need a neurological hammer, you need a Frenzel glasses, or better still, if you can have a video Frenzel, you can have a stethoscope, you need a pulse oximeter. See, I will show you one thing which, let me just show it to you. See, we spend our time now. As I said, I do not come to these meetings and all now. And we are only working on a lot of other things, like working on artificial intelligence, on Vertigo and all. This is one device which we have made. This is a complete video Frenzel. It has got a complete computer chip attached. This does not require a computer. You can just plug it in into any monitor, and you can, it has got one eye only at now. You can measure the eye movement. How much did it cost us to make it? You just imagine. 80,000 rupees is the cost of this. The processor costs 6,000 rupees. The camera, it's a better camera than the ones commonly used. It is because they are making it in an institute, we are research institute over there. So they use cameras up to 1,000 hertz also for eye movement tracking. So this camera has got a 90 hertz camera. Usually the camera used is a 60 hertz camera. This is the better than that camera. How much does it cost? So when it comes to the market, see, we are only making it. We'll never go into business. That is the last thing that we will do. Because I keep my academics, profession, and business three separate compartments. Business we do not do at all. Because I have been instrumental in making other instruments also, which I have sold by other companies. I have got no stake over there, nothing. So the point is that this also will, we are trying to find out some company which will be making it. So when these people will sell it, they probably will sell it at 75,000 rupees or so. That is beyond my control. But the point is that, because see, marketing and all have got costs. But the point is that the cost of this instrument is less than 80,000. And this is cost us 80,000 rupees. Why? Because we made this in 3D. 3D costing is 2,500 rupees just for making this thing. To make it in a mold, then this will come down much lesser. And then the camera also we purchased. The camera also we bought one piece only. If you buy multiple pieces, it will be still cost lesser cost. So you see, these things are not only what it appears, there is much beyond that. The issue is related to the therapy of vertigo. So I had a lecture on therapy of vertigo also. What will cover over here? Okay. But remind me as soon as you start feeling bored, because whatever I am saying is against convention. So you may definitely feel bored just down the line. So issues related to the therapy of vertigo. What are the modalities? You either have drugs or physiotherapy or surgery. This is now if you use drug, what is the objective of your management of vertigo? What is provide symptomatic relief, taking care of the inherent ill effects of the anti-vertigo drugs. Then diagnose the cause of the vertigo and treat the cause of the vertigo, rather than merely suppress and downplay the symptom of vertigo. Then treat the comorbidities, especially the psychological and cognitive impact of the balance disorder. Then restore the deranged balance function by physical therapy and provide psychological and mental support by reassurance, by counseling, as most such patients are in severe mental distress. And lastly, reduce the handicap on all the three fronts, that is physical, emotional, and functional. This should be your attitude, your objective when you are trying to treat a vertigo. The comorbidities in vestibular disorder is very important. Balance disorder patients are not just vertigo or imbalance. They have a lot of other issues also. They have poor concentration, they have forgetfulness, then they have irrational behavior, they have poor memory, they are poor in arithmetic and reading. So they have a lot of other issues. This is all included. They have psychological and emotional disorders also. So when you are treating this patient, you have to treat them holistically. So a holistic management factoring in cognitive, psychological, and emotional deficits is needed. More than 95% of patients of imbalance or vertigo are from our database, 18,000 patients in our clinic. this is the breakup. You will find from that nearly all are diagnosable just by a detailed history and clinical test. Some investigations are required only in a few of them, but specific therapies exist for all of them. And none of them will require a long continuous, non-specific therapy with the antibiotic drug. But each and everything you can treat them very well. So treating specific therapies causes by specific therapy. Vestibular seizures are treated by anti-arrhythmic drugs. Vestibular parasympathetic by carbamazepine, labirinthacis, by dehiscence, Meniere by diuretics, and whatever other drugs you can use. Vestibular neuritis by steroids. Psychogenic vertigo by SSRIs and benzodiazepines. Vertigo migraine by migraine prophylactics, and BPPV by Bilateral. These are the common ones. Now, the role of the anti-vertigo drugs, vestibular suppressants and acute vertigo. They have a positive effect and they also have a negative effect. What is the positive effect? Symptomatic relief from vertigo and vomiting, and it relieves the concomitant mental distress directly or indirectly. That it does, of course, and that is necessary. There is no doubt on it. This is necessary. But negative effects are too many. It will cause CNS depression. It will cause a reduced vestibular compensation. It will inhibit the autonomic nervous system. It does not cure the disease and only partly camouflages the symptom of vertigo. It induces serious adverse effects. Most of these drugs have serious adverse effects. The problems with the antibiotic drugs is all such drugs act on neurotransmitters in the CNS and none are specific for the vestibular system. Hence, all have major systemic side effects. Because you are giving an anticholinergic drug or you are giving any other anti-serotonergic drug, there are many serotonergic pathways. There are many cholinergic pathways. So all of them will get addressed. There are many dopaminergic pathways. If you are giving a drug to an anti-dopaminergic drug, all the dopaminergic transmission will get reduced. So most act on the autonomic nervous system that control the vital functions of the body. Now, these drugs that you use in practice, the same neurotransmitters that are blocking these drugs, these are the most important neurotransmitters in the autonomic nervous system. So whenever you are using any of these antibiotic drugs, you are seriously jeopardizing the autonomic nervous system. The sympathetic and parasympathetic, like in the parasympathetic pathway, presynaptic and postsynaptic, both pathways are cholinergic pathways. In the sympathetic nervous system, the presynaptic is cholinergic, postsynaptic is not cholinergic. But you see, when you are giving a drug like this, you are causing a lot of other nonsense. Most have a very serious side effects, not only on long term, but also on short term. Hence, will grossly reduced and avoided. Now, neurotransmitters in the vestibular system are these, and the drugs are a combination of anticholinergic, antidopaminergic, antiserotonergics, and drugs modulating GABA, calcium channel blockers, etc. Blocking cholinergic transmission jeopardizes the autonomic nervous system that controls most of the biological systems for daily living: heart rate, respiration, peristalsis, secretion of sweat gland, lacrimal gland, etc. So all of them will get jeopardized. Problems of the antibiotic drugs, basic biological systems for daily living, they get jeopardized. Like the cholinergic transmission will get jeopardized by anticholinergic drugs, which will cause sedation, dryness of the salivary, lacrimal and sweat glands. It will cause tachycardia, bronchodilation, decrease in peristaltic movement, causing constipation and sexual impotence. Dopaminergic transmission will be stopped by the antidopaminergic drugs, which in turn will lead to Parkinson's, dystonia, tics, tremor, occlugenic crisis, etc. Serotonin transmission will be stopped by the antiserotonergics, which will cause constipation, headache, and dizziness. Calcium channel blockers will cause lightheadedness, low blood pressure, bradycardia, drowsiness, constipation, pedal edema, increased appetite, throbbing headaches, and GERD. So when the patient came to you for the vertigo, did the patient tell you, doctor, you take away my vertigo and give me 10 other diseases? No. So the patient, when the patient has come for the treatment of vertigo, you cannot just reduce the vertigo and give the patient 10 other symptoms. So this we have already seen. Now we'll discuss one drug only, that is beta-histine. It is the most prescribed drug in the Indian subcontinent. No doubts about it. Beta-histine cells 50, then the other drugs, everything together, I don't think you will sell 50. Beta-histine is the most commonly used drug. So limit ourselves to that. But question is, what is this mechanism of action and what is the pharmacology? What do authentic studies say about the drug? Is it effective in Meniere's disease? If so, at what dose? And are there more rational ways of treating Meniere's disease? Well, just discuss that part. Beta-histine's mechanism of action and pharmacology. It is questionable and controversial. Is it a vestibular stimulant or a vestibular suppressant? This drug was said to be a vestibular suppressant, and but now it is being marketed as a vestibular stimulant. So you see, we need to know about that. We'll come to that. Does it increase blood supply to the cochlea and the inner ear? This is what is said. Question is, do you think that every disease is due to every cause of vertigo is hypoxia of the inner ear and the brain? It's not that. And so, if hypoxia is the only cause of vertigo and vertigo, then it's best to treat it with aspirin or pentoxifenone or drugs, then why should I use a drug like that? So, does it increase the blood supply to the brain and the inner ear and cochlea? And if so, at what dose does it does so? Does it expedite vestibular compensation? What is the mechanism? If it is marketed that it expedites vestibular compensation, does it actually expedite vestibular compensation? What is the mechanism? It is not an FDA-approved drug. It's not recommended in the US, and it is recommended only for Meniere's disease in the UK. In UK NHS guideline, but used rampantly for all types of allergic disorders here. And remember one thing, this was not much discussed, that beta-histine has a very high first pass metabolism or pre-systemic metabolism. That means before the drug goes into systemic circulation, it is destroyed. So this nobody says. The point is that this is a major constant against the use of the drug, and that is why it does not work in the dosage, in the recommended dosage. And that is why they have to get white skin people from Germany and other places to come and market their product, saying, I use 900 milligrams daily, I use 1200 milligrams daily. Why do you need to use 1200 milligrams daily? If 48 milligrams, which is the recommended dose, works? Because 48 milligrams at the recommended dose does not work. That is why you are bound to use it at 1200 milligrams, 900 milligrams daily. So why does that happen? Because most of it gets destroyed before it enters systemic circulation. And first pass metabolism is a phenomenon of drug metabolism, whereby the bioavailability of a drug is greatly reduced when administered orally. That is, it is catabolized majorly before it reaches systemic circulation and induces any biological action in its target organ. Hence, ineffective medically. And that is why somebody said that I use salicylic with it. Why do you have to use salicylic with it? The reason is that beta-histine becomes destroyed, catabolized in the human GI system. In the human GI system, we have got monoamino oxidase. In rats and cats, monoamino oxidase is not there. So all experiments on beta-histine where it has been shown, or they show in that cages, rat jumping after beta-histine, giving beta-histine and all, they are all done on rats and cats. So there, it is not destroyed by this way. And salicylic that they use is basically a MAO inhibitor. So they tried to combine a MAO inhibitor with this. And that is why salicylic was being used, but that has been said as though it cannot be used. It cannot be done like that. So now they try to bring out a nasal spray for that. So that we will see later on. Whether it doesn't exist. Now it is not available. So this is about the drug. Now, am I lying over here from your academic class saying that it is destroyed in the stomach? I am not lying. This is the references and evidences for it. And the person microscope, I have my highest regards for him. I've learned a lot of things from him. But the point is, the main study where it has been shown that beta-histine gets destroyed in the GI tract and it has got a very high fast pass effect. He was one of the authors of that study also. So, when you are saying so, how can you come to a country like India and say that it works? This is a lot of unscrupulous things that goes on. And what Dr. Srinivas was saying, Meniere's disease combined pharmacotherapy with beta-histine and MAO inhibitor salicylic, an observational study. this article which have been published in Frontiers had ultimately to be retracted by them. By Microsoft, it was retracted by it. So you see, it's not what it appears from the surface. The confusion about whether it's a stimulant or a suppressant. Science has shown that it is a vestibular suppressant. Timmerman had shown it beta-histine causes inhibition of activity in the vestibular nephline. Bota in 2001 had shown that it reduces the resting discharge rate from the ampulla of the semicircular canals. Lecture in 2001 had shown that it reduces the vestibular impulse. So all these things mean that it is a suppressant. Now, when you market it, this fellow market it as a stimulant. So you see over here, this is from one company's advertisement thing. In Vertigo, beta is a vestibular stimulant is superior to suppressants. Why? Because they have said over here that a stimulant can be used up to 6 months, and a suppressant is has to be recommended as to be restricted to 3 days only. So since you cannot market it for as a suppressant, you are not following the same drug as a stimulant. And whom do you think they are fooling? We are all doctors. They come and we don't question. These fellows should be shot out from their clinic as soon as they enter. But they are coming and lying to you, making a fool of you. Then, so scientifically established vestibular suppressant is now being marketed as a vestibular stimulant because vestibular suppressants are now projected as untouchables. So what nonsense is this? A complete U-turn on the mechanism of the action of beta-histine from the marketers. So you cannot change science. Now, this is the only class A RCT, multicentric RCT, with a double-blind, multicentric, double-blind, randomized, placebo-controlled, dose-dependent study. There, what they had done is that, as I said, they divided patients in 9 centers. It was done in 9 centers. They divided patients into 3 groups. One group got 48 milligrams daily, one group got 144 milligrams daily, and another group got a placebo. They continued it for 9 months, followed them up for another 9 months. At the end, it was shown that all the 3 groups had the same response. That means it is nothing more than a placebo. And these are all published studies which are there. Now, look at the NHS website. In the NHS website, as per NHS guidelines of NHS UK, indication of beta-histine is only for Meniere disease and is for adults. Below 18 years are not supposed to prescribe beta-histine. NHS guidelines. Then, as per NICE guidelines, beta-histine reacts with a lot of drugs, and so it cannot be prescribed with any of these drugs. This is the drug list that is given in the NHS website. Then, it may take a couple of weeks for it to act. So, according to the NHS UK, the expected time after beta-histine is expected to show any noticeable improvements is 2 weeks. See, these are all opposite. Patient will come and tell you, I had vertigo and took 1 tablet of beta-histine 8 milligram and it became okay. These are self-limiting diseases. They would otherwise have become okay also. So types of physical therapy, so that was about this stuff. Types of physical therapy. The physical therapy that we have, the powerful exercises, the yogic asanas, the tai chi exercises. Now it has been found that yogic asanas and tai chi exercises are much better than the Cochran-Cook's exercises. Cochran-Cook's exercises were introduced in 1945. That time we knew nothing about the vestibular physiology and the diseases. So, and that exercises were used for these people who have been injured in the war. So it was for them in World War II. But now we have got other mechanisms also, organ-specific vestibular physiotherapy is possible today. We can specifically stimulate the compromised vestibular sense organ after vestibulometry has identified the epithelium. Today, as I said, that vestibulometry done properly is a very good test. It can identify that your sacule is so much effective, the anterior semicircular canal is so much effective, you can get, and you can stimulate the canals like that. So this is just to show you, I will just show this thing to you. Therapy for lateral canal. We do these things, we make the patient move on a mechanism. These are all instruments made by me. Make the patient move like this, patient does it holding the handle, then the patient rises with the eyes closed, holding the handle, then without holding the handle, then we make the patient stand on a soft surface and do these things. So see, this is this. Then therapy for anterior and posterior canals. It's done like that. anterior and posterior canals. The anterior posterior canals are made like made a rocking chair and tilted it by 45 degrees. Such the patient's anterior and posterior canals in one plane can be stimulated. Then we have therapy for the left and right posterior canal. This is the therapy. If you find that the cycle is if you find that the cycle is defective, then we have got systems by which we can stimulate the cycle. This is a hydraulic system in which I make the patient sit on the hydraulic chair and the chair goes up, down, like that. Then this is the low frequency stimulation. This is the mid frequency stimulation. The patient is sitting on a gym ball. Then this is the high frequency stimulation, jumping on a trampoline. So I have different things. I do not have the time to go into the details of this, but these are the different things that are done. Then this is for stimulation of the utricle. Front, back, side to side movement can be done. Patient does it holding. Then with the eyes closed, they stand doing this, does the same thing standing on a soft surface. So that is how these things work. When you have got virtual reality like this, we make the patient walk across planks on a narrow plank in between two skyscrapers. So there are many ways by which you can now do these things. So this is all. So this is why and where we are going wrong in managing the balance disorders and how and where we can correct ourselves. So the take-home management is to be based on a thorough clinical history and clinical evaluation, not on some printout from vestibular function tests outsourced or in polyvestibular clinics. Most vertigo is caused by non-vestibular causes. Restrict the use of symptom-relieving antibiotic drugs for maximum of 3 to 5 days and only for acute vertigo. Treat the underlying disorder causing the vertigo rather than camouflage the symptom of vertigo. Select the drug dose and judiciously. And treat the concomitant psychological and cognitive impairment for a complete recovery and expedite vestibular compensation. So this is what is the take-home message. So today even someone was telling me that why don't I come to conferences now? This is the reason, the power of stepping away. So all the nonsense that is spread about vertigo things is this burning of the seed, which I withdraw and the other people are saying. So that is how we want to take it. So my apologies for being politically incorrect and thank you for your esteemed endurance. So that is it. So thank you.
For such an eye-opening lecture and particular flaws in our approach. For the final session, I invite our host, Dr. Agarwal, the surgical management of vertigo.
I've just cut short because we're running very late, so I've cut short my talk and just 4 things that we're discussing, just 5 slides I'll be. So I'll be just discussing on the surgical management of vertigo, and many things have been discussed. So in short, my take home is obviously any vertigo is first medical management. You need to spend half an hour with the patient, proper diagnosis, proper history, proper clinical examination. Nothing can change that. We have discussed a lot about intracameral injection steroids. I personally don't use. I've written for literature, particularly I personally am not using gentamicin until it's a non-serviceable hearing, which in my experience, number of patients getting for me is very, very less. In Meniere's, see the surgeries of vertigo, I normally do when the patient is asking for it. So we are not selling, I'll let the patient buy it. Okay. The reason is, like, if a patient comes for a simple perforation, the first thing I tell him, yeah, you require tympanoplasty. I never tell a patient that you require exactly. Patient is coming up, ho gaya 2 saal, 3 saal, then the patient can, yeah, I don't want medication, you give me something better.
then I give the surgery. My experience of lymphatic sac, so that's why the number of cases are very less for these cases. Lymphatic sac decompression I've done only 16. Posterior semicircular canal occlusion only 3. This I do only if I'm very sure that this BPPV is very important that you document it properly. And VNG is one such thing which will help you documenting it. Till now I didn't have it, but what protocol I used to use was you have corrected it with appears whenever patient is fine, goes back home. Again after 6 months, 1 year, 2 years down the line, patient comes back, do a place again, goes back home. If that happens again and again after 2 years down the line, then you advise canal occlusion, not before. And VNG helps a lot in documenting these things. Superior semicircular canal dehiscence. I've removed all the surgical things because those will be discussed in the surgical workshop. I have only 2 surgical videos in this now. The approach of superior semicircular canal dehiscence, the one explained in literature is the middle tail fossa approach. That you do a mini craniotomy and then middle tail fossa, elevate the middle fossa and approach the superior semicircular canal dehiscence. Another approach which was advised by Kearney servers that you do an episiotomy, go up to the superior semicircular. When you do an episiotomy, you can very well see the superior semicircular canal. Traumatic, and as an ENT, you are more easily oriented in that way. Remove the segmented in that area, and suddenly you can go up. So it becomes a bit easier in the approach from ENT perspective rather than going from middle tail fossa approach. Labyrinthectomy I've done 2 only. Vestibular nerve section again in present scenario, because previously what neurosurgeons used to do was retrosigmoid approach. They used to do a full craniotomy and then go. Now with the advent of endoscopy, and we used to do is a pre-sigmoid retrolabyrinthine approach. Now in the present scenario, what the neurosurgeons also use is an endoscopic approach. So it becomes minimally invasive for the neurosurgical. So the reason of ENT being intervening it becomes much less. And we all know the middle ear causes of CSM and all. A few points for intratympanic points of discussion. How many injection interval? Previous guys would give alternate day. Now I've started giving daily. Post-COVID, my usage of oral steroid have reduced a lot. IV steroid I only give if the patient is coming within 24 hours, which is very less. But yes, if the patient comes, I do give IV steroid. Oral steroid, I'm very skeptical in giving high doses in long term. So intratympanic steroids I prefer. There's literature suggesting, I went to the Neurology Society conference in May where they presented papers that intratympanic steroids, the concentration achieved by intratympanic is around 200 times higher than giving any IV or oral. So that will be much lesser side effect, much better. Dosage, what I use is normally which is available 4 milligrams per ml. But the literature says that you have available is 10 milligrams per ml dosing available in the market. I don't think so. It's available right now as well what the literature people have quoted. Maybe some other countries they may be having it and they are having better results with those. Even in Meniere's, not only for vertigo attacks, for tinnitus also it is an acute attack. What we were discussing, and acute attacks also. Intratympanic steroids are useful. And how many injections again is a very controversial thing. We have had patients, the literature suggests at least 6. What we give is for normally, even if you give the first injection, patient will have response within 24 to 48 hours. If in my personal practice, the patient is not having any response after second, max third dose, I do not go further. The literature says you can go up to 6 max dose. This is the forward. This is the cadaver dissection from one of my books of temporal bone dissection. This is the cadaver dissection showing this is the posterior canal, lateral canal, superior canal. You draw a line along the lateral canal and you dissect just inferior to it. Remove the tegment, remove the dural plate, and you get that's a endolymphatic sac. That's the lateral wall of the sac. That's the medial wall of the sac, and that's the posterior fossa dura. Normally, previously in my first case, I never used to use, previously I used to use silicone sheet in that. Now I've started not to use those things. There are even surgeons who suggest put gentamicin in that or steroids in that. I do use steroid in that. Now, coming back to basic, Dr. Srinivas told me that literature suggesting that you just clip it. Also, I have not done that till now. This is the case of posterior semicircular canal activation. Again, same anatomy, like in previous case. That's the posterior canal. You just have to expose the posterior canal without damaging the membranous area. Membranous level. I'm just forwarding it so that to. Sorry.
You know, you should do one thing, packing muscle into that posterior canal.
Yeah, this is what I
do.
Yes, sir. This is what the surgery is.
You know, this after hearing from that, not many people who do it and they are very happy with this.
Yes, very happy. Patients are very happy with this surgery.
And you are the first people who have told me about this. And that even no one mentioned also.
That's the posterior fossa canal. You cannot use any sharp instrument because the membranous in your membranous level in semicircular canal is very thin. Use any sharp instrument, it's going to burst patient and then have a dead. It's a what I use is a ball probe. Best instrument is to use a ball probe. You just use muscle to plug in both the sides. That's the first side one. Just forwarding it. That's the second side. You have to block both the sides. And very important, that patient has to be disease-free before the surgery. You need to do the Agarwal's maneuver before the surgery. So you position the canals properly. Fill it up with bone dust and it's a routine gastrectomy. Post-op is just a routine gastrectomy. So the rest of the CSM things we already must have be aware of in the routine media surgery. Because of the time constraint, I have cut short my presentation. Any question on the surgical management?
When you are blocking the posterior semicircular canal,
so
I've seen other patients also that they do not have any vestibular problem.
No, sir.
You will also find that they do not have any vestibular problems.
Immediate post-op, all my patients have.
But then after that, they don't have vestibular problem.
No. Immediate post-op, yes, for a few days.
But then after that, after 1 week or so,
no, they are very fine.
Do not have
any
problem at all. My question is, if that is so, and that is actually what happened, then what the hell are we trying to do by doing the BHI to find out the functionality of the anterior and vertical canals? If without the vertical canal completely obstructed, that means there is no movement on that canal. So if that canal is completely dead and the patient is not having any vestibular symptoms, that means in our day-to-day life, it is not that the posterior blocking one posterior canal does not cause any problem with the patient's vestibular physiology. So if that is so, then why are we trying to do all these PHIT tests and all to find out of the anterior posterior canals? Yes, the lateral canals possibly they are more weighted, but then the vertical canals I don't think are so very much weighted to cause. It's very difficult if I do not know the answer. That's why I'm asking that. Srinivas is there and so many senior people are also over here. That if by doing it nothing happens, then why do we try to test it? Whether the posterior is working or not working, it is immaterial.
Can you answer this?
In fact, over the years, I am an equipment maker for the last 8 years. Okay. 8 years is a very big part in person's life. Okay. 8 years I have been making equipment. Okay. Somebody asked me, but today was the stand 8 years ago, it is the stand now. The idea of vestibulometry is not numbers.
It's not?
It's not numbers.
Yeah.
It is insight.
Yeah.
So I would not. When people ask me, how do you report a PhD? How do you report something like that? I tell them, don't even look at the numbers. Okay. is. But the attempt that we have to make over so many years also is to make sure that people understand the subject more and don't even look at the numbers. In the mornings, we discussed so many conditions. Here was a numbering. 10% paralysis, 20% paralysis, 30% paralysis. Where was it important? It was not. That's the most important. Second question that is more relevant to this particular question is the posterior canal is gone. The person is functionally normal. Yeah. And what the hell are we trying to do? Testing we are trying to do to reach a conclusion as to which part is like to differentiate between superior and inferior vestibular. These kind of things it is there. Coming to how body deals with the absence of one particular organ. That I think is individual specific to some extent, but then the way the organism has been designed, that is from the anemia and from the amoeba onwards to the most sophisticated organism, which is the human being, has been designed for repair. There is a lot of redundancy in the system. There is a lot of redundancy in the system, including in cerebellar. You ask neurosurgeons dealing with cerebellar abscesses, they remove half the cerebellum, and after a few days, the patient is, you can't even make out that there is. That is the extent to which the human body or any body for that matter can take care of it. Take care of trauma, take care of injury. Because we've been designed to take it. Why two eyes? Why not one eye? Maybe binocular function. But the other intent is that, okay, when we were hunters, gatherers doing it, is possible that one eye will go. And still we should be able to move around. To the extent that when it comes to locomotion, the role of individual sensors becomes less important as we become even more fast movers, and pattern generation or whatever. There is a walking pattern generator. Okay, these are not postural strategies or postural synergies or strategies. That becomes more important rather than reflexes. Reflexes depend on sensations, patterns or synergies depend on pre-programmed patterns of movement. As we start moving faster, as we start moving more faster, then it is the pattern generation or the postural synergies that become more important. There is something called as a inference copy. And if an intended head movement is happening, the motor copy goes down. But this is the kind of head movement. Along with that, it is possible that an eye movement pattern is also sent down, and therefore the person is able to concentrate, is able to do that particular movement without need for a sensation. That's why the amount of effect that we see is becoming less and less. The functional effect.
I think that is the reason. So, my point is that it is all dependent on how your forebrain and these things are analyzing it.
Absolutely.
We can correcting it. We have a lot of plasticity. We have a lot of redundancy.
Huge amount of redundancy.
Together makes up for what the feeling that we are getting.
So, relieve the patient problems and then allow the redundancy.
The clinical point of view, I mean, again, to summarize, as Sir also said, and we had a discussion since morning, you need to spend from very basic history taking, like Dr. Ravi was doing for the first week. You need to have detailed history, proper clinical examination, all the tests, be it Romberg's, Underberg, everything. That was a good addition, which I would like to add to my clinical practice of the at Standard. And you need to do all those things and you need to document it. But one thing what I realized down the line in my private practice, whatever you do as a clinician, today is the patient scenario changed. They need investigation, they need it to be documented. These things are not documented. Yes. So that is where I found the help of EAG, that it will document it. Nothing beyond that.
No, it is beyond that also.
It is beyond that.
It does have a big way in your diagnosis. There is no doubt about that. But I was trying to say that rather than having it done shabbily and improperly, don't do it.
Yeah.
But you must, if you are having the same first insurance, utilizing it for your
treatment also, because I have used a couple of patients now. I have a patient, that female patient which I was discussing, she was on antipsychotics. As per everyone, she was a psychiatric patient. Now to convince the family members and everything, everyone that knows she's not psychotic, she has the visual acuity defect, and what she requires just some physiotherapy, and she'll improve. That just gave her a positive feedback. Yes, I can now improve. By antipsychotics they use, so it helps in treatment also.
Another question is,
Yeah.
sir, how to deal with that failed BPPV, especially for dehiscence? Yes. So again, when it comes to failed BPPV, we have to see when we talk about a failed BPPV, we are not talking about a failed BPPV because of a bad maneuver, because we are talking about a person who is doing BPPV maneuvers every day. So technique will be correct only. So there is no question that the technique is not correct. So in spite of that, if you are not able to remove the debris, there may be some underlying causes. Okay. If it is actually a debris, one of the underlying causes is that there may be a stenotic component of the canal itself. So there is maybe anatomical. There is one study where, especially in the anterior canal, the stenotic component was actually demonstrated. So there is a constriction beyond which it is very difficult to remove the debris. To encounter that case and it is really mechanical, in that case, maybe the only option would be to go ahead and do a plugging or occlusion. The other thing that happens in patients in whom they are failing maneuvers, the possibility is that either there is a loop there or the person has a loop or some kind of neurovascular conflict, which is the actual cause of positional vertigo, or the person is actually having a migraines position. So in these two possibilities, also we have to consider and try to treat for that. If that is not the case and you are sure it is a debris, then again there may be a small constrictive segment. That is it. The other thing that we can do possibly is give acetazolamide at bite. Acetazolamide changes the acid-base value in the inner ear, VO, and when it becomes little more acidotic, the calcium carbonate crystals dissolve, and the dissolved one or become looser, and that one it may move off that constricted segment more easily.
Okay, so as our host concluded his lecture in a very hurry manner, we got some time for Dr. Rajesh for his discussion.
We are running quite late, so I have to cut short. This is the last we are discussing. We have 4-5 cases, and we will discuss how to go about the cases.
I think we should have been a 2-day workshop.
It's such a complicated cost topic, but it's
So it's indicated.
Good evening. Good evening, respected seniors. Colleagues. We are going to discuss about various cases of vertigo. So, as far as my first case, the screen of this patient might be a patient, suffering from a attack of vertigo or dizziness for 50 days, that is recurrent in nature and especially coming on the long term. And he is specific telling that the precipitate on the right side of the ear, right side of the bed, especially going to change the position of the bed. In between, during walking or standing, he is okay. But whenever he changes the position, especially during sleeping, this is the problem. So this is 55-year-old male presented with complaining of recurrent vertigo for 15 days, which lasted for few seconds to minutes and followed by nausea and sometimes vomiting. The vertigo is especially provoked by turning head on the left side of the bed. There is no history of varicose, headache, and other severe disorder. There is no history of diabetes, hypertension, and other chronic medical disorder. So now my next question is how to investigate this patient and what is the diagnosis and differential diagnosis and management of the patient. On examination of this patient, otoscopy was normal, Dr. was normal, normal test negative means normal, CNS signals was normal, and Dick's half-life convert in left beating vertical toward the nystagmus for about 30 seconds along with vertigo. Question to answer. What is your diagnosis and what is your differential diagnosis?
Nystagmus in vertical.
Vertical
torsion. The torsion, that means
Yes,
the upbeating nystagmus with the torsion toward the left side on the left disc.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
This is BPPV appears from the outset.
What is also protocol to that patient? Just to do simple maneuver or correct it or something else or medicine. And what are after maneuver? What is your instruction to the patient?
If the maneuver has been done properly,
Yes, sir.
then no instruction is actually required. The patient is made to wait there for about an hour or two and then go. And we tell the patient that for the first day, that is also not necessary, nowhere is it mentioned, but then the patient can lie in bed when the patient is lying down with the head enraged and not turn to the left side. But that also nowhere is it supported in literature. Literature says that after a couple of hours, the patient can do anything. Nothing happens. But we in private practice feel a little scared. If the thing has not settled down, and again the patient moves the head backwards or something, if it comes out, again, then we should think it has not been corrected. And so we give that instruction sometime to the patient. But otherwise, it does not. That is not very much necessary also. So anybody wants to say?
do we-
How do you come to know that it got corrected? See, the very important question. How do you know that it has got corrected? Ideally, if you want to do a desulfide test again, you can find out. But we do not do a desulfide test again in the same thing, because if you are trying to do the desulfide test again, then if the particles have been put in the right place, then they can again get dislodged and come out. So if you have to check the patient, like many oxygen patients come, you ask the patient to wait for about 3 hours and then repeat. Actually, the teaching is that you should not try to do it before 48 hours. So that is what is the book teaching. And let Dr. Srivas also give the idea on this.
So what we do for any benign paroxysmal positional vertigo is, one is how do you know that the patient has been cured? The one evidence that strongly supports that the patient has been cured at that moment is when you have completed the desulfide, Epley's maneuver and the patient comes back to the sitting position. If you feel one severe pulsion, okay, we look for this pulsion. If the pulsion comes, we know that the debris has fallen into the utricular cavity. So we are sure. That is, we are more confident that this is. But we always give a few minutes break and retest the patient again. We retest the patient. If it is positive, we actually repeat it. There are some time. Previously, it used to be what I used to do previously is one EP and then send the patient home. If you are having symptoms, you come back. That is one. But now they change the practice because people come from a long distance and all those things. Do one EP maneuver. If you get a pulsion, you are more confident. Still, we repeat the disulfide. Okay, we give a gap of some time, say 15 minutes time, before we repeat the EP. If we repeat the EP maneuver, if we repeat the disulfide. If it is positive again, we repeat the EP. Okay, at that stage, we can actually carry on with the disulfide to continue onwards. We need to get a negative disulfide before we send the patient. Otherwise, we can't.
So what are the chances you can convert posterior to lateral part?
It happens. It happens. So when a posterior gets converted to lateral part, the message here is that opening is quite huge and easily it went into the lateral. Something that goes easily will also come out easily. Do the lateral canal over, it will come out. No panic, nothing. It is simple, like when you're doing any surgery, one glass falls there. You just have to remove it. It's like that. So think of it like that surgically. It is not to be scared of or whatever.
Do you advise any head raise at home or anything?
Personally, I don't do. But my own colleagues whom I highly respect, there are so many people regularly use it. Okay. If you ask me, is my practice that? I don't. But I have seen highly respected people doing it. Yes, I have seen.
What I have advised is because literature says that a 30-degree elevation is recommended. So obviously at home beds is not available to recommend that. So I advise them you keep one pillow behind your back and two pillows behind the legs. Okay. So you have some elevation. Yes. That's what I advise.
So for 1 day.
For 1 day I advise. So at least the patient will follow for a few days.
I advise them to put the pillow under the mattress.
Under the mattress. That is better, I suppose.
Right.
Sir, if the same patient come with the same type of mistake, how many such patients you get in practice?
In the sense
It's a member.
after a week. What you are saying is today I am quite comfortable, confident. I send it back home,
Yes.
and then the next day the process.
Yes.
I had patients. And then most of these patients end up either having a vascular wound or they end up having vestibular migraine. One patient had never internal migraine. So there is another underlying cause.
You have to think about change of the diagnosis.
We have to think of some other predisposing cause or another cause presenting things.
And if the person is coming with the recurrent vertigo, their BPPV vertigo with a gap of 5 to 6 months, what is your protocol?
If the person is
What is your investigation?
actually, there is no specific investigation. Nowadays, I started using in these patients a lot of nutritional supplementation, including amino acids. There is a tablet by name of aspirin 4. So I give that little more commonly for patients who come with recurrent BPPV.
What do you say? Have you ever
Aspirin 4. Aspirin. It's a combination of a lot of amino acids. Proteins of it.
Yes. Sir, have you ever encountered a patient of BPPV with recurrent BPPV attacks later in chance to diagnosis of immune disease or something like
That is common. That is common. In fact, there is one paper which tells that the otoponial debris, disease of the utricle, it is a disease of the otolith. Primarily, BPPV is a disease of the otolith. The disease, because semicircular canal is a bystander, it is like an internal autoanalyzer which is telling otolith organ that utricle is shedding the calcium carbonate. Why it is shedding? Because it is disease in the first place. So it is the disease of the, it is a otolithic disease. Utricular disease, circular disease. Utricular disease, it sheds, becomes BPPV. Circular disease, it sheds, it goes and blocks fast release. Yes. So it is possible.
Basically, the degenerative problem.
Yes, sir. Degeneration.
It can recur also.
Now this come to case 2. This is a 50-year-old male presented with a recurrent episodes of vertigo at interval of 2 to 5 months since 3 years. He described the vertigo spells of his spine of surrounding lasting for 30 minutes to 2 hours. Episodes were also associated with sensation of fullness, vomiting, and illness on the right side, which subsided during the attacks of the vertigo. Diagnosis. I think straightforward.
Hearing
I examined.
This is
Sir, how can you differentiate the point between migrainous vertigo, today, lot of discussion there, and linear disease symptom? Simple.
What happens here is symptom wise when we talk about migrainous vertigo and Meniere's disease. Let us get into the first paper written by Prosper Meniere when he described his condition, which was then not called Meniere's disease. And at that time only he told a lot of these features have migrainous features. In that paper itself, it is written a lot of these features have migrainous features. So the question is, do we need to really differentiate? First and foremost, is that question relevant? It is relevant because the therapeutic options which you could choose when it was which in a condition which would label as Meniere's disease versus migraine would little be different. At least the initial therapeutic options would be different. We discussed that so much. So now, if the person has the tetrad of symptoms, fullness, hearing loss, tinnitus, and vertigo lasting minutes to hours, that label of Meniere's is there. In addition to that tetrad of symptoms, he also has photophobia with attacks, phonophobia with attacks. He also has headache in the history. He has other migrainous features. It gets triggered by going out to the sun, it gets triggered by stress, it gets triggered by missing a meal, all these things. Then you call it as a Meniere's migraine, vestibular migraine, Meniere's overlaps. It is both. There is no tetrad, only isolated one of the vestibular symptoms, and then only migrainous features. Then you call it only vestibular.
So when you have dilemma between migraine and Meniere's disease, what is the treatment?
So it is exactly what you are
diagnosis. You have to confirm the diagnosis.
Yes. So if it is a vestibular migraine Meniere's overlap syndrome, what would be the treatment protocol? See, the thing we need to understand is even Meniere's disease can predispose. Meniere's attack can predispose to vestibular migraine. Okay, that can happen. I mean, a person who's got very severe vestibular stimulation can make the person get an attack of vestibular migraine. So, which is causing history-wise the main problem? Based on that, you can attack first. Sometimes you may need a combination, a little for a drug for vestibular migraine and a drug for. I do use combination.
Because the Meniere's will always have a headache loss. Meniere's will always have a headache loss.
Yes, sir. So he's telling once you have diagnosed with Meniere's and vestibular, both are there. How do you approach? So you can use combination.
So there is any role of medicine in BPPV?
As of see, one thing is first and foremost when we talk about BPPV, when we used to like few years ago we used to have animated discussions about BPPV until what is BPPV? BPPV is a condition where the debris is there in the semicircular canal. And what is obvious? What are we supposed to do for that? We are supposed to remove the debris from that particular place and put it back into the utricular cavity. Therefore, to that extent that it has to be put there, is there a role of drug? There is no drug that can remove it from there and take it back. No, there is no drug which will send an escalator and then pick up the muck and then bring it and put it. So, that is, so for that there is no drug. But we need a drug. Which we are in search of a drug. We don't know which is that drug which will do this work. Two, in the first place, not allow this utricle to shed that calcium carbonate. When we get that drug, all of us should celebrate. Okay, so we need that drug. We are in search of that.
If we do a vitamin D3 and the calcium estimation and it is low, then we put the patient on vitamin D3 and a calcium combination because statistically it has been shown that people with low vitamin D3 and low calcium levels, they develop BPPV more frequently. So that is why we prescribe it if it is low. If it is not low, then we don't prescribe.
Sir, what is the word milling and positional vertigo? I have read it in the books. Milling and positional vertigo.
That used to be called. In fact, that was one of the questions that used to be asked in our postgraduate exam. Also, one professor was very very fond of this term malignant because when you say BPPV, benign paroxysmal positional vertigo, When you say malignant positional vertigo, maybe the underlying thing is the reason behind the positional vertigo is not a debris. It is some other cause. Maybe it was used to tell that there is a patient who has a posterior fossa pathology who has presented with like BPPV, because three conditions can present like BPPV. Condition number one, the debris, the BPPV. Condition number two, vestibular migraine. Condition number three, posterior fossa pathology. That pathology can be a loop, can be a tumor, can be no loop, no tumor, paraneoplastic cerebellar degeneration, including B12 associated cerebellar degeneration is also possible. Thyroid associated cerebellar degeneration. Any cerebellar degeneration can also possible.
So basically, CRS related problem is more malignant.
So instead of maybe to separate that from benign name, maybe people started using. I really don't know. The professor was asking me what was in his mind. I really don't know. Okay.
So in your practice, there is a difference between the implement results or semicircular or something.
The results are really not much different. What I use is when I do Simmons, I use the modification that was suggested. That is suggested by Michael Stupp, the exaggerated Simmons. Okay, so that I use and EP number results are same.
Dr. Agarwal, your experience, procedure, FLA or semicircular.
It is whenever. Yeah, it is whenever I do. I do not usually do the Simmons maneuver in the first go. I do the April maneuver. If the April maneuver fails, then I try the Simmons maneuver. So April maneuver, the publications say that chances are better with the April maneuver. But then anyway, if that different people they say different things. But then I am comfortable with the April maneuver. I do it.
Is there a limitation of April maneuver?
If the patient has a stiff neck or something, I have also got a chair made by me. So either I put the patient in the chair and I do the maneuver over there, but the neck doesn't have to be changed. The entire position of the chair.
Patients very difficult to.
Yeah, we put the patient in the chair, in the BPPV chair, but the patient is actually fixed to the seat. We actually move the chair, na? There is a way on which it is done. We have the BPPV chair in our clinic also.
In this patient, can you go for the Simmons maneuver? Respective of patient with the limitations.
Yeah, every patient can be put over there, but then since the machine costs money, anybody will put over there, the other patient to pay 10,000 rupees. That if the patient has the why should I unnecessarily make the patient pay until they have failed in the normal procedure, or if the patient cannot be put.
So our next patient is 35-year-old male presented with a sudden onset of vertigo weakness since one day. Started in the morning, associated with and severe vomiting. The episodes of vertigo are followed by any change in position in three directions. So the patient closes the eyes and remains steady in one position. No history of headache, fever, or tinnitus and hearing. Diagnosis, investigation. Spontaneous disturbance present, alternate order, fast component on the left side, head impulse test, catch-up circuits, when head is turned to the right side, detailed normal test, tendency to pass on the right side. Diagnosis, vestibular to that. So my next question is, what is the differential diagnosis of vestibular from the central vestibular, stroke or something else? If patient comes with severe vertigo and in the bed, so first we have to rule out the central pathology, which is more malignant. So how to investigate such a patient?
Same.
Sir, question please.
Okay. So what you do is,
And what is your choice of investigation?
actually, I don't even think of an investigation in this particular patient unless I find a problem, that clinically a problem, and then think of the investigation at that stage. This looks like vestibular neuritis itself, but still, we have developed a proforma called as a Cyclops MedTech, Yenopaya University acute vertigo proforma. Okay, I can share that proforma. So in that, we do according to that proforma a set of clinical tests, which will take around 10 to 12 minutes to complete all this. If anything suggests to tell that there is a stroke or there is something else, then accordingly we go for investigation. But if all of that is clear, then we make a diagnosis of vestibular neuritis. Okay, so that is okay. We have a proforma. So what are these? In the proforma, what is there? Otological examination is there. Pulse blood pressure is there. Eye movement examination is there. The 2-2-2 test that I was talking about is there. So patient is made to stand for sure. Finally, we screen for all these things.
So what is labyrinthine artery occlusion?
Okay, so there is a labyrinthine artery occlusion, okay, as part of ICA infarct or without the ICA infarct. In that case, what would happen is you will also develop a hearing loss. In this patient, there is no hearing loss.
Okay. Associated auditory symptoms?
Yes, auditory symptoms would be. Okay, and then it becomes very difficult to differentiate between whether it is a labyrinthitis or a ICA infarct.
Sir, any test for the investigation?
So if it is an ICA infarct, only labyrinthine artery, then you wouldn't get anything in the investigation. Even if you do an MRI also, you wouldn't get anything.
So if you have severe acute peripheral vertigo syndrome with hearing loss.
With hearing loss, always it is, you should always think maybe it is, if it's a peripheral, only the labyrinthine artery branch, you will really not get anything. But if it is the actual main ICA artery, then you would get brainstem symptoms. So you will get the pupillary asymmetry is one common thing that you will see. Patient cannot stand, they start pushing one particular side. These two things suggest that you need to go for an MRI.
So what is the role of MRI in Meniere disease? Any role of
MRI in Meniere disease before you do the surgery, okay, then it is better to document it. Okay. The diagnosis will rest on history. But before you do the surgery, you want to document that there has been a hiccups. Then for that, you do a gadolinium.
So what is your treatment protocol for vestibular? Acute vestibular.
Acute vestibular neuritis. Okay, you ask my protocol versus general protocol. There are different. General protocol with my friends, lot of them used to have hospital practice. If they start sleeping early, they see the patient early, where they start sleeping. Personally, I have not started sleeping so far for education. Only 3 days of scenarism. 3 days of scenarism is what we give, and then after that, stop. Ask the patient to keep moving around as soon as possible.
What is your protocol for acute vestibular?
Acute vestibular neuritis. Yes. But acute vestibular neuritis, we start with steroids. Now I find that there is acute vestibular neuritis, and I am able to rule out any central lesion. When the patient comes with acute vestibular neuritis, differential diagnosis is whether there is any central lesion or not. If central lesion severe has been more or less ruled out, then we do not do anything, start with steroids. But tell the patient, of course, that if you develop any drowsiness, any limb weakness, then immediately come back, because then we have to think on those days. Now, not do a MRI in the first place. So an MRI before 24 hours would not, may not yield anything proper.
How long treatment? How long? 3 days, 5 days, 3 days.
It's steroid. It's for 7 days.
7 days. And so labyrinthine sedatives? Labyrinthine sedatives?
Labyrinthine sedatives for 1 or 2 days. So maximum, I do not give it for more than that. 1 or 2 days suffices, because in vestibular neuritis, our main aim is to restore balance. And so we do not want to put the patient on vestibular sedatives for a prolonged period. If the patient is vomiting and all, then maybe one tablet of Cerebellar here and there, but otherwise, practically nothing. We do not try to do anything, because the vestibular, maintaining the vestibular, restoring balance is the most important thing over here. I think the vestibular will counsel the patient properly, and they tell the patient that whatever they are having is going to come down 90% in 5 days' time, and 10% will take about another 5-7 days. So only exercise it properly, and then the steroid stop after 7 days or so.
So it's 2 or 3 days. After that, we start mobilizing the patient as early as possible. This is the take home message, I think.
Yes, sir. There are high chances of BPPV after very high chances of
There is a chance of getting the patient having BPPV. Of course, it is there, but it happens in about 15%, 10-15% of the patients. Not all patients get it.
Most of the practice are used to write labyrinthine sedatives for 10 or 15 days. So what side effects of sedatives on the rehabilitation or restoration of balance?
See, that is not to be done, because primarily that is what has been prohibited everywhere. that you are not to continue the vestibular sedatives for more than 3 days. This is like vestibular neuritis, where our main objective is to restore the patient's balance. It is best, if possible, to limit this drug to 1 or 2 days only with the vestibular sedatives. Best to limit it to 1 or 2 days only, not beyond that. If it keeps on vomiting, you don't have an option. So you have to continue a little more. But it all depends upon how well you have been able to reassure the patient and counsel the patient to tell the patient, no, it is going to come down. I do not want to give you vestibular sedatives because it can induce a unsteadiness in the long run. If you do not give you vestibular sedatives and you start the exercises, there is a much higher chance of your balance becoming 100% normal very fast. So that a counseling and explanation has to be done.
Many patients come with us, part A from this case. Many patients come with Mr. Vertigo, चक्कर आ रहा है, मुझे 1 सेकंड का चक्कर आता है, मुझे 2 सेकंड का चक्कर आता है, मैं खाता हूँ, but their normal life is going on. What are they doing?
After vestibular neuritis, a large number of patients will come and tell you that I am having certain small attacks of dizziness here and there. That is because of inadequate compensation. If inadequate compensation takes place, then they will have the vestibular hyperactivity. Because of the vestibular hyperactivity induced, sudden head movement is going to cause momentary weakness because of the poor VOR. And that cannot be corrected by any medicine. That has to be corrected only by vestibular physiotherapy, properly, diligently, and thoroughly done. So in these patients, we explain the patient that this cannot go by any medication. We have to do the vestibular exercises more properly.
So this means long-term medication is
Yes, long-term medication. Then long-term medication means long-term use of vestibular sedatives is never to be done. Never.
Thank you, sir. This is the short presentation we have.
Thank you, Dr. Rajin, for summarizing the most common cases that we face in our clinical practice. And I think I would like to use as well.
Because of the night circuit with momentum of body. Request of the Sumi sir to do momentum to Dr. Shani sir. One next year person Dr. I'd like to thank Dr. Agarwal sir and Dr. Srinivas sir for coming such a long way down and teaching us. And it was really, at least for me, also it was a really enlightening day and learned a lot in this conference. Thank you, sir.
Actually, we should thank you for the invitation here, and because of your invitation, we can come to Gwalior for the first time. It's a great fashion city of Gwalior. So thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, I think you deserve a round of applause for such a nice.
And we have had wonderful participants. We love the participants. Thank you.
So take home will be very confident.
Cheers.